On the day Wu celebrated his 18th birthday, his entire family was filled with joy. They adorned him with a crown and presented a birthday cake. Wu's father inquired about his birthday wishes for the year. With a sweet smile, the young man declared it was a secret. Her older sister, Yunfei, intrigued by the notion of secrets, eagerly hugged him and encouraged him to reveal the wish. Their parents intervened, asking Yunfei to stop, and urged Wu to share his wish. After a playful exchange, Wu expressed his desire for their family to continue its current happiness. As Wu finished sharing his wish, a sudden red light flashed through their house, followed by a massive explosion. The entire family tumbled from their apartment building. In the chaos, Wu desperately roared, attempting to grab each family member falling from the building. A colossal monster appeared before him, eliciting fear from the 18-year-old until he woke up, realizing it was all just a nightmare. In reality, Wu had fallen asleep in class. His outburst attracted the attention of the entire class, and the annoyed teacher scolded him for ignoring the lesson. The teacher sarcastically questioned if Wu found history boring or understood everything. Awkwardly scratching his head, Wu apologized, explaining he had studied late the previous night. However, before he could elaborate, the teacher instructed him to stand at the back of the class. The teacher, realizing Wu's passion for studying, allowed him to stand behind the class leader. Displaying a holographic Earth, the teacher explained the Earth all age of the year 2036, a period marked by chaos and opportunity. Randomly emerging monsters pose threats, but humans could enhance their levels and develop various skills and jobs. Following initial catastrophes, the 5 major alliances established a new world order. Despite the desire for improvement in this dangerous era, Wu struggled to increase his level over the years. After school, he found himself kidnapped by Lu Feng and his gang. They deemed him foolish and demanded a security deposit. To their surprise, Wu, who had once protected Lu Feng from bullying, calmly stated that he never expected to be asked for protection money by the same person he had helped before. Without hesitation, Lu Feng responded to Wu's words by delivering a swift blow to the young man's stomach. He claimed that at the time, he was blind and had thought Wu was merely following a lower-level martial artist. Lu Feng, who had entered school at the same time as Wu, surprisingly advanced to level 5 within 2 years. In contrast, Yu remained at level 3. As Wu struggled on the ground, Lu Feng continued his verbal assault, labeling Yu as trash and capable of leveling up. As the beating intensified, Wu's younger sister, Yunfei, intervened. She kicked Lu Feng in the face, vehemently opposing the assault on her older brother. Witnessing Lu Feng thrown away, his companions panicked, particularly wary of Yunfei, and a level 7 at the age of 16. Rumors circulated that Yunfei had even single-handedly defeated a level 10 monster at level 7. Despite their panic, one of the delinquents, attempting to save face, mocked Yu, claiming he was nothing more than someone who hid behind his sister. Once the delinquents retreated, Yunfei approached her older brother, offering apologies for arriving late. She reassured him, expressing confidence that he would become a formidable fighter. Wu, while appreciative of his sister's support, acknowledged the truth in Lu Feng's words. He recognized himself as someone unable to level up, having researched extensively from the Calamity period to the present. On the way home with his little sister, Wu questioned whether he was the only one considered trash on the old Earth. Arriving home, Wu received a birthday surprise from his family. Despite the celebration, he wore a worried expression, haunted by the earlier dream. In an effort to prevent the nightmare from materializing, Wu treated his family to grilled fish at their favorite restaurant. Initially, the mother complained about the food she had prepared at home, but the father reassured her, emphasizing Yu's happiness. That night, the family left the restaurant with full stomachs and content hearts, seemingly safe from any impending danger. However, their joy was short-lived as a sudden explosion rocked the area behind them. Wu's father instinctively shielded his family, and Wu turned to witness a dark gate emerging. As panic ensued, everyone fled the area, anticipating the appearance of a monster from the gate. True to their fears, a giant spider monster emerged, catching the crowd off guard in what was supposed to be a safe zone. The family found themselves trapped in front of a ferocious monster, unable to escape its menacing presence. Realizing the danger, the father bravely stepped forward, instructing his 2 children to run away and save themselves along with their mother. With unwavering confidence, the father confronted the monster, launching energy-filled fists at it. Despite being at level 10, he was determined not to let harm befall his family. In an attempt to protect his loved ones, the father attacked the monster, but the agile creature managed to dodge and counterattack with limbs as sharp as spears. The force of the blows sent the father flying, causing panic in the mother. Urging her children to flee, she rushed to assist her husband, only to face a worse fate. The monster's massive arm struck her, and with a chilling voice, it declared its intention to devour her later, believing a level 10 human fighter would be a more satisfying meal. As the monster nearly attacked the father once more, Yunfei, one of the children, intervened. She shot an arrow at the monster, challenging it to face her instead of continuing to harm his father. Without hesitation, the monster turned its attention to Yunfei, who looked troubled but refused to back down. Yunfei insisted that her older brother take their parents away while she tried to restrain the monster. Panicked and realizing the nightmare unfolding before him, Wuyu, the youngest of the siblings, stood frozen, unable to move. He understood the vast level difference between himself, at level 3, and the level 15 monster. In a critical moment, the monster stabbed Yunfei's body, causing her to fall with a significant wound. The monster approached her, expressing its intention to consider her its food. According to the monster, a young woman's body would be particularly satisfying. As the situation grew direr, Yunfei found herself paralyzed with fear. The monster's impending attack threatened him once again, but just in time, her older brother, Wuyu, arrived to shield her. Wuyu implored his little sister to escape the dangerous scene immediately, recognizing that he couldn't hold the monster back much longer. Despite the grim circumstances, Wuyu insisted that even if he became the monster's food, he could at least be useful to his family. In a sudden turn of events, the monster attacked Wuyu, stabbing him in the back. Despite his terrible condition, Wuyu selflessly urged his little sister to save herself. Following her brother's words, Yunfei ran for her life, leaving behind a scene of chaos and uncertainty for the family. In critical condition, Wuyu desperately wished for strength, hoping that the dire situation could be averted. Despite his weakened state, he clung to the hope that his level could somehow be improved. The realization that he might be too weak due to his inability to increase his level weighed heavily on him. Slowly, his consciousness began to fade, and the monstrous laughter of the creature echoed as it seemed to revel in the defeat of a level 3 challenger. However, a sudden intervention occurred as a system notification appeared, indicating that the host's accumulated points had reached the required standard. The system activated, and in the absence of Wuyu's ability to move, it randomly selected a formidable figure to take charge on behalf of the host. The chosen entity was a fearsome figure clad in red armor. Meanwhile, Wuyu's sister, Yunfei, attempted to escape with the little strength she had left. Apologizing silently to her older brother for being unable to assist, she found her path blocked by the relentless monster. Realizing escape was not an option, Yunfei decided to take revenge on behalf of her brother. She charged towards the monster, but just as she did, a stern male voice commanded her to dodge. With lightning speed, Wuyu appeared on the scene with tremendous energy. In a single powerful strike, he sent the massive monster crashing into a nearby wall. Yunfei looked at her brother with awe, recognizing that he had regained control with newfound strength. Encouraging her to leave, Wuyu prepared to face the monster alone. The monster, however, rose again from the debris and launched another attack on Wuyu. Undeterred, the creature believed that a level 3 human wouldn't succeed in fending it off. Determined to defeat and consume Wuyu, the monster attacked once more. Yet, Wuyu, harnessing the energy he had recently discovered, conjured an enormous sword and unleashed a lightning-infused strike. The impact was formidable, breaking several of the spider monster's arms. The unexpected resilience of the level 3 fighter caught the monster off guard. Despite its retreat, Wuyu suddenly coughed up blood. Suspecting that the newfound power surpassed the limits of his body, Wuyu felt as though he was being torn apart by the overwhelming force. Observing the monster confidently dismiss Wuyu's feeble attempts, it laughed with satisfaction. The monster ridiculed Wuyu's supposedly weak body, believing it incapable of generating significant combat power. In the monster's view, Wuyu's body was on the verge of exploding. This confirmation echoed within Wuyu as he realized his HP was almost depleted, and the golden transformation energy had locked his HP. Time was of the essence. He needed to defeat the monster swiftly before the transformation energy ran out, or death awaited him. Disinterested in Wuyu, the spider monster strolled in another direction, deeming him a mere waste of time. Despite Master Qin's assistance in opening the safe zone portal, the monster aimed to devour higher-level fighters. Seizing an opportunity as the monster attempted to escape, Wuyu created a substantial circle of fire around them, urging the creature to meet its end. Unexpectedly, a group of guards arrived to attack the monster. Wuyu warned them to be cautious and not approach directly, fearing they might face fatal consequences. Some guards, however, persisted, underestimating the monster's strength and insisting that Wuyu, a level 3 fighter, was only hindering their efforts. The guard squad believed they could defeat the spider monster, especially as its HP dwindled to 30%. However, the monster had different plans. Swiftly deploying a net from underground, the monster ensnared the entire guard squad, preventing their escape. The monster reveled in its success, stating that humans, much like its prey, often underestimated their opponents until easily defeated. With the guards captured, the monster absorbed all their experience, causing panic among the onlooking you. Witnessing the monster rise 3 levels after absorbing the guard's experience, it gained even greater strength. Approaching Wuyu, the spider monster declared that it was now the young man's turn to die. The spider monster wasted no time and launched a powerful attack on you. Despite his efforts to endure, you found himself struggling against the force of the monster's onslaught. The monster, indifferent to defeating a seemingly lower-level human like you, emphasized its primary goal, to increase its level and trigger a transformative event. Relentlessly attacking you, the monster decided to toy with him, intending to play until his demise before consuming him. With each passing moment, Yu's ability to withstand the monster's attacks dwindled. He recognized the drastic increase in the monster's strength, leaving him confused about his next move, especially since his energy was almost depleted. The monster, finding amusement in Yu's desperation, mocked him, questioning the whereabouts of his earlier fighting spirit. Unable to endure any longer, Yu was thrown away by the monster's relentless assault. Seizing the opportunity, the monster asserted that trash would always be trash. Undeterred, Yu stood up again, his face now serious. He recounted the 3 years during which he endured laughter and insults from many due to his inability to increase his level. Determined to showcase his true strength, Yu activated a formidable attack with his sword, conjuring a massive flamestorm that engulfed the monster. The giant creature roared in agony as its body succumbed to the mysterious flames. Realizing that this was no ordinary fire, the monster questioned Yu's ability to create such a powerful attack. Before it could receive an answer, the monster's entire body was charred by Yu's relentless assault. The system swiftly appeared, announcing Yu's successful defeat of the ghost demon spider monster, earning him 20,000 experience points. However, victory came at a cost. Yu, nearly fainting, reached the limits of his body. Despite the toll on his health, he felt a sense of accomplishment for defeating the monster. As he attempted to pick up the dropped items, his eyes gradually closed, his weakened body unable to endure any longer. The system, recognizing the severity of Yu's injuries, automatically converted 10,000 experience points to repair his body. With the remaining experience points at 10,000, the system efficiently restored Yu's health to 100%, bringing a swift end to the challenging ordeal. Yu's eyes fluttered open, and he was taken aback to find himself not in his familiar system space. Confused and curious, he looked around, finding a vast expanse reminiscent of the galaxy, filled with planets and stars. This new environment left him puzzled about where he was and what kind of place this could be. The system promptly informed him that, after the global field conversion, each player had their own system space, allowing them to observe and determine their attributes, as well as store various equipment. In the cosmic-like surroundings, Yu spotted the figure of a man donned in red armor. Suspecting that this figure might be the source of his newfound strength, he realized it was the Qian Emperor, a maximal-level character. The system welcomed Yu to the maximal-level account of the kings, revealing that the system had max-level accounts from various game planes. Due to Yu's accumulated experience points reaching level 10, a random account had automatically activated. Grasping that his 3 years of hard work had not been in vain, Yu couldn't help but feel a sense of achievement. However, he also recognized that his experience had been forcibly absorbed by the system. The notification indicated that while the initial level of King Qian was at the maximum, Yu needed to use X points to increase the link level for each account. The higher the link level, the stronger the account could be utilized. The system advised him to gather more X points quickly to enhance the link level. Receiving this information, Yu realized that even in this extraordinary situation, there were no free lunches. Yet, he saw potential in leveraging the power of King Qian's account to accumulate more X points. However, he pondered that strength alone might not be sufficient in this diverse world with known and unknown challenges. Contemplating the optimal use of the system, Yu acknowledged the need to understand its capabilities quickly. The King Qian account, he discovered, possessed the abilities of a max-level powerhouse from another world. This power had been utilized in the past to lead a clan, unifying the world and earning the title of Qian Emperor by subsequent generations. The account, boasting a link level of 10 and the attributes of inflammatory and darkness, wielded flame shadow greatswords as weapons. With impressive basic fire attribute skills, the account proved to be a formidable asset in Yu's newfound journey. Receiving the notification, Yu understood that his immediate goal was to level up quickly, unlocking more accounts and eventually creating a king army with diverse attributes. This strategic approach would ensure that Yu had no weaknesses in attributes. The system informed him that there were 10,000 experience points remaining, presenting the option to either increase the account link level or unlock additional skills. Prioritizing survival skills, Yu decided to increase the link level, believing that other skills could be developed later. Upon his request, Yu's body was engulfed in a bright light, signifying the system's confirmation of his increased link level. Now at level 2 with a link level of 12, Yu felt a surge of immense power entering his body. However, to his surprise, When he inquired about his basic attributes, the system revealed that his level remained at 3. This revelation left you wondering if the system was compelling him to continue behaving like an amateur. Suddenly, you heard his little sister's voice, prompting him to open his eyes. Finding himself comfortably in a hospital bed, he realized his body had no wounds and had been completely healed. Although grateful for his recovery, he couldn't help but regret spending 10,000 experience points. As he lay in his room, you overheard his younger sister arguing with the doctor about the exorbitant treatment costs. Despite the expensive treatment, you felt a wave of happiness upon realizing that his family was safe. However, their condition was not ideal, requiring intensive care. The doctor explained that all family members had been affected by elite monster debuffs or poisons, necessitating long-term treatment with special medicines. The only way to eliminate the poison and ensure a complete recovery was through extended medical care. The doctor's prognosis brought great sadness to Yu's younger sister and mother. The doctor mentioned that without the required medicine, Yu's father had less than a month to live, and Yu himself had even less time, not more than a week. Faced with this grim reality, Yu's family was plunged into deep sorrow. Despite the dire circumstances, Yu's mother reassured them, expressing her determination to find a way to gather the necessary funds, whether by selling their house or exploring other means to cover the hefty medical expenses. Suddenly, a young man's voice echoed, interrupting the mother's contemplation of selling their house. It was Yu, who stood in the hallway and firmly opposed the idea of selling the house. He asserted that the house represented their hard work and held countless family memories, making it an integral part of their lives. Yu assured everyone that he would find a way to raise money for maintenance, eliminating the need to sell the house. This unexpected turn of events shocked everyone. Yu's younger sister, Yunfei, approached him, curious about why he was already out of bed. Yu, demonstrating his resilience, stated that he was fine but urged his little sister to stop talking to prevent worsening his condition. The doctor, who had expected Yu's health to be in a dire state, was surprised to see him standing in good shape. Furthermore, the doctor detected that the poison in Yu's body had completely disappeared, a remarkable recovery considering he had suffered the most fatal wounds and poison among the family members. Intrigued by Yu's rapid healing, the doctor inquired about the young man's secret. Yu, however, downplayed the importance of the reason, emphasizing the urgency of further treatment. With concern, Yu asked the doctor about the total cost for treating all his family members. The doctor, with a heavy heart, stated that it would amount to around 300,000. Sensing something unusual about Yu's condition, the doctor noted that, despite being at level 3, Yu's healing speed surpassed even those at level 60. Undeterred, Yu pleaded with the doctor to proceed with the treatment, promising to collect the required amount within an hour. The doctor, astonished by Yu's confidence, agreed to give him an hour despite finding the notion nearly impossible. Once outside the hospital, Yu sat in the park, contemplating how to quickly gather 300,000. Despite his habit of saving money and the income from killing ghost demon spiders, the amount was still far from the target. Yu determined that the fastest way to raise money was to sell items and equipment. The most valuable item in his storage space was a rare level 15 magic crystal. Yu stared at the crystal in front of him, hoping it could fetch a good price. The system had described the crystal as a basic material for crafting magic equipment, and its value increased with the monster's level. Being a level 3 fighter, you realized that a standard auction house wouldn't be the quickest or most viable option due to level restrictions and the time-consuming nature of the process. After contemplating various options, you decided to explore the underground black market beneath the shadow of the Safe Zone 9. He knew that here, regardless of one's level, anyone could freely trade. The prices of goods in this covert marketplace were manipulated by powerful groups, making it a mixed and unpredictable environment. As you approached the entrance of the black market, he encountered two imposing men who warned him that it wasn't a place for little devils to play. They strongly advised him to leave immediately. Undeterred, you explained that he was there to sell his goods, emphasizing that he understood the nature of the market and wouldn't cause trouble. One of the men, sporting a facial wound, scoffed at Yu's words, claiming that the black market didn't deal in children's toys. You, however, insisted that he possessed valuable items and urgently needed to make a sale. The other large man, growing impatient, seized you by the collar of his robe and demanded to know what a little kid like him could possibly have. Despite their skepticism, you pleaded to be allowed inside, promising he had legitimate goods to offer. The atmosphere grew tense as the men debated whether to let you enter. They were clearly wary of his presence, suspecting he might be attempting to deceive them or cause trouble within the black market. Guards were displaying rude attitudes, causing disturbance at the entrance. An old man emerged from the balcony door to address the situation. According to him, when the door is open for business, the focus should be on making profits from good things. He emphasized that everyone is free to trade as long as they have quality goods. The guards yielded to the old man's words, falling silent before him. Elderly, as the old man was called, then turned his attention to Wu Yu, asking him to reveal the valuable items he had brought. Wu Yu opened his robe, unveiling a red gem. The sight astonished Elderly, who hadn't expected such a rare crystal stone. Despite Wu Yu being only at level 3, possessing such a precious item surprised both Elderly and the guards. Elderly instructed his guards not to discuss this matter further, and he decided to invite Wu Yu inside. Upon entering the first floor of the Black Market Trading Center, Wu Yu was amazed by the modern and advanced conditions. The reality was far different from what he had imagined. The place resembled a bar, and a flirtatious female waitress added to the unconventional atmosphere. It seemed like the owner had a strategy of getting buyers drunk and entertained. However, 2 men halted Wu Yu's progress, mocking him as a level 3 newbie. They even suggested he go home and drink milk like a child. Intent on further bullying, the 2 men were stopped by Elderly's guards, stating that Wu Yu was a guest of the Huangzing group. Faced with this, the men released Wu Yu, but not without expressing their displeasure at losing their target to the Huangzing group. In a special VIP private room, Elderly warmly welcomed Wu Yu, acknowledging the quality of the magic crystal but noting that, being level 15, the price wouldn't be exceptionally high. This revelation surprised Wu Yu, who had expected a fair deal. It became evident that Elderly wasn't keen on offering a just price. Despite Wu Yu's low level, he wasn't naive and could discern the value of his possessions. The young man urgently requested a favorable price, expressing his impatience. Elderly chuckled at Yu's request, recognizing his decision-making abilities despite being at level 3. However, Elderly clarified that ordinary magic crystals were typically valued at 1,000 or 2,000, but due to the rarity of Yu's magic crystal, he was willing to purchase it for 100,000. This revelation surprised Yu, as he believed his crystal was worth at least 200,000. Feeling treated like a child and deceived, Yu stood up, declaring his refusal to proceed with the transaction. Expressing his dissatisfaction, Yu contemplated leaving the room to seek a better deal elsewhere. However, his exit was blocked by 2 imposing men. Elderly emphasized that once the young man entered his room, he had no choice but to sell his goods to him, as nobody dared to refuse the Huangzing group. Wu Yu, observing the situation, questioned whether a confrontation was truly necessary. Despite the lower black market prices, Yu considered using the Qiyin Emperor's account to escape. However, the potential chaos and negative consequences dissuaded him, realizing that it might jeopardize his ability to earn any money. Elderly threw a wad of money on the table, insisting that Yu accept the 100,000 offered. Although a significant sum for someone of Yu's age, he hesitated, feeling trapped. A black-robed youth pondered whether Yu could accept the money without alternative choices. Faced with an unexpected situation that strength couldn't resolve, Yu felt particularly unlucky that day. Just as the tension escalated, a voice from outside interrupted the standoff. The speaker expressed surprise that a respected group like the Huangzing group would engage in business with a level 3 individual. Perceiving the situation as embarrassing, the speaker instructed a tall, masked aide to remove the people blocking the VIP door. Following that, the young lady entered the room and expressed her intent to join the business upon hearing about something good. This woman was Miss Mo Kier from Han Mo Group. Elderly, taken aback by her presence, questioned her audacity in attempting to interfere with his transaction. Miss Mo responded by stating that stealing was a harsh term, emphasizing that black market regulations dictate trade should be proportionate to the price and quality of goods. She reminded Elderly that he should be well aware of these rules. Wu Yu glanced at Miss Mo, recognizing her name. Miss Mo approached Yu and commented on the interest she found in the magic crystal he possessed. She proposed a bid of 300,000. Elderly, visibly shocked, hadn't anticipated such a high bid, especially when Yu had initially asked for 200,000. Miss Mo justified her bid, claiming to be rich and stubborn, yet not akin to the Huangzing group, who would exploit a level 3 individual. According to her, Elderly had spent an extra 100,000 to protect Yu. Annoyed by Miss Mo's words, Elderly promptly left with his guards. Miss Mo bid him farewell and expressed a hope to meet again when there was good stuff. Observing this interaction, Yu recalled the long-standing hostility between the Huangzing and Han Mo groups in the 9th Security Zone. Despite the troubled relationship, Yu found himself benefiting from their discord. Realizing Miss Mo's wealth, he expressed gratitude and attempted to offer additional items, but she swiftly rejected him, emphasizing that he didn't need to thank her. Miss Mo, walking out of the room, instructed her bodyguard to give money to Wu Yu, ignoring the crystal. After her departure, Wu Yu smiled with satisfaction, having secured the needed funds. Meanwhile, at the hospital, Yu's mother and Yunfei were still deeply engrossed in sorrow over their father's deteriorating condition. Suddenly, the hospital director, with a notably large body, burst into the room, visibly agitated. His anger stemmed from a patient refusing to pay the hospital fee. The director questioned why the patient was still receiving treatment when the doctor clarified that they had paid for the emergency room and were waiting for accommodation costs. Despite the explanation, the fat director grew increasingly furious, grabbing the doctor by the collar, expressing annoyance at running a hospital, not a welfare institution. He asserted that a cheap person's life isn't as valuable as the medicine they bought. The doctor persisted, explaining that the patient's son was collecting money, and they could wait a bit longer. The director, unyielding, dismissed the doctor's words, claiming a level 3 fighter, like the son, couldn't possibly collect 300,000. He criticized the scarce nutrition given to the patient, deeming it a waste of money. The director even suggested selling the parents wouldn't be worth enough to cover the expenses. Despite this, the family insisted on continuing treatment, viewing it as a necessity. As tensions rose, the fat director attempted to grab the patient's body, but Yunfei intervened, pleading for her father's well-being. Yunfei tried to convince the director that her older brother would return with the required money. A commotion ensued, with the director wanting to remove the medical device attached to the patient. Yunfei resisted vehemently, but the director, undeterred, pushed her weakened body. In a critical moment, Yu entered the room, kicking the door open. Seeing the broken door, the director's anger intensified, and he immediately grabbed Yu's clothes. The director demanded to know who Yu was and why he dared to break down the hospital door. Instead of answering the director's questions, Yu, with a stern expression, asked if the director's dirty hands were the ones hurting his family. The situation escalated as the director, feeling a sudden burning sensation in his left hand, sought help for the unexpected injury. Distressed, the director left the room in search of assistance. The doctor, observing the commotion, approached Yu and inquired about what had transpired. Yu nonchalantly explained that the director, despite having the authority to expel them, had harmed his family. In response, Yu administered a small punishment by causing the director's hand to burn. To ease the doctor's concerns, Yu assured him that he would pay an extra 10,000 yuan for their treatment and compensation. He remarked that such consequences were warranted for the greedy director's actions. Yu also emphasized that ethical behavior, akin to that of the doctor, could have prevented the situation. Though the doctor smiled awkwardly at Yu's words, he secretly believed that the director deserved the outcome. The director's lack of ethics and greed had irked the doctor, who hoped that this incident would deter him from future wrongdoing. Yu then presented an account showing 310,000 yuan and inquired if the family could proceed with the treatment. The doctor affirmed that they could continue and assured Yu that despite the hospital's high costs, they were committed to providing genuine and quality service. Yu expressed gratitude to the doctor for his trust and for allowing time to gather the necessary funds. He acknowledged being deeply indebted to the doctor, who, in turn, dismissed the thanks, stating that it was an obligation driven by a doctor's commitment to their profession and compassion. The doctor found himself increasingly amazed by the young man, Yu, who not only exhibited rapid self-healing but also managed to collect an impressive 300,000 yuan in a remarkably short time. In the doctor's opinion, Yu was a fascinating individual. After the doctor left, Yunfei, feeling regretful and apologetic, expressed her inability to protect their parents. She struggled to hold back tears, acknowledging her current weakness. Yu comforted his sister, taking the blame upon himself for not returning on time and causing suffering for all of them. Yunfei, frustrated by being poisoned, lamented that if she were not poisoned, she could have participated in a dungeon competition at her school the next day. She had hoped to win the competition's bonus to improve their family's situation. However, now she couldn't participate and still owed 300,000 yuan. Upon hearing about the competition, Yu became excited and inquired if it was an annual event held by the school. Learning that the bonuses were substantial, he asked Yunfei to confirm, and she affirmed the rumors, mentioning that this year's bonus was expected to reach 500,000 yuan. Yu's excitement grew even more, and he assured his sisters to focus on the treatment while entrusting the matter of money and the competition to him. Determined to win the bonus, Yu rallied his sisters to stay calm and believe in him. The following day on campus, all students gathered in the spacious main hall for the annual competition organized by the university. The committee welcomed the participants and clarified that the rumors about the significant bonuses were indeed true. This year's starting bonus for the competition reached an impressive 500,000 yuan, and additional bonuses would be added based on the level of completion, without any restrictions. Upon hearing this, all the students immediately cheered with happiness. The committee then explained the reason behind the substantial bonus. It was sponsored by the Han Mo Group. As the organizers disclosed the sponsorship, Miss Mo, along with her two aides, appeared on stage. The committee urged everyone to applaud Miss Mo, and the students enthusiastically praised her dazzling beauty. The committee further announced that the final winner of the competition could immediately join the Hando group without the need for selection. This news heightened the excitement among the students, as entering the Hando group, ranked in the top 10 on the dungeon score list, was considered a prestigious and invaluable opportunity. Yu, among the students, realized that the competition between major groups was fierce, but he now understood that the eldest Miss Mo aimed to choose a talented individual from the university. Although she seemed impatient, Yu's main goal was the bonus. Following this, the committee displayed a giant hologram screen and informed all students that the dungeon competition would be in the Shadow Forest. The average monster level in this forest was 5, with some reaching level 10. Some students expressed surprise at hearing the name Shadow Forest, considering it the highest level dungeon in their university. Rumors suggested it had never been successfully cleared by students. Moreover, the lowest monster level in that place was 5, while the average student level at the school was only 5. You speculated about the final boss of the dungeon, envisioning a shadow dryad whose monstrous size resembled a tall building, and its level appeared terrifying. Yu's face lit up with joy upon encountering the monster, as he had envisioned the prospect of earning bonus money. The committee reassured the children not to fret, emphasizing that although the dungeon posed significant challenges, there were two essential mechanisms, PvP and PvE. PvP allowed players to engage with fellow players or battle opposing teams, while PvE, or player versus environment, required confronting monsters within the dungeon's surroundings. In light of this, the competition permitted students to form teams with a maximum of 5 members. The students collectively cheered, sensing an opportunity to succeed. They believed that by working cohesively as a team, overcoming a level 10 Shadow Dryad would not be an insurmountable task. However, some students expressed concerns about the difficulty of fighting fellow players and the need to guard against sneak attacks from other teams. Yu, taking into account these various strategies, concluded that the school aimed to train students in practical combat and survival skills. During the discussion, a student raised a question about determining the winner if they were on the same team. The eccentric principal explained that the competition was still individual-based, but points obtained from defeating the Tree Fairy Shadow would be evenly distributed within the team. Victory would only be granted to the team that successfully attacked the Tree Elf with the highest points. The principal added that, to simulate a real battle atmosphere, students could take points from other teams, eliciting mixed reactions. Many students found this rule harsh, fearing it would foster a desire to harm fellow students. Despite these concerns, the principal dismissed them and promptly opened the dungeon gate, declaring the competition officially underway. Participants immediately busied themselves searching for their team members. But, as usual, no one wanted to be on the same team as you. They even mocked the young man, questioning why he was still allowed to participate by the school. Even one of the disciples warned others to be careful around you. Facing the dilemma, you chose to leave the students who mocked him, thinking that even if they begged him in the future, he didn't want to be on the same team as those people. Additionally, he didn't want the extra burden, making him believe that traveling alone would be easier. Yu promptly approached the female teacher and expressed his desire to register. The teacher, curious about the absence of a team, inquired about the young man's companions. Yu responded firmly that he was alone, prompting the teacher to proceed with the registration. However, she expressed concern as Yu was only at level 3, deeming it too dangerous for him to go alone. She advised him to choose a partner carefully. Just as the situation seemed uncertain, Lu Feng intervened. Dismissing the teacher's worries, he expressed his opinion that Yu was just trash and suggested that the young man should go in alone and be sacrificed. 2 of Lu Feng's colleagues appeared and demanded an apology from Yu for an incident the previous day. They further provoked Lu Feng to beat Yu again. Lu Feng then proposed a strange condition. If Yu agreed to sleep on the ground and bark like a dog, he would take him into the dungeon. Lu Feng's colleagues laughed with satisfaction at this unusual condition. Surprisingly, Yu, instead of being offended, asked how to bark. Lu Feng, caught off guard, quickly imitated the sound of a dog. Amidst the laughter, Yu chuckled, and it was at this moment that Lu Feng realized his own foolishness. In a fit of anger, Lu Feng raised his arm, prepared to strike Yu, who had dared to mock him. Suddenly, the registrar teacher stepped in, swiftly blocking any potential altercation. The female teacher warned that if the students wanted to fight, they should do it in the dungeon, as fighting in the school area would result in no points. Hearing this, the blonde man felt irritated but contained his anger as he entered the dungeon. Before going in, Lu Feng turned to Yu. Lu Feng requested Yu not to flee, expressing his eagerness to confront Yu in the dungeon. In response, Yu nonchalantly stated that there were no ambiguous words in his dictionary. After Lu Feng's group entered the dungeon, Yu approached the teacher and asked for the entry card. The female teacher praised Yu's courage and handed him the card, emphasizing that success still depended on his strength. Yu, determined to participate, received the entry permit with a serious demeanor. The teacher wished him good luck, acknowledging his persistence. Inside the dungeon, Yu hoped for an enjoyable show. Just before entering, Miss Emo observed Yu closely, recognizing him as the person she met at the black market the previous day. She found Yu interesting for daring to enter the black market and the dungeon alone, despite being at level 3. As you entered the dungeon, he noticed that the starting location for each team was deliberately randomized to prevent early conflicts. This randomness proved advantageous for Yu, who promptly engaged and defeated several small spider monsters that appeared in his path. Yu consistently earned 10 points every time he defeated a monster, but he faced a challenge due to the vast area and scattered monsters. Clearing them one by one seemed more time-consuming than he had initially thought. Realizing the need to level up quickly, Yu decided to target higher-level monsters. His attention was drawn to small spider monsters creeping into the bushes. Following them, he ventured deeper into the forest. To his surprise, he stumbled upon a red web, and above it, a girl named Ruin Tant was trapped and unconscious. It seemed she had fainted after being attacked by a monster. As Tannen slowly regained consciousness, she panicked upon realizing she was captured by a red spider monster. Attempting to scream for help, Yu, who had climbed to the top of the tree where she was caught, urged her to be quiet to avoid attracting the spider monster's attention. Tannen, shocked by her predicament, inquired about how Yu ended up in such a dangerous situation. Yu explained that he needed to save Tannen before the monster returned and attacked. However, Tannen, surprised by Yu's appearance and aware of his level 3 status, expressed concern. She asked Yu how he planned to navigate through the dangerous dungeon. Yu, resolute in protecting Tannen, stated that if he failed to do so, Yunfei, presumably a friend, would not spare him. Grateful for Yu's intentions, Tannen thanked him but insisted on him leaving. She doubted that a level 3 player like Yu could cut through the spider web and rescue her. Furthermore, defeating an elite-class spider monster that had reached level 8 seemed beyond Yu's capabilities. Yu, however, smiled upon hearing this information. He hadn't expected that the elite-class spider monster he faced was only at level 8. Yu acted swiftly, burning the spider web in his hand until the entire net was charred. Tannen, astonished by the fact that the net burned without harming her, looked on. Yu then advised Tannen to find a team, emphasizing the danger she might face alone. However, their relief was short-lived as a drop of mucus fell on Yu's shoulder. Looking up, they spotted a red spider monster right above them. Reacting quickly, Yu pushed Tannen down to avoid the green slime spat out by the monster. The slime was highly poisonous, requiring immediate action. Both of them fell onto a massive spider web bridge, struggling to get up. In the midst of their efforts, they found themselves entangled in spider webs, tightly bound to each other in a state of panic. Panicking, Tannen screamed frantically, fearing for her life. Yu reassured her to stay calm, explaining that moving would only tighten the bond between them. Evaluating his situation, Yu felt trapped, reminiscent of a spider that guarded its eggs. Despite having the system, his lack of fighting experience made the situation perilous. He recognized the need to be more careful and diligent in the future. Suddenly, the red spider monster turned away, leaving them be. Tannen, thinking the monster had lost interest, believed they would survive. Yu clarified that red spiders typically laid eggs in the bodies of captured individuals to produce offspring. The monster's departure suggested the eggs might not be ready yet and that it would return later. Hearing this, Tannen panicked even more, becoming hysterical. She continued to roar frantically, rubbing against Yu in her desperation. Yu, realizing the danger of being trapped too tightly, knew that something dangerous could happen. Concerned about the potential consequences, he decided to manually cut the spider web. Attempting to free themselves, Yu tried to bite the net around them. However, Tannen misunderstood his intentions, thinking Yu was up to something inappropriate. In the midst of this tense situation, Yu quickly reminded Tannen to stay calm and check their surroundings. Yu exerted considerable effort to break every net in front of them, relieved that the spider web wasn't poisonous and had just been removed. Initially attempting to free himself, Yu soon enlisted Tannen's help instead of her merely observing. Together, they worked to bite through the net, arguing throughout the process. An annoyed Yu expressed his irritation as Tannen occasionally bit him mistakenly and made strange noises. Despite the challenges, they eventually succeeded in escaping the net. Tannen, overjoyed, cried with relief and gratitude for their successful escape. However, their celebration was short-lived as a noise from the bushes indicated the giant red spider would return soon. Yu urgently instructed Tannen to find a team, while he would face the impending threat. Concerned, Tannen questioned why Yu wanted to play the hero. Despite being a level 3 player, she feared that facing the level 8 elite monster could lead to Yu's swift demise. Tannen suggested they run together, emphasizing the danger. However, Yu, with a slight smile, asserted that he didn't come to the place to become prey, emphasizing his original intent of hunting. Moreover, having just escaped the clutches of the red spider web, he sought revenge on the monster. Undeterred, Yu walked towards the source of the noise in the bushes, activating flames on his arms. A red spider emerged, prompting panic in Tannen. Despite her concerns, Yu reminded her not to interfere and stay out of his way during the fight. Tannen, a level 5 doctor, offered to stay and help treat Yu's wounds, but he paid little attention, focused on his mission. Activating a massive flame to surround the spider monster's body, Yu approached it with calm determination. He expressed his intention to unleash his anger, fueled by the harm inflicted upon his family by the spider monster. Yu swiftly drew his flame sword as the spider monster sensed danger and launched a brutal attack. Yu skillfully leaped high, evading the spider monster's onslaught. He even took a moment to mock the red spider monster's abilities, finding them inferior to the ghost-eyed demon spider he had conquered previously. Unlike the latter, the red spider monster couldn't speak, but Yu, indifferent to such details, preferred not to hear his victims plead for mercy. With a single, powerful swipe of his sword, Yu cleaved the spider monster's body, and it promptly succumbed to the flames, perishing on the spot. The force of Yu's attack was so intense that it scorched part of the surrounding forest. Tannen stood in awe, utterly surprised that Yu could defeat a level 8 elite monster with a single strike. This unexpected victory deepened Tantan's suspicion that Wu Yu might be concealing his true level. The system promptly appeared, notifying Wu Yu of successfully killing a level 8 elite monster, earning him 1,000 points. As a bonus, he received an extra prize of 5,000 experience points. Even Tantan, who merely participated, gained 500 points. Delighted with the unexpected rewards, Tantan and Ru found themselves in high spirits. Tantan, curious about Wu Yu's level, stuck close to him, bombarding him with questions. Excitedly, Tantan claimed that she had suspected from the beginning that Yu was a skilled player unable to level up. Clinging to him and referring to him as the Great God, Tantan attempted to coax him into revealing his secret. She playfully threatened to make herself disappear if he didn't comply. Unfazed, Yu maintained his silence, urging Tantan to let go or face consequences. Wu Yu candidly admitted that he was starting to regret saving Tantan, emphasizing his greater concern for points and achievements than interpersonal dynamics. Wu Yu calculated the 1,000 points gained from the dungeon, adding them to the 5,000 experience points from the King System account. He found this progress exciting, believing it would expedite his leveling. Yu, having picked up the items dropped by the spider monster, remarked to Tantan that the girl had earned her points. However, the items dropped did not belong to Tantan, and Wu Yu expressed his intention to claim them all. Tantan, when asked, didn't mind as long as he was willing to take her to the top. As Wu Yu surveyed the items, he noticed a mysterious claw and decided to pick it up. The system explained that it was the damaged poisonous glands and tissue from the spider monster, making Wu Yu eligible for the battle item as a reward. Viewing it as good luck, Wu Yu noted that while no equipment dropped, items like spider fangs were in high demand on the black market and could be sold quickly. Suddenly, the system notified an upgrade, randomly elevating the effects of the item. It could now cause bleeding, provide poison, and weaken the enemy. This revelation surprised Yu, as it was the first time he realized dropped items could be upgraded. This brought to mind the ring dropped by the ghostly demon spider before. Examining the ring in his inventory, Yu wondered if it was a legendary item. The system clarified that the ring was a lucky ring, capable of triggering effects by randomly increasing the level of the obtained item. Yu was pleased to have such a useful item to enhance future acquisitions. He decided to use the ring to equip his item. Advising Tantan to proceed alone and not just seek opportunities, Wu Yu emphatically stated that he didn't want to be seduced. Tantan assured him that she wasn't trying to seduce him, she was merely scared, feeling safe only when near Yu. Tantan affectionately referred to Yu as the Great God, suspecting that he was disguising himself in front of all the students to make them think he was trash, considering it an impressive disguise. She persisted in her curiosity about Wu Yu's true level. Wu Yu firmly withdrew his arm, signaling to Tantan not to inquire further. He insisted that Yu had his reasons and plans for what he did. If Tantan still intended to follow, she needed to remain silent and keep Yu's abilities a secret from everyone. Yu even went as far as to threaten Tantan if she were to reveal the secret. However, their conversation was abruptly interrupted as several men suddenly appeared. To their surprise, Tantan was still alive, having survived the encounter with the red spider monster. The sight of the four men angered Tantan. She scolded Li Hong and the rest of his team. Tantan questioned how they dared to return after what they had done to her. Li Hong nonchalantly responded that Tantan had already been kicked out of their team. They had grown annoyed with her incessant talk of love and magic, and if it weren't for her being Li Hong's classmate, they wouldn't have included her in their team. Pointing at Li Yang's face with a mix of anger and frustration, Tantan refuted Li Hong's claim. She accused Li Hong of not merely kicking her out but using her as bait to distract the red spider monster while he and the rest of the team fled. In her eyes, Li Hong had no right to mock other people's dreams. One of Li Yang's team members finally realized that the red spider monster had been defeated and was now on fire. The revelation shocked them, especially considering that Li Hong and his team had returned to attack the monster together. Curious, Li Hong inquired if Tantan had defeated the monster. Tantan proudly confirmed this, going as far as to claim that she had joined forces with the Great God Yu to achieve victory. In her opinion, Li Hong was a despicable criminal who couldn't even wield martial arts, making him incomparable to Yu. Li Hong and his team burst into laughter at the revelation that the Great God, according to Tantan, turned out to be Yu. They mocked the duo, asserting that the two lovebirds were a perfect match, one being trash and the other known for their perceived stupidity at school. The four youths found immense satisfaction in laughing at Yu and Tantan. Tantan, however, became furious witnessing Yu being mocked. Li Hong and his team, despite losing 1,000 points for defeating the red spider monster, believed that it was Tantan who had killed the monster, not Wu Yu. In light of this, Li Hong and his colleagues extended an invitation to Tantan to rejoin their team, seeing them as valuable assets in the future. Tantan firmly rejected the offer, no longer willing to believe in Li Hong and the others' nonsense. Li Hong casually mentioned that they only needed Tantan to lie low, and they would secure victories against monsters. Their request was for Tantan to resume their roles as bait, considering it the greatest contribution the girl could make. Li Hong also warned that if Tantan followed Wu Yu, they would meet their demise. In response, Tantan grew angry and pleaded with Li Hong and the others not to insult the great god again. Suddenly, a booming voice echoed, startling Tantan. In fear, Tantan immediately hugged you, seeking an explanation for the mysterious voice. Li Hong and the others, too, turned towards the source of the sound. Li Hong explained that it was the roar of the Tyrannosaurus demon, an elite monster with 5,000 points. Excitement filled Li Hong and his team at the prospect of finding such a lucrative monster. They quickly decided to hunt for this monster, considering it more profitable than the red spider. Wu Yu, however, intervened, warning those who wished to confront the Tyrannosaurus demon that it would be akin to courting death. He advised against leaving, as their current strength would only render them as food for the monster. Despite Wu Yu's warning, Li Hong was eager to know what he meant. Yu continued, emphasizing that with Li Hong's current strength, he would merely become prey for the monster. Wu Yu discouraged them from leaving, cautioning that doing so would mean offering their heads to the monster. Li Hong, angered by these words, was ready to confront Yu. However, his colleagues restrained him, reminding Li Hong not to be influenced by someone they deemed as insignificant as Yu. They urged him not to lose focus on the bigger prey awaiting them. Li Hong reluctantly chose to leave, but not without issuing a threat to Yu, vowing not to forget what he had said. Tantan voiced her opinion, shouting that Yu was too good for Li Hong and the others, warning them not to come back crying for help from Yu later on. After Li Hong and his team left, Tantan suggested to Yu that they should explore the area and collect points from smaller monsters. Yu agreed to follow the girl's suggestion. However, the current map they were on was vast, and the monsters were scattered, with relatively low point values. Collecting points solely from small monsters wouldn't be sufficient for Tantan and Yu. Tantan expressed her curiosity about Yu's plans under these conditions. Yu revealed that they would follow Li Hong and the others, waiting for the right moment to seize opportunities elsewhere. A Tyrannosaurus demon was preying on monsters smaller than itself in the vicinity. Li Hong and his team, having arrived, witnessed the ongoing battle. The monster had lost 15% of its blood, presenting an advantage for Li Hong and his group. However, some team members started feeling scared as they sensed the overwhelming aura of the Tyrannosaurus demon. Yu contemplated suggesting surrender to Li Hong, considering the formidable opponent they were facing. Li Hong, however, staunchly refused to entertain the idea. Despite being a level 8 elite, the Tyrannosaurus demon was the only rare elite in the dungeon, potentially holding many unknown treasures. Li Hong, determined, reassured his team not to worry, claiming that with him on the team, there was nothing to fear. He rallied everyone, expressing his commitment to work together to defeat the demon and secure a spot in the top 10. In Li Hong's heart, though, there were other plans. He aimed to find Yu and settle their affairs. Additionally, he harbored hope that Tantan would take the initiative to congratulate him with a hug after their victory. In his imagination, Li Hong envisioned the moment when Tantan embraced him, and Yu apologized for any past misunderstandings. Despite nothing having happened yet, Li Hong felt a surge of happiness and excitement at the prospect of things going his way. Li Hong dashed towards the demon, issuing the command to attack with no mercy. As they charged, someone in the group suddenly recalled that Tyrannosaurus demons should be black and green, yet the one before them was red and black. Confused, Li Hong didn't understand what his colleague meant. The suspicion arose that the demon might be angry due to a previous battle with another monster. Annoyed at the tardy revelation, Li Hong's group realized the demon was aware of their presence and decided to retreat. However, the demon struck first with its colossal tail, causing devastation. They urgently sought help, but a burst of flames from the demon incinerated 2 members of Li Hong's team. Witnessing the cruel demon before him, Li Hong felt a shock, but he remained unafraid. Despite the demon's attention on him, Li Hong maintained optimism, relying on his speed and agility to escape or confront the monster later. He harbored a plan to redirect the demon's hatred toward others. Li Hong thought of Yu, imagining him close by during the confrontation. In Li Hong's mind, he envisioned Yu and Tantan walking leisurely while he exerted himself in a sprint. As he caught his breath, Tantan, upon seeing Li Hong, grew suspicious. To them, Li Hong seemed like a cunning wolf always ready to flee. Tantan immediately suspected another sinister plan Li Hong might be orchestrating. Li Hong, however, assured them that he did not return empty-handed. Confused, Yu believed Li Hong had swiftly defeated the monster and approached to collect easy points. In his mind, Yu thought Li Hong's rapid movements indicated a direct attack. However, he became puzzled as Li Yang's friends were nowhere in sight. Li Hong continued to dash past the 2 of them without stopping, promising to explain everything later. He nudged Tantan's bodies, urging them to observe the gifts he had prepared. Though Tantan were perplexed by Li Hong's words, a sudden groan interrupted the moment. The Tyrannosaurus demon had arrived, and reflexively, Tantan launched an attack. Wu Yu felt a surge of anger at Tantan for attacking the demon, even though it showed no hostility towards them. Tantan, however, had no intention of initiating the confrontation. Now in a state of fear, Wu sprinted towards Yu, seeking his assistance. Observing the situation, Li Hong couldn't help but laugh at the apparent ineptitude displayed by Tantan, both of whom had never entered a dungeon before. For Li Hong, their performance was far from impressive, and he found amusement in their apparent incompetence. Li Hong was also curious to see how you would handle such a situation. To him, having both a trash and an idiot on the same team was an intriguing combination. Li Hong took the opportunity to mock and taunt you, insinuating that he should be grateful for the gifts Li Hong had provided. Eventually, Li Hong made the decision to leave, leaving you to face the Tyrannosaurus demon alone. He nonchalantly mentioned returning to collect you's lifeless body after the demon had done its job. As Li Hong's laughter gradually faded away, you could sense the diminishing presence of his adversary. In that moment, Wu seized the opportunity to act, determined not to let Li Hong escape easily. A surprised voice echoed as Wu expressed his disdain for Tant An, dismissing the girl's existence as completely worthless. However, in Wu Yu's eyes, Li Hong was even more dispensable. Li Hong found himself taken aback by Yu's ability to pinpoint his location, despite using a technique to render himself invisible. Yu nonchalantly remarked that Li Hong's strength was considerably low, emphasizing that being invisible didn't make him entirely undetectable. Yu asserted that Li Hong's presence was still visible through the body heat he emitted. Li Hong, surprised that you could sense someone's presence through body heat, pleaded with you to release Li Yang's grip on his neck. Li Hong, eager to remind you of their family connection, emphasized that he was Yu's uncle's son. Li Hong implored you to release him quickly, citing the escalating violence of the Tyrannosaurus demon, which posed a threat to all of them. You dismissed Li Hong's plea and promptly displayed his formidable power, catching everyone, including Hong, off guard. Hong, astonished by Yu's unexpected strength, couldn't fathom how someone like you could enhance his power to such a degree. Recognizing Yu's strength, Li Hong saw an opportunity. He immediately proposed that you join forces with him to defeat the rampaging Tyrannosaurus demon, admitting that he needed points and equipment. However, Wu Yu, deeming Li Hong shameless, flatly rejected the offer. Wu Yu, however, hinted that he might reconsider if Tant An, who was present, agreed to it. Hong, anxious and still frightened, pleaded with Tant An, highlighting their past connection as classmates and emphasizing that he had brought her into the dungeon. Recalling Yu's domineering attitude, which had impressed them earlier, Tant An was initially moved. Li Hong seized the opportunity to plead again, attempting to win Tant An over by praising her beauty and kindness. Despite Li Hong's efforts, Tant An had no interest in forgiving him and urged you to leave, leaving Li Hong behind. Li Hong persisted, realizing that using Tant An as bait was a mistake. He admitted his guilt, acknowledging that he shouldn't have tried to manipulate her. Begging for a chance, Li Hong's plea coincided with the growl of the Tyrannosaurus demon, signaling its increasing anger. Confused and worried about their next move, Tant An grappled with the realization that the demon's strength far surpassed theirs. In the midst of the challenging situation with the approaching Tyrannosaurus monster, Li Hong seized the opportunity to make a move against you. He had a determined plan to use a deadly move with the intention to kill you. Surprisingly, the knife is thwarted by a large sword concealed on Yu's back. Li Hong is left bewildered, having not noticed the sword until now. On the flip side, Yu is infuriated by Li Hong's opportunistic attack. In Yu's eyes, Li Hong appears to lack the ability to think critically, and now that Li Hong is determined to make you the target, he decides not to let Li Hong off easily. Yu retaliates by killing Li Hong with a sword, claiming all the prizes Li Hong had previously obtained. Yu gains personal and team points totaling 5,000 from Li Hong's spoils. Meanwhile, Li Hong's lost body in the dungeon is returned to his original form at the university. Despite Li Hong's anger and vows of retribution, Yu remains resolute. Wu Yu, too, reaps rewards in the form of a disappearing skill book and a poisonous dagger. The PvP mode victory allows you to seize items and enemy equipment for exchange. Surveying the loot, Yu concludes that Li Hong is indeed worthy of being considered a rich second generation. Being at level 5, Li Hong also possesses good equipment. Wu Yu examines the hiding skill book, which grants a disappearing skill lasting 30 seconds and renewable. Additionally, he acquires a poisonous dagger capable of delivering a fatal blow to humans, usable only once. Yu felt a surge of happiness, an unusual sensation for him as he managed to secure 2 items simultaneously. However, this joy was interrupted by a voice, Tantan's, cautioning him to be careful. The warning pertained to the approaching Tyrannosaurus demon, a signature creature of the Shadow Forest and the sole rare elite in that territory. As you observed the rapid movement of the demon, he recalled information he had read about it. The Tyrannosaurus demon possessed the fire attribute and exhibited an irritable and vicious character. Once it turned vicious, all its attributes multiplied, making it significantly more challenging to defeat. He reflected on the advice he had come across in books, suggesting that when faced with a fierce monster in the wild or a dungeon and unable to escape, cleaning oneself and sleeping on the ground could improve mobility. However, you had yet to encounter any significant issues with demon attacks. The dilemma lay in the fact that an enraged Tyrannosaurus demon would not drop any equipment or items upon defeat. This meant that players had to approach the situation with great care to avoid aggravating the demon further. Although you found this troublesome, he possessed the courage to stand his ground even in the face of a ferocious Tyrannosaurus demon. His first instinct was to discuss his plans with Tan-En. Yu instructed the duo to listen carefully to his plan and prepare to pacify the demon. Tan-En, understandably confused, questioned the meaning behind Yu's words. Yu, aware of a doctor's special skill to alleviate anger and violence, asked them to ready themselves to calm the demon. However, the skepticism arose because the levels of Tan-En and the demon were significantly different. The chances of success were dubious, especially considering the limited time and the fact that the special skill could only be used once. Despite acknowledging the potential failure of this approach, Yu insisted that Tan-En follow his orders. His plan hinged on their ability to lower the demon's HP to below 20%, ensuring a successful execution. Tan-En swiftly grasped Yu's plan, her amazement at his exceptional strength and combat abilities lingering in her heart. Yu's prowess rivaled members of a large professional team, leaving her duly impressed. Meanwhile, Yiwu continued his battle with the monstrous demon, fully aware that he could effortlessly defeat such a level 8 elite vicious beast. However, doing so without gaining any rewards would be a significant loss for him. Moreover, the Tyrannosaurus demon was renowned for its treasures, heightening Yiwu's anticipation. After successfully knocking down the monster, Yiwu promptly instructed Tan-En to use the special skill he had provided. Tan-En, with a combination of beauty and wisdom, brandished her wand, invoking the power of love and magic in the name of healing. Her intention was to cure the demon. Witnessing her actions and hearing her words, Yiwu couldn't help but feel a twinge of annoyance. The girl appeared to be showcasing her skills, much to his chagrin. Confusion surrounded the effects of Tan-En's special skill. Yiwu, slightly irritated, questioned whether she had used the correct skills. Tan-En, however, expressed doubt as she believed there was nothing wrong with the skill she employed. The anticipation of a potent healing effect hung in the air, but the outcome remained uncertain. To everyone's surprise, the Tyrannosaurus demon, once menacing and fierce, underwent a remarkable transformation. It shrank in size, now appearing small and adorable. This unexpected change in demeanor caught Tan-En off guard, and annoyance replaced her initial intention to cure the demon. Witnessing the creature's newfound cuteness, Yiwu also found himself annoyed but helpless to reverse the transformation. The turn of events brought an unexpected twist, with the ferocious demon becoming a miniature, lovable version of its former self. Tian, upon seeing it, became annoyed because the devil had become too cute. On the other hand, Yiwu was irritated but couldn't do anything about it. Tian was surprised to realize she could have such a calming effect on the Tyrannosaurus demon. However, Yiwu wanted to deliver the final blow to the demon to earn points and equipment. At that moment, Tian immediately hugged the devil, preventing Yiwu from taking any action. She pleaded with Yiwu not to kill such a cute demon, emphasizing that it was a rare elite that would be better kept as a pet. Yiwu considered the idea of making the demon a pet, suggesting that Tian would be responsible for the losses. He planned to kill Tian first, taking all the points, and then proceed to eliminate other rare elites. Yiwu saw it as a perfect strategy to achieve two goals at once. Tian, frightened by this perspective, quickly prioritized points and equipment over the demon. The demon looked at Yiwu innocently, but he remained unfazed. For him, survival rules dictated that the strong would survive, and the weak would be eliminated. Both humans and monsters aimed to develop into the strongest. Eventually, Yiwu succeeded in killing an elite monster, earning 5,000 points, while Tian gained 2,500 points. The girl, who was previously upset, quickly became delighted upon seeing her points. She expressed gratitude for this achievement. On the other hand, Yiwu could only be amazed at Tian's drastic change in attitude. Yiwu refocused on his achievements, receiving 50,000 XP points as a reward. Yiwu was very happy as the number was significantly greater than the previous level 15 demonite ghost spiders. This seemed to be influenced by the dungeon mode. Yiwu logged into the account room system to explore where else XP points could be allocated. Yiwu wanted to maximize the use of his XP value, knowing it had many advantages. He could increase the relationship level of the Qian Emperor account to level 20 and unlock more accounts. Additionally, he could choose to unlock other assistant skills from the Qian Emperor, enhancing the completeness of his account. Yiwu pondered whether he could open the next account at level 20. Emperor Qian, being too strong, was unaware of the surprises the account might bring him. However, he knew that opening an account carelessly was not advisable. XP points needed to be used wisely to enhance the depth of the Qian Emperor's account. Despite the powerful attacks at his disposal, Yiwu could still encounter formidable enemies. Special skills and a combination of tactics could come in handy. Deciding to open the special panel at relationship level 12, Yiwu could unlock special skills. These included camouflage, which simulated the breath of a creature one level higher for 2 minutes, crazy speed, releasing fire to burn and increasing speed by 50% for 1 minute, and True Eyes, exploring all creatures within a certain distance. While special skills were expensive, Yiwu was particularly interested in True Eyes that allowed him to see monsters all over the map, including the final boss hidden in the Shadow Forest. He chose to buy this skill, investing 70,000 XP points. Previously, Yiwu almost gave up on finding the boss of the Shadow Dryad, a secret yet to be revealed. Now, armed with the new skill from the Tyrannosaurus demon, he was determined to hunt down the elusive boss. During this time, Tian called him to show him something remarkable. Initially confused, Yiwu thought it was just Tian's carelessness. However, upon closer inspection, Tian pointed out an egg. Yiwu realized that the egg, rumored to have a very low explosion rate, was an ordinary egg with a strange flower pattern on its surface. Eggs could be incubated with XP or used to make fried rice. While Yiwu didn't expect the egg to be made into fried rice, the rare item had the potential to be hatched into a battle pet or mount with terrifying resistance and attack capabilities. Envisioning Yiwu riding the Tyrannosaurus demon mightily and dominantly, Tian's heart beat faster. Yiwu decided to keep the egg, and Tian praised him, expressing sincere gratitude. However, Yiwu seemed to misunderstand Tian, thinking she wanted the egg for herself. Despite his refusal, Tian was truly appreciative of Yiwu's gesture. Tian had no interest in eggs. Meanwhile, in the university waiting room outside the dungeon, someone kept a close watch on Yiwu. Her guess was correct. Yiwu appeared to be a special individual, especially considering his performance against the Tyrannosaurus demon. He didn't seem like someone with a surface level of 3. She decided to ask the guards to summon and bring the head of the university to meet Yiwu. Miss Mo, noticing this, acknowledged that the newly developed copy system by Lao Lin was easy to use but only effective for monitoring low-level copies. She expressed hope that the system could be expanded to monitor higher-level dungeon progress, which would contribute to increasing their group ranking. Finally, the man she had been waiting for, Chief Yin, arrived. Miss Mo greeted him and inquired about the ranking points Yiwu had obtained from the dungeon. Chief Yin was naturally confused, as he knew Yiwu as a student without any improvement. Miss Mo, equally confused, thought that Yiwu might be disguising his true level and wanted to understand his true purpose. This piqued Chief Yin's curiosity about Yiwu. Suddenly, Chief Yin was surprised to see Yiwu ranked number 3 on the leaderboard. Miss Mo wanted him to announce the dungeon rankings and publish information about all the players' rankings. Chief Yin was shocked and suspected that Miss Mo aimed to increase the dungeon's difficulty. He worried about the potential civil war among students if rankings were made public. Miss Mo, casually dismissing the concern, stated that the real world was even crueler than a level 10 dungeon. As the representative of the Hanmo group, she wanted to ensure the selection of the best talents. Yiwu was not just an ordinary student. Chief Yin didn't anticipate Miss Mo's attention towards Yiwu and became curious about whether Yiwu was truly extraordinary. Miss Mo expressed her intention to monitor Yiwu's movements closely in the future. In the Shadow Forest dungeon, a man named Qi Yanfeng, the team captain, was defeated. He felt betrayed by the person who had previously joined the team only to kill others. In a despicable incident, Chenfeng, a team member, fell victim to the disdainful actions of the team captain, Luofeng. He, seemingly ignorant of any rules regarding teammates, found amusement in the situation. Chenfeng, though angered, felt powerless to retaliate. The unfortunate turn of events stemmed from Chenfeng's refusal to join Luofeng. The angered captain demanded Chenfeng's return to the dungeon and urged him to report to Chief Yin. In a cruel act, Luofeng not only stepped on Chenfeng but went as far as taking his life, gaining 2,000 points in the process. Zhang Yi, another individual, praised Luofeng for his leadership, seeing it to easily accumulate points. Despite some regret for the fight, Luofeng couldn't comprehend Chenfeng's perspective, dismissing him as mere trash, providing no pleasure other than points. Amidst this turmoil, a command system emerged, revealing ranking scores and player locations for all the university participants. Luofeng nonchalantly suggested that the university aim to intensify the competition due to perceived lack of fierceness. Little did Luofeng know that this was exactly what he desired, an opportunity to claim others' points. The revelation of the rankings brought further surprise as Yiwu occupied the 3rd position with 10,000 points. Luofeng, astonished at Yiwu's survival and impressive ranking, pondered whether Yiwu had clandestinely relied on points from others. Regardless, Luofeng saw an opportunity to seize Yiwu's points and planned to go after him. On a different front, Sutian team leader encountered a perilous situation, pursued by menacing individuals resembling demons. Suddenly, an explosion disrupted the chase, causing Su Tian to fall. Reflecting on past encounters with Yiwu, Su Tian now found himself alone and vulnerable. Despite Yiwu's previous reputation for strength, Zhang couldn't escape the chaotic scene of fire-engulfed streets. Yiwu calmly asserted that he didn't resort to cannibalism, emphasizing that Su Tian was the one seeking to claim his points. Facing an emotional clash, Su Tian, annoyed and ignited with determination, grappled with the realization that Yiwu had eliminated his entire team before and was not ready to succumb easily. Su Tian initiated the attack on Yiwu, and Yiwu felt the pressure immediately. It seemed like Su Tian was pushing him to act aggressively. For someone like Zhang, it didn't matter whether Yiwu was a prophet or a devil, all that mattered was gaining points. Yiwu retaliated, successfully defeating Su Tian and reminding him to bring more troops next time if he wanted to stand a chance. This victory earned Yiwu 6,500 points, and he also acquired the primary recovery agent from Su Tian's defeated copy body. Tian praised Yiwu, acknowledging him as worthy of the title of Great God. Previously, Su Tian and his team had launched 4 attacks, all ending in defeat at Yiwu's hands. However, Yiwu couldn't help but regret that this attack didn't bring anything interesting besides points. Contemplating the university's disclosure of ranking and location information, orchestrated by Miss Mo to intensify the competition, Yiwu found it to be good entertainment. After defeating all of Su Tian's team members, Yiwu automatically claimed first place with 22,500 points. Tian was ecstatic, envisioning Yiwu's success and the potential rewards. However, Yiwu cautioned them not to get too excited, emphasizing the need to stay focused to avoid becoming careless. In the midst of Yiwu's success, the system indicated that 3 teams remained, including Luo and Zhang's team. Tian observed that these teams were following them without taking any action. Yiwu, aware of Luo Feng's careful nature, speculated that Luo Feng was calculating and observing from a distance, waiting for the right moment to strike unexpectedly and seize points. Yiwu explained to Tian that Luo Feng's determination might stem from something between him and Yiwu's sister, but he urged them to concentrate on the task at hand. As they navigated the dungeon, Tian expressed uncertainty about finding the final boss, the Shadow Tree Fairy, integrated into the forest. The university had chosen the Shadow Forest for the competition, raising doubts about the final outcome. Despite the challenges and uncertainties, Yiwu remained focused on the system's updates, aware that only 3 teams remained in the competition. The shadowy nature of the forest and the hidden final boss added an element of mystery to the ongoing contest. The dynamics between the remaining teams, including the cautious Luo Feng, added an extra layer of intrigue to the unfolding events in the dungeon. Therefore, she proposed to Yiwu the idea of using PvP to determine the winner. Yiwu was surprised by the conclusion Tian came up with. Tian felt annoyed, believing that Yiwu underestimated her intelligence because of her beauty. Yiwu confirmed that the dungeon competition was indeed a test to assess their PvP abilities. However, he had no intention of giving up on finding the dungeon boss. By defeating the Shadow Tree Fairy boss, they could obtain valuable items and XP points. So, Yiwu decided to use his realized skills to navigate the Shadow Forest. Yiwu was satisfied with these abilities, even though they had cost him 70,000 XP points. With his realize, he easily located the hidden final boss, both in the real world and the dungeon. This allowed him to unleash full power attacks combined with skills, creating a potent combination. Using the flames he released earlier as a navigator, Yiwu showed the whereabouts of the dungeon boss. Pleased with his abilities, he immediately informed Tian of the discovery, urging her to hurry to avoid others getting ahead. Despite Yiwu's request for discretion, other teams not far away overheard his words. They were skeptical, thinking Yiwu might be trying to mislead and trap them. Luo Feng, observing Yiwu's unusual behavior, found it strange since Yiwu had been perceived as a weak man who often needed help. Another team member suggested that Yiwu had high-handedly defeated 4 people in a team, leaving them defenseless. This raised doubts about Yiwu's sudden transformation. The team decided to chase Yiwu, determined to kill him and the final boss of the dungeon. However, while in pursuit, Yiwu's position suddenly disappeared from the system. This turn of events shocked and confused everyone, questioning how a person could just vanish. The unexpected disappearance added a layer of mystery to the unfolding competition, leaving the pursuing teams uncertain about the true nature of Yiwu's actions and the dungeon's final boss. Luo Feng suspected that Yiwu had acquired a new skill, prompting other team members to inquire about the team captain's next steps. Tian, however, remained standing, catching Luo Feng's attention. He instructed the team to surround and capture Tian Tian, expressing suspicion about her attitude. Tian Tian, realizing the situation, began to feel scared. She was tasked by Yiwu to act as bait, but now that Yiwu had disappeared, doubts crept in. Despite knowing that Yiwu had asked her to lure Luo Feng and others out, she doubted whether they would fall for it. To her surprise, Luo Feng easily took the bait and appeared, demanding to know Yiwu's whereabouts. Tian Tian, under pressure, claimed ignorance and insisted she got lost and couldn't find Yiwu on the map. Luo Feng, feeling deceived, threatened to kill her. Despite her pleas and admissions of not knowing Yiwu's location, Luo Feng remained angered. Tian Tian, in her worry, begged Yiwu to reveal himself, as she struggled to restrain Luo Feng and his team. Suddenly, the ground started shaking, initially thought to be an earthquake. However, a massive footstep shook Luo Feng's group, revealing the figure of the final boss of the Shadow Dryad dungeon. The unexpected discovery left them all surprised, realizing they were in the dungeon boss's nest, never found before. Confused about overcoming the boss monster, Luo Feng suggested attacking the level 10 boss since there were 10 of them in total. He proposed forming a line and blocking the boss's attack. In his mind, Luo Feng questioned whether this was Yiwu's true intention in luring them there, but he brushed it aside, focusing more on the potential rewards for defeating the Shadow Dryad. Luo Feng initiated his plan, opting for a simple strategic method against the boss by targeting its weaknesses. The team faced the challenge of confronting the boss unexpectedly, shifting their focus from PvP points to strategist against the powerful adversary. The unfolding events in the dungeon added a new layer of complexity, leaving both Yiwu's team and Luo Feng's team with uncertainties about the outcome and the impending battle with the formidable boss. Luo Feng swiftly initiated an attack on the boss monster, and his colleagues joined in, contributing to the assault from a safe distance. They aimed to deal continuous damage to the monster's body. Watching this unfold, Tian Tian couldn't help but be amazed at the professional teamwork displayed. It was a stark contrast to the temporary team formation they had before. Luo Feng, known for his arrogance, was now all business, proving his abilities. The monster began to lose its HP gradually. Tian Tian grew increasingly worried. She feared that if Yiwu didn't appear soon, Luo Feng and the others might succeed in defeating the boss monster. On the other hand, Luo Feng appeared confident, believing that they could defeat the monster as long as they continued their coordinated attacks with courage. With the combined efforts of multiple teams and Luo Feng's command, a level 10 boss should have been easy for them. However, the situation took an unexpected turn as the boss monster switched to using fear mode, rendering it invulnerable. This meant that all types of attacks would no longer work on the boss. Luo Feng announced to everyone that the boss monster had entered Stage 2. Panic ensued among the teams as they faced an unfamiliar situation, lacking experience against a Stage 2 Shadow Dryad boss. The trees around them began to move, transforming into a massive army of monsters. The boss monster activated smaller monsters, overturning the initial advantage in numbers. The monsters now ranged from level 7 and below. Amid the chaos, the teams chose to flee, leaving Luo Feng behind, who insisted on moving forward and maintaining formation. Despite his pleas, everyone opted to run away, further fueling Luo Feng's anger. In a critical moment, a monster captured Wan Tian Tian's body, lifting her upside down. She screamed for Yiwu's help, and at that instant, Yiwu appeared, attacking the monster's body. Tian Tian grip loosened, and she was sent flying into the air. Yiwu quickly caught her, stating that her task was completed. He instructed her to watch and run away if the situation turned dire. Tian Tian, though initially scared, was elated to have been able to assist Yiwu. She admitted her fear but expressed gratitude for being able to carry out Yiwu's orders. The unfolding events in the dungeon brought a mix of tension, surprise, and relief as the teams faced the challenges presented by the boss monster's unexpected behavior. The dynamics continued to shift, keeping both Yiwu's team and Luo Feng's team on their toes. The man showed no concern for the situation. He even apologized for using Tian Tian as bait, promising to provide relief to the girl later. On the contrary, Luo Feng was irritated to see Yiwu, Tian Tian engaged in conversation. Luo Feng felt anger rising within him as he realized that Yiwu was intentionally leading them toward the boss monster's location, waiting for the right moment to exploit the situation. Expressing his frustration, Luo Feng accused Yiwu of despicable actions, alleging that Yiwu deliberately manipulated the situation. In response, Yiwu defended himself, asserting that he had no intention of taking advantage of Luo Feng. According to Yiwu, he was prepared to face the boss monster himself. Despite their differences, Yiwu acknowledged Luo Feng's fighting abilities, praising his mature command and mental skills. Luo Feng, however, was growing increasingly annoyed, finding Yiwu's teasing inappropriate given the seriousness of their circumstances. Aware of Yiwu's capabilities, Luo Feng proposed collaboration, instructing Yiwu to act as bait. Unwilling to comply, Yiwu resisted Luo Feng's orders. Luo Feng's confidence irked Zhang Yi, leading him to threaten Yiwu. In a surprising turn of events, Yiwu casually killed Zhang Yi, earning 8,500 points as a reward. Witnessing the act, Luo Feng couldn't believe that Yiwu, his former lackey, would eliminate his troops at such a critical moment. To Yiwu, Luo Feng and the others were merely points to be exploited. Angered by the situation, Luo Feng attempted to attack Yiwu. In response, Yiwu advised Luo Feng against hasty decisions, emphasizing that getting angry without strength could lead to death on the battlefield. Ignoring Yiwu's advice, Luo Feng attempted to retaliate, but Yiwu effortlessly defeated him, making him fall on his back. Growing angrier, Luo Feng insisted that he didn't need Yiwu's guidance and warned against arrogance, claiming that Yiwu couldn't defeat the boss monster alone. Yiwu disagreed, planning to leave 1% of Luo Feng's HP to demonstrate how to secure all the points and withdraw from the battle successfully. As the battle unfolded, Yiwu showcased his skills, attacking both monsters and Luo Feng's remaining troops. Shocked, their points were taken away, forcing them to concede defeat. Some sought help from Luo Feng, but he was powerless. The boss monster's scattered power was absorbed again, and its body evolved to become smaller than the size of a human body. The group was taken aback as they suspected the boss monster had reached its third and final evolutionary form. This heightened their concerns. Tian observed that the Shadow Dryad had indeed reached its final form, and despite being smaller, it had become stronger. She hoped Yiwu would be cautious, especially since the monster had gained significant speed. The creature's rapid movements made it challenging for Yiwu to keep up. Its increased speed and strength, despite its smaller size, posed a formidable challenge. Tian noted that ordinary players without a strategy would struggle against such a powerful opponent. Luo Feng, watching from a distance, chuckled in satisfaction. He advised the man to set aside his ego, claiming he could defeat the boss monster alone. Luo Feng expressed confidence that with the boss, it would be easy to crush Yiwu. He believed Yiwu would be reduced to dust. Yiwu, however, nonchalantly stated that he had no issue with the challenge. He asserted that there were numerous ways to defeat a level 10 boss monster, emphasizing that the main attack wasn't overly complicated. He just needed to increase the firepower. In a surprising turn of events, Yiwu successfully killed the boss monster, earning 10,000 points as a reward and an additional 10,000 points for being the first killer in the system. With this achievement, the Shadow Forest dungeon was completed, and only 3 players survived. The portal opened, allowing Yiwu, Tian, and Luo Feng to leave. Luo Feng, witnessing Yiwu's swift victory, was astonished and confused, unable to believe that the Yiwu he knew could achieve such a feat. Yiwu calmly stated that strength was the key to defeating such monsters. With his mission accomplished, it was now Luo Feng's turn. Luo Feng, initially scared, changed his demeanor, acknowledging Yiwu's strength and pledging not to look down on him. He proposed a newfound brotherhood, suggesting they forget the past. However, Yiwu remained skeptical, doubting Luo Feng's sincerity and qualifications to be a brother. Luo Feng's frustration grew as he felt mocked by Yiwu's expressions. Suddenly, Luo Feng vanished, revealing he had been a puppet card all along. The real Luo Feng stood at the door, bidding farewell to the group. He mocked the man for having strength but lacking dueling experience. Tian, concerned that the man might escape, watched the unfolding events. Meanwhile, Luo Feng adamantly declared that he wouldn't easily surrender his points to the other guy. Yiwu chimed in, emphasizing that experience wasn't as significant as the comparison of strength between the 2 players. Yiwu launched a long-distance attack on Luo Feng, who, upon being hit, could only curse before ultimately being defeated by Yiwu. As a result, Yiwu not only claimed all of Luo Feng's points but also acquired an active card item that allowed him to copy himself into a manipulable doll. With Luo Feng out of the picture, the remaining players in the dungeon were reduced to 2. Yiwu, boasting a score of 62,000 points, and Tian, who held 21,000 points. Tian expressed her joy at accumulating such a substantial number of points, considering the rarity of such an achievement. Yiwu announced his intention to disband the team upon leaving the dungeon to claim the 500,000 point reward for himself. Tian, content with her earnings, didn't protest. She thanked Yiwu for bringing her along and navigating through the challenges to reach the end. Observing Tian response, Yiwu felt a sense of happiness, perceiving that the girl wasn't driven by greed. Despite her cute demeanor, Tian maintained a positive mentality throughout the dungeon experience. Following the completion of the dungeon, Yiwu received 50,000 XP points, 20,000 money, 20 trunk properties of the Shadow Dryad, 10 skins from the Shadow Dryad, and a magic crystal level 10. Additionally, he obtained the gem enthroned by the Heart of Nature, featuring a function that increased the healing effect of weapons by 30% and the ability to present baby trees for additional passive healing. The gem, a rare find, brought happiness to Yiwu, who recognized its potential value in the market. Despite its rarity and description, Yiwu decided to hand the gem to Tian. The girl, overwhelmed by the unexpected gift, couldn't believe she now possessed such a valuable item. While Tian was relishing the moment, Yiwu interrupted her fantasies, reminding her of the promised prize and urging her to stop the ridiculous thoughts. As they were about to disband the team, an abnormal situation occurred in the dungeon. They received a prompt to immediately leave the place within a maximum of 20 seconds, introducing an unexpected turn of events. Tian was left in the dark about what was happening, while Yiwu sensed that something was unfolding in their real world. Yiwu, Tian hurriedly headed towards the exit, urging Tian to run faster to avoid being trapped. In the rush, Tian stumbled and fell. Concerned, Yiwu inquired about the girl's condition, and she revealed that her foot seemed to be sprained. Panic set in for Yiwu as Tian had sprained her ankle at a critical moment. Tian immediately apologized for slowing them down, feeling remorseful for dragging Yiwu into such a challenging dungeon. Tian, recognizing her novice status, suggested that Yiwu should leave her behind and continue without her. However, Yiwu refused to abandon a team member, emphasizing that attempting something beyond one's capability was akin to waiting for death. While Yiwu acknowledged that Tian excelled at enticing and troubling others, he wouldn't forsake his teammates. Yiwu proposed that Tian leave on her own, throwing herself towards the exit gate. Tian was surprised by Yiwu's decision, unable to comprehend why he would sacrifice himself. Despite Yiwu's assurance that he wouldn't abandon his teammates, Tian continued to cry until the dungeon portal closed. In the dungeon, Yiwu was unharmed as he was merely a puppet, marveling at Tian's exaggerated reaction for a doll. He believed that Tian overstated his sacrifice, explaining that he threw the girl into the dungeon gate to prevent any trouble she might encounter. Yiwu had used the help of a city town scroll, enabling someone to return to the binding location in copy form at any time, but it was forbidden in PvP situations. Yiwu finally reaching the student rest area of the university, he was surprised to see the destroyed dungeon exit. Concerned about the teachers and other students, he initially thought an earthquake had occurred. However, recalling the dungeon gate's strength, he dismissed that notion and concluded that something unusual was happening at the university. Amidst his attempts to unravel the situation, Yiwu heard Tian crying alone. She expressed relief at seeing Yiwu alive, believing he might have been swallowed by the dungeon forever. Yiwu, present and unharmed, questioned Tian's remark about his stupidity, emphasizing that it wasn't the time for such considerations. Tian was grateful that Yiwu had survived, overcoming her fears of losing him in the dungeon. Yiwu comforted the girl, urging her not to cry. He assured her that everything was fine. Additionally, he utilized the city scroll after the gate closed. Tian, overwhelmed with relief, hugged Yiwu tightly while continuing to shed tears. On the other hand, Yiwu felt a bit puzzled. To him, it was common knowledge that anyone entering the dungeon could use the city scroll to return. However, Tian, feeling embarrassed by her emotional outburst, distanced herself from Yiwu. This left him confused, especially considering Tian's relaxed demeanor in the dungeon but shyness in real life. Soon after, several men in uniform appeared, surprising Yiwu and Tian in the hallway. Despite having locked all the students in the gym, the men attempted to apprehend them. The men's bodies bore marks that Tian recognized as belonging to the Black Tiger mercenary group. Yiwu inquired if they were the same group that had caused trouble in the safe zone 5 years ago, resulting in exile as punishment. Sensing that something was amiss, Yiwu wondered why the mercenary group, known for seeking profit, would come to the university where they couldn't gain any benefits. Realizing a connection to the MO group, Yiwu surmised that the mercenaries' presence was linked to them. The men from the mercenary group noticed Tian and, tempted by her beauty, planned to harm her. Terrified, Tian sought refuge behind Yiwu, who assured her not to worry. Infuriated, the mercenaries intended to cut off Yiwu's legs to torment him while they had their way with Tian. To their surprise, Yiwu effortlessly dispatched the criminals, leaving one man bewildered. Despite Yiwu being only at level 3, he managed to defeat level 15 adversaries within seconds. Yiwu nonchalantly mentioned that he had heard such threats too many times to be bothered. However, his curiosity grew regarding why exiles like the mercenaries forcefully entered the safe zone. The remaining mercenary, fearing for his life, pleaded not to be killed. He offered anything, including money and gems, to spare his life. Yiwu, unsatisfied with the initial explanation, used his sword to slowly injure the criminal, extracting more information. The man admitted they were hired by the Manhwa group to kill Miss Mo. Not only were they allowed into the safe zone, but the group also provided an extremely rare item to the team captain, limiting the movements of Miss Mo's personal bodyguards. Yiwu, now armed with this crucial information, pondered the implications of these sinister machinations. Now understanding the situation, Yiwu had heard numerous rumors about the Manhwa group and the Manhwa group, perpetually entangled in a dispute between life and death. This time, the Manhwa group openly followed Miss Mo, leading Yiwu to deduce something about the Manhwa group's involvement. Satisfied that he had provided sufficient information, the villain felt grateful, thinking Yiwu would forgive him. To restore his blood loss due to a previous wound, he promptly consumed a bottle of blood given by Yiwu. Meanwhile, Yiwu emerged from the building, observing the entire university covered with barriers, preventing him from leaving to meet the Manhwa group. Despite his initial plan to exchange information for rewards and money, the remaining criminals experienced negative effects after consuming the blood provided by Yiwu. Realizing that Yiwu had deceived him, the criminal confronted Yiwu, who casually stated that forgiveness was never promised. Yiwu also deducted points for the criminal's death. Engaging with Tian, Yiwu informed her that the university was blocked, advising her to find a safe hiding place. He emphasized the need for caution to avoid capture. While Tian understood, she sought to know Yiwu's plan, considering the Black Tiger mercenary group surrounding the university. Yiwu asserted that he was the only one with a chance to save everyone, despite the inherent danger. He reiterated the importance of Tian hiding safely without making mistakes, as errors in real life could cost lives. Tian, grasping the gravity of the situation, decided to hide in a secret location to ensure her safety. She felt a sense of concern from Yiwu, realizing that he took the matter seriously. Tian expressed her worry to Yiwu, who reassured her, stating that he already knew what he had to do. His primary goal was to ensure Miss Mo's safety and prevent her from dying. Although he couldn't handle it alone, he planned to seek help from others. On the other side, members of the Black Tiger mercenary group patrolled around. One of them questioned why they were bothering to patrol when they had already caught most of the students. Another man explained that the captain was concerned about students still in the dungeon and wanted to confirm the condition of the dungeon gate. The mercenaries remained vigilant, unaware of the imminent challenges they would face from Yiwu's determined efforts to protect those within the university. Another man in the group then mentioned that they had already damaged the existing dungeon gate, implying that there was nothing to fear. According to him, students who hadn't left the dungeon would perish inside, trapped with no escape. Convinced that their plan was foolproof, they decided to return to meet their captain. Yiwu observed the two men and realized the mercenary group had a considerable number of level 15 soldiers. The teachers, with levels ranging from 10 to 20, stood no chance against them. Determined to gather information, Yiwu used the real power of his eyes to scan the entire campus. His strategy was to extract details from the two previous criminals before seeking information from the captain. Following the path of the two men, Yiwu entered a room where one of them reported capturing all the students emerging from the dungeon door. They were all confined in the room, threatened by the group captain. The captain warned everyone not to move if they valued their lives. A captured teacher sought answers, requesting release for himself and his students. However, the captain ignored the plea and instead focused on the tied-up teacher, expressing irritation at the trouble caused in the safe zone. The captain, in a threatening tone, suggested that the female teacher should find a way to serve him as a condition for survival. The teacher, however, resisted, challenging the captain. The captain saw the women in the safe zone as tough but easily influenced, finding pleasure in the defiance of this teacher. Another member playfully requested their turn, and the captain promised satisfaction once he was done. While the troops celebrated their impending turns, Luofeng, also present, noticed the scared students who were tied up behind him. Although annoyed by their fear, Luofeng knew that if they dared to act recklessly, they could overpower the criminals in the room. At least releasing the teacher could serve as a signal of danger. As the captain began to undress the teacher, Luofeng couldn't tolerate the disrespect shown to someone he considered a role model. He pushed the captain away, demanding he stop mistreating the teacher. Deeply angered, Luo Feng stood firm, unwilling to allow the teacher to be treated lightly in his presence. The situation escalated, setting the stage for a potential confrontation between Luo Feng and the mercenary group. The captain was really impressed by Luo Feng's bravery. Even men at level 5 tried to act like heroes to save women. The captain sensed that Luo Feng had his own thoughts about the teacher, but in the end, his efforts would be in vain. At least, the captain understood that all men can appreciate beautiful women. He admired Luo Feng's courage and handed him a knife, recognizing the potential for ruthlessness in him. The captain tempted Luo Feng by suggesting that this era is the end of the world, warning him not to be blinded by the illusion of peace within the safe zone. He emphasized that people without power have no right to live. The captain ordered Luo Feng to kill the bound students. However, Luo Feng managed to survive and join a mercenary group. Shocked, everyone begged Luo Feng not to kill them. Luo Feng was untied by the captain, revealing his naughty side as the boss at the university who enjoyed abusing the PvP mode in the dungeon competition. Despite his anger and insults towards the mercenary group, Luo Feng refused to be a part of it and told them to go to hell. Luo Feng's knife attack was easily blocked by the captain, disappointing him. The captain prepared to attack Luo Feng, intending to cut off his hand and end his life. Luo Feng, scared, closed his eyes. Suddenly, a voice spoke, stating that they knew Luo Feng wouldn't be able to block the captain's movements. The captain collapsed and died instantly with poisonous red spider fangs on his back. Yiwu appeared and revealed that even though Luo Feng had often done evil things, he could act fairly like a man when faced with big problems. Yiwu's plan to follow the two mercenary group members proved correct as he found everyone and defeated the captain. Yiwu confirmed that they were okay, fortunate to use the advantage of the Qian Emperor's account for stealth mode plus attack items, causing a significant impact. He could defeat enemies much higher in level than him, although he would need to test his limits later. An opportunity to test them came with Yiwu's presence. Immediately, all members of the mercenary group attacked Yiwu, not expecting him to appear and kill their level 25 captain. They were sure Yiwu must have used cunning tactics and attempted to kill him. Yiwu instructed Luo Feng to lie down if he wanted to live, easily dispatching the remaining criminals and claiming the reward. The students couldn't believe their eyes when Yiwu succeeded in killing all the criminals. Luo Feng was annoyed because none of them dared to stand up and fight before. Despite Luo Feng's irritation, the praise continued, and the students were relieved, grateful that Yiwu's intervention saved their lives. Yiwu then commended Luo Feng, stating that in the real test of life and death, his performance was surprisingly good. Luo Feng had the qualifications to be Yiwu's brother, and he asked if Luo Feng wanted to join and become his little brother. Luo Feng enthusiastically agreed, calling Yiwu his brother and expressing a desire to become stronger, no matter the cost. Yiwu recognized the loyalty within Luo Feng, understanding that only those who have experienced life and death situations can truly comprehend it. Yiwu handed over the knife that belonged to the previous captain, mentioning that the XP value would be given to Luo Feng, and he should know what to do. The injured captain ridiculed them as smelly brats who dared to fight the Black Tiger mercenaries. He pleaded with Yiwu and Luo Feng to let him go, warning that all the students' families would die otherwise. Luo Feng, ready to kill the captain, expressed no doubts or regrets, knowing the mercenary group's dark past. Despite the captain's pleas, Luo Feng remained determined. After successfully killing the captain, Luo Feng was surprised to rise 5 levels and reach level 10. He thanked Yiwu for allowing him to join and promised loyalty. Witnessing this, other students flocked to join Yiwu's team, pledging to comply with Yiwu's requests. When asked if they were all reliable, Luo Feng insisted that only Yiwu could decide, asserting that the students didn't even have the qualifications to bring Yiwu's shoes. Yiwu's desire to save all the students was a significant gift in itself. Luo Feng untied Teacher Li, who then expressed gratitude. Previously known as a naughty student among the teachers at the university, Luo Feng's ability to defend the teacher at a critical moment surprised everyone. Despite being embarrassed by the thanks, Luo Feng felt that his mischievous nature made him braver. He couldn't bear to see Teacher Li being bullied by criminals. At that moment, Yiwu asked Luo Feng to help him unite the other students instead of remaining with Teacher Li for too long. Teacher Li, seeking guidance, asked Yiwu about their next steps. Many friends were still detained, and the campus remained sealed with no way to escape or call for rescue troops. Yiwu assured the teacher not to worry, promising to come up with a plan. Yiwu utilized his realized skills to assess the condition of the university. He observed that the students and teachers were held in the gym, guarded by individuals with relatively low levels but in large numbers. In the warehouse area, there were no patrols or guards, offering a safe hiding spot for the students. The mercenary group, led by a level 45 commander in the restroom, had only 2 masters with levels above 40. Yiwu couldn't locate the bodyguard yet, but noticed a level 40 person in the parking area who could be the deputy commander. Having foreseen the situation, Yiwu instructed Luofeng to take Teacherly and the students to hide in the warehouse. Luofeng, reluctant to part ways with Yiwu, wanted to join him in confronting the commander. However, understanding the importance of protecting Teacherly and the other students, he accepted Yiwu's decision. In return, Yiwu handed over the red spider feng item, previously used to kill the level 25 captain. Luofeng hesitated to accept the valuable item, but Yiwu insisted, emphasizing its importance for Luofeng's safety. According to Yiwu, Luofeng, with his current strength, would not survive facing the mercenary group head-on. Luofeng was advised to avoid direct confrontation but, if unavoidable, to use the fangs for a sneak attack to deal massive damage. The fangs could only be used twice, so Yiwu asked Luofeng to consider it carefully. Luofeng reassured Yiwu, claiming expertise in sneak attacks and stabs. With Luofeng entrusted with the safety of Teacherly and the other students, Yiwu continued on his mission. Initially aiming to save Miss Imo, Yiwu realized the significant level difference between him and the level 45 commander. Even with the advantage of the Emperor's account, dealing with a 33-level difference posed a considerable challenge. Yiwu lacked confidence in defeating his opponent, facing a significant challenge due to the uncertainty of his abilities against a much higher-level adversary. At Link level 12, he had already proven capable of defeating a level 25 captain, but the prospect of facing a level 40 opponent with a 28-level difference posed a considerable threat. Recognizing the urgency, Yiwu decided to boost his level and entered the system space with 50,000 accumulated points. Choosing between increasing his account level or unlocking special skills, Yiwu opted to elevate his level, reaching Link level 21. This infusion of power rejuvenated his body, and he discovered that his links had expanded to 4. Understanding the 10-to-1 ratio of Link level to personal level, Yiwu successfully reached Link level 20, activating a special talent. With multiple talents at his disposal, Yiwu contemplated his choices. Observing the persistent level gap of 20 despite reaching Link level 20, he prioritized survival and selected the defense talent. This decision upgraded the defense talent to 1 star. Intriguingly, Yiwu found that the defense talent not only enhanced his defensive capabilities but could also generate firepower to burn enemies and absorb defensive equipment to reduce damage. In a parking area, the Black Tiger mercenary troops stood guard, with Yiwu noticing the peaceful and stable environment within the safe zone. Rumors circulated about the perilous world beyond the safe zone, teeming with ancient Earth-era monsters. Even members of mercenary groups refrained from venturing into this treacherous territory. Discussion among the mercenaries revealed that the outside world was fraught with danger, and the area beyond the safe zone had been in existence long before the old era of Earth. Formidable and wild monsters roamed freely, dissuading even large groups from exploring. 2 prominent groups, the Hanmo group and the Hanmo group, were reportedly vying for control over a dungeon. However, mentioning this triggered a swift response, as the chairman had explicitly prohibited discussions on the topic. Suddenly, an attack ensued, resulting in instant fatalities. Yiwu swiftly reacted, eliminating 6 level 15 individuals, 3 level 20 individuals, and a formidable level 40 opponent. The revelation of such formidable adversaries outside the safe zone added another layer of complexity to Yiwu's journey, showcasing the dangers and challenges he faced in this mysterious and perilous world. His strategy was clear: take down the lower-level guards swiftly, reserving the level 40 opponent for the final confrontation. As Yiwu's presence became apparent, all the guards immediately launched an attack. They inquired about the careless individual who allowed a student to wander off, but the captain directed them to focus solely on Yiwu. In the midst of the chaos, Yiwu recalled the presence of several modified armor trucks in the area. It dawned on him that the mercenary group likely lacked a centralized base, leading them to transport valuable items in these trucks. Speculating that the sought-after item might be stored in one of the trucks, Yiwu found himself facing a deputy commander who halted his movements by hurling objects. Amused by the discovery that only 1 student was present, the deputy commander calmed the troops, dismissing Yiwu as an easy opponent. The mercenaries were confident in the deputy commander's abilities, anticipating Yiwu's swift defeat. However, Yiwu was far from lacking confidence in his own skills. He deftly countered the deputy commander's attack, even reversing the fire unleashed upon him. Despite the deputy commander's use of 6 high-explosive grenades, Yiwu, at level 4, remained unscathed. Yiwu boldly asserted that the grenades were insufficient and challenged the deputy commander to unleash all the firepower at his disposal. Grateful for the effectiveness of his king-level defensive talent, even at 1 star, Yiwu recognized its potential in conquering high-level dungeons if further enhanced. The deputy commander dismissed Yiwu as reckless, warning that facing the Black Tiger mercenaries would inevitably result in death, emphasizing the forthcoming demonstration of his Hellscream firepower with unlimited ammunition. Witnessing this attack, Yiwu marveled at the level 40 person's formidable capabilities and realized the opportunity to employ the leapfrog challenge. However, the deputy commander underestimated Yiwu, who, even at level 4, proved resilient against his attacks. Despite the level 19 difference, Yiwu's defensive capabilities thwarted the deputy commander's efforts. Frustrated, the deputy commander grew angry, feeling belittled by a level 4 opponent while striving to venture beyond the safe zone. Yiwu, aware of the physical gap, recognized the difficulty in inflicting harm on the deputy commander. Simultaneously, the deputy commander's frustration intensified as he perceived disrespect from a level 4 individual, contrasting with his own struggles to breach the safe zone's confines. The confrontation between Yiwu and the deputy commander escalated, showcasing the complexities and challenges within this dangerous and unpredictable world. Yiwu was determined not to lose. He engaged in a conversation with the deputy commander, expressing the challenges of leveling up. However, the deputy commander proposed a seemingly absurd idea, kidnapping Miss Mo, claiming that Miss Mo's head held significant value. The deputy commander suspected that Yiwu's abilities surpassed those of a mere level 4 individual. Despite this suspicion, he believed Yiwu wouldn't be a match for him. On the other hand, Yiwu found solace in the fact that he endured the vice commander's continuous attacks unscathed, thanks to his extraordinary protective talent. Facing a level 40 opponent who grew up outside the safe zone, Yiwu appreciated the effectiveness of his defensive abilities, especially considering the level difference. Moreover, Yiwu realized his dueling skills and diverse attack properties surpassed those of the vice commander. As the battle unfolded, only one trick remained for Yiwu to defeat Big Gun. Despite doubts, Yiwu attempted the trick, prompting laughter from Big Gun, who accused Yiwu of losing his sanity and suffering brain damage. Big Gun, despite acknowledging Yiwu's defense, found it boring as Yiwu did not defend like a rigid pillar. The fight persisted for 3 minutes, with Yiwu realizing the need to take a risk. He unleashed a melee skill, surprising Big Gun with a deflagration, a part of his melee defense talent that involved an explosion while absorbing enemy equipment. Yiwu took a decisive step, attempting to determine the outcome. However, Big Gun felt that besides the debuffs, his HP remained unscathed, assuming Yiwu was merely toying with him. In the midst of this, Big Gun fired at Yiwu once more, declaring that the high school boy should go to hell as the pleasure of playing with him had waned. Meanwhile, Yiwu felt increasingly pressed, noticing his draining cell phone battery. Concerned that he might not last another minute, the system warned that Yiwu's cell phone volume was below 10%, and the Nirvana Limit defense talent was active for another 20 seconds. With the winner to be determined in those 20 seconds, Big Gun, annoyed by the level 4 kid's audacity, fired his gun. Yiwu, not only did the gun go off, but even Big Gun's armor was destroyed. Panicking, Big Gun hastily grabbed all his weapons. Approaching the defeated adversary, Yiwu speculated that the equipment resistance of individuals like Big Gun was subpar, leading to the demise of even his weapon, which had never been repaired until the final moment. The outcome of the battle unfolded, revealing the unexpected twist in this intense confrontation. In the midst of the battle, Yiwu admitted he played a small role, but his victory was certain. His body automatically healed using primary healing skills, resulting in a 30% return. Determined not to be defeated easily, Big Gun pulled out a grenade, revealing he had been collecting weapons for a year. He threatened to kill anyone who dared to destroy his arsenal. Yiwu, unfazed, placed his sword against Big Gun's neck, stating that if tools could have killed him, he would have died earlier. In reality, the weapons didn't change anything, and Big Gun was now easier to defeat. Big Gun, acknowledging his defeat, promised not to rebel as long as he wasn't killed. He explained that all his actions were in accordance with their commander's orders. Yiwu, willing to give him a chance, demanded Big Gun open a treasure chest in a car. Though reluctant, Big Gun agreed and provided the password. However, Yiwu insisted on Big Gun opening the chest himself. Reluctantly, Big Gun obeyed Yiwu's orders, annoyed but with no other choice. After opening the treasure chest, Big Gun requested to be let go. Yiwu, cautious, kept his sword at Big Gun's neck, ensuring there were no potential risks. Yiwu then burned his enemy's body, claiming a prize of 30,000 EXP points, 2,000 cash, a special weapon, and level 40 dungeon key. Despite Yiwu's annoyance at the meager money, he was satisfied for obtaining the key to the level 40 dungeon. In front of him, his first time opening one. Although he found it small for a group. Yiwu then focused on another treasure chest, the Black Tiger Mercenary. Yiwu discovered 1.28 million in cash, gunpowder, bombs, restoration fluid, ammunition, ancient magic crystals, and Medusa's tear. Yiwu was amazed by an epic-level property in the chest, even though it lacked details on its use. Despite this, Yiwu was happy as he found a rare magic crystal that could convert points into experience. Although potentially useless for a higher-level player, it was a valuable gift for Yiwu at level 4. Yiwu successfully converted 10 ancient magic crystals into 100,000 experience points using the crystal. Yiwu, fully content with his achievement, promptly accessed the system space to check the king's account and exchange points. The system notified Yiwu that he had amassed 130,000 X points. While the system recommended opening other accounts for extraordinary powers, Yiwu dismissed the idea, emphasizing his focus on strengthening the Qiyin Emperor's account in both attack and defense. Yiwu's request, the system instantly opened the Qiyin Emperor talent map. The Qiyin Emperor talent was revealed, and the system explained that the account's defense was currently at 1 star. For 100,000 X points, Yiwu could increase 10 link levels and obtain 1-star talent point for free. This revelation startled Yiwu, realizing the high cost of 100,000 experience points for just 1 talent point star. He deemed it expensive and moved in front of a window, contemplating the cost of opening a new account. When Yiwu inquired about the experience points needed to open a new account, the system responded that it required 100,000 level points. Yiwu, recognizing the impracticality of holding onto the 100,000 EXP points, concluded that overall, it would be more effective to open a new account. Despite lingering doubts, he hoped for a powerful account and decided to proceed, commanding the system to open a new king account. The system swiftly received the order, and as the door in front of Yiwu slowly opened, the account opening process commenced. Once completed, an image of a mysterious man with a scary face and red eyes appeared. The Moss, a mad scientist from another world with talents and inventions capable of causing destruction. The system clarified that Moss could know all hidden mysteries of the world. Yiwu felt a bit unlucky with this account as it turned out to be a non-fighting type Great Lord. Undeterred, he delved into Moss's data and discovered that Moss was one of the top individuals in the world. The system elaborated that the unpredictable Moss lacked fixed skills, with abilities changing based on the chosen title. The currently unlocked title was Master of Engineering, and Yiwu could upgrade it up to 10 levels. Realizing the intriguing nature of this king's account, Yiwu observed that it tended toward a support position with a broad scope and high playing ability. Suddenly, the entire room around Yiwu changed, indicating that the system was transferring the main account to Crazy Moss. However, a small AI robot burst out and requested the system to explain the situation to the master. The robot, named Weiss, expressed happiness at being active again after many years and proudly asked to be called Weiss. Weiss claimed he could help Yiwu conquer the world, but Yiwu clarified that his main goal wasn't world domination. Weiss believed Yiwu wasn't crazy enough, despite the account's secret being crazy. According to Weiss, craziness in action and imagination was essential for becoming stronger. Yiwu scolded Weiss and asked for a quick explanation of the account's operating mechanism. Weiss promptly explained that the core mechanism involved decomposition combined with the function to create new objects. The account's current title was an engineering master, capable of decomposing and combining engineering-related objects to generate powerful new ones. Yiwu found the account more interesting than expected, realizing Crazy Moss could make people stronger with abilities impossible for others to wield. However, Weiss revealed current limits on objects that could be decomposed and transformed. Yiwu couldn't decompose objects with a level more than twice his own, and he needed to collect technical design drawings to produce viable properties quickly and accurately. Understanding Weiss's explanation, Yiwu inquired about other restrictions on the mechanism between sections. Weiss was unsure, and the main system took over, explaining that accounts could be transferred smoothly, whether in fighting status or not. It recommended hosts decide the right time to switch accounts to avoid unexpected dangers. With a clear understanding of the system's explanations, Yiwu focused on designing and getting down to business, not wanting to keep Miss Mo waiting. Meanwhile, in the principal's main room, the Black Tiger leader and several members were on standby to detain Miss Mo. However, she remained casually seated, criticizing the Black Tiger leader for being a coward, breaking into the safe zone without notice, and kidnapping. At this moment, a man seated casually in the luxurious headmaster's chair began speaking. He revealed that their group generally dared to attack Miss Mo, but if someone supported it, they had to follow that person's orders. He suspected that the figures behind her kidnapping were from the Hanmo group. According to Miss Mo, the Hanmo group had made a significant effort this time, providing the Eye of Medusa item to Black Tiger to defeat Miss Mo's 2 loyal bodyguards, both level 60. The man believed the Hanmo group had reached a dead end by ordering the kidnapping of the owner of the C-23 region copy of the Hanmo group. Miss Mo boldly stated that killing her wouldn't destroy the Hanmo group. The leader of the Black Tiger group, sitting at Miss Mo's side, expressed his lack of concern for complaints between the two big groups. He emphasized that his group cared only about money. The Hanmo group had given Black Tiger 59 million, offering to kill Miss Mo. However, if she could pay him 100 million, he might consider letting her go. Miss Mo smiled, calling the man's wish a mere dream. She believed people without integrity in business didn't deserve a penny. Feeling intimidated by Miss Mo's attitude, the mysterious man stood up and distanced himself. In response, the Black Tiger commander suggested that Miss Mo rephrase her language better. However, she insisted it wasn't necessary, stating that the Hanmo group wouldn't be led by animals, even if her life wasn't worth it in front of the higher-ups of the Hanmo group. In reaction to Miss Mo's defiance, the Black Tiger commander drew his sword, ready to strike. The mysterious man, eager to send Miss Mo to hell, moved swiftly. But just before the commander's sword touched her, a protective barrier appeared, surrounding Miss Mo. The room was filled with shock at the sudden appearance of this powerful protective energy. From the entrance, a man casually standing there spoke up, revealing that the protective energy was a favor for Miss Mo, helping him with elder life back in the black market. Yi Wu stated that everything had to be equal. This time, he would charge separately, and if he managed to save Miss Mo's life, he would ask for a 10 million bonus. Miss Mo was genuinely surprised to see Yi Wu, who came to rescue her. The beautiful lady asked Yi Wu what he was doing in that place. However, before Miss Mo's words could be answered, the commander of the Black Tiger group leaped towards Yi Wu with 2 swords at the ready. Fortunately, Yi Wu managed to block the mysterious man's attack with his flame sword. Even though the commander was shocked by the Yi Wu abilities, he was curious about how strong Yi Wu's defense would be if he attacked with all his strength. Yi Wu, in turn, was surprised by the commander's ability. Despite facing opponents at level 40 previously, he felt that the commander's strength could be lethal. Yi Wu knew that he couldn't afford the slightest mistake. Any carelessness could result in his demise at the hands of the commander. Observing Yi Wu's growing desperation, the lady urged him to go and save himself. Despite the Yi Wu combat prowess, this matter seemed unrelated to him. Miss Mo questioned how it was possible for someone near death, like Yi Wu, to still care about others. Meanwhile, several Black Tiger members in the room continued shooting at the protective energy surrounding Miss Mo. Their consecutive attacks successfully reduced the protective energy to almost 30%. Despite this, Yi Wu reassured Miss Mo not to worry. He emphasized that if Miss Mo were to die, he would have no place to collect the points and bonuses he should receive. Miss Mo, understanding Yi Wu's character as someone who values money but isn't foolish, realized that this was why Yi Wu dared to enter the black market alone. While Miss Mo was preoccupied with concern for Yi Wu, the Black Tiger members were shocked to see the protective barrier energy quickly reaching 100% again. The Black Tiger commander was convinced that Yi Wu came prepared with rare items. He was also sure that the Yi Wu man hiding his true strength was not at level 4. The commander became curious about Yi Wu's origin and the reasons behind his ability to conceal his strength. Yi Wu, determined to face the commander, launched an attack. According to him, the commander not only possessed a high level but was also cautious. Yi Wu mentioned that the commander's intellect surpassed that of 5 ordinary people. Yi Wu utilized the ability of Crazy Moss to combine 3 protective energies into one, resulting in 3 times the armor value. However, the effect of this power was peculiar. Suddenly, an explosion occurred from outside, causing the commander to panic. Worried about his members, the commander attempted to give orders, but before he could do so, several grenades were detonated in the room. The commander believed it was a high-explosive grenade, prompting him to create a shield of considerable energy. However, when the grenade detonated, the red web released by the spider monster trapped them. The net proved strong, devouring the HP of several Black Tiger members. The commander was surprised by this unfamiliar tool, known as the sticky bandage grenade, created by Yiwu. The grenade used ghost eye and demon spider silk, restraining targets for 10 minutes and causing continuous damage. Yiwu played with one of the grenades, explaining that it was not an ordinary one but his invention. Despite the commander's initial struggles, he eventually destroyed the binding net with his considerable strength. Refusing to be defeated by what he considered toy items, the commander infused his sword with lightning power, ready to demonstrate adult-level combat. Yiwu took a standby position, holding a shield in his left hand and a sword in his right, realizing that low-level materials wouldn't work on high-level fighters. The commander, determined to send Yiwu away, initiated the attack. A single blow reduced Yiwu's HP by 50%, showcasing the increased speed and strength of the commander. Yiwu contemplated slashing the commander twice at close range to prevent him from using a recovery fluid. However, when Yiwu swung his sword, the commander dodged quickly, mocking Yiwu's slow movements. The mysterious man also ridiculed Yiwu's weapon as a mere kitchen knife. During the counterattack, the mysterious man's powerful strike destroyed Yiwu's shield and lowered his HP by 10%. The system warned that Yiwu's HP was below 10% of the Nirvana defense talent limit, indicating the activation of the HP lock. Realizing the critical situation, Yiwu attempted to deal a final blow to the commander by conjuring a fire dragon through magic. However, the commander managed to repel the magic, stating that if he were hit by Yiwu's low-level magic, he wouldn't deserve to be at level 45. At this moment, the lady urged Yiwu to escape once again. Miss Mo was genuinely concerned that Yiwu might meet his demise if he continued to face relentless pressure. Yiwu, however, insisted that escape was impossible and asked Miss Mo to refrain from speaking. Yiwu remained resolute in not conceding defeat, as he still had his upcoming performance. Without hesitation, Yiwu thrust his sword into the ground, unleashing a sizable firestorm around the Black Tiger commander. Unfazed by the flames, the commander questioned if this was Yiwu's only skill, suspecting that Yiwu might be there for amusement. Despite the playful atmosphere, the commander's intent to swiftly eliminate Yiwu became evident, moving with lightning speed. Surprisingly, a masked man, presumably Yiwu's deputy, intervened, subjecting the commander to a barrage of attacks from a formidable firearm. The commander realized that Yiwu had eliminated his deputy, who wielded a powerful weapon. Desperately attempting to block the onslaught, the commander found himself struggling against the onslaught. Yiwu urged the commander not to make a scene over the obvious demise of his deputy. The weapon, now equipped with support turrets and special effects for automatic targeting, intensified its assault. Elevated to level 40 with unlimited ammunition, it overwhelmed the commander. Yiwu smiled, revealing that the gun turret was crafted from an epic weapon. The surprise in the commander's eyes indicated that Yiwu's creation had surpassed expectations. The commander's protective shield eventually succumbed to the relentless attack and shattered. Evading the weapon's assault, the commander sprinted in all directions. Yet, the weapon, with its rapid firing speed and the ability to automatically track movements, persisted. The commander grew increasingly frustrated, attributing the weapon's effectiveness to its special effect of unlimited bullets. Yiwu took satisfaction in the commander's predicament, explaining that the firearm's modifications included the capability to follow its target automatically. The commander pondered whether Yiwu had seized the opportunity, believing that Yiwu should have sacrificed most of his health before deploying the weapon. As Yiwu continued to pursue the commander with the relentless firearm, the commander acknowledged that Yiwu's abilities had indeed surprised him. However, the removal of the firearm's flexibility had become a strategic disadvantage for Yiwu. It became a permanent target in Yiwu's opinion. Yiwu's decision seemed foolish to him because he believed that an epic weapon had been wasted. The commander, in the end, successfully destroyed the weapon with a single attack. However, just as the commander thought the battle was over, Yiwu appeared behind him, declaring that the real show had just begun. Before the commander could react, Yiwu attacked him with a dagger with a special effect called Improved Poisoning. This dagger had a one-hit special effect on humanoid creatures within a certain level. The lower the target's HP, the higher the chance of triggering this special effect. The commander, taken by surprise, immediately fell and coughed up blood from the impact of the heavy attack. As a result, the commander's HP decreased by 5%. Yiwu questioned Miss Mo about this, and she explained it as a long-standing conspiracy theory in the safe zone's darkness, dismissing it as something not worth bothering about. Miss Mo invited Yiwu to join her group, stating that with his abilities and services, he was qualified. Yiwu, before deciding, asked to discuss potential benefits. Miss Mo smiled and questioned whether Yiwu believed that the Hamo group couldn't provide him with abundant benefits. Yiwu explained that he tended to be more careful and thoughtful before making decisions. Suddenly, Miss Mo's two special guards grabbed Yiwu's shoulders, stating that it was an honor for Yiwu to receive Miss Mo's invitation, and he should have been more mindful of his identity before making a request. Miss Mo intervened immediately, telling the guards to let Yiwu go. She mentioned that Yiwu had saved her life, and there was no need for such formalities. After instructing the guards to check on the condition of other students and ensure no remaining Black Tiger members, Miss Mo sat on a sofa. Yiwu, with a touch of humor, asked the guards to leave some Black Tiger members for him as they could provide gifts. Once the guards left, Miss Mo acknowledged Yiwu's love for money. Yiwu confirmed this and expressed surprise that Miss Mo accepted someone driven by a desire for wealth. Miss Mo explained that in this cruel age, strength could bring beauty, money, and power. It was the law of nature, and people with similar desires had extraordinary qualities. Yiwu was puzzled by Miss Mo's reference to quality and similarity. Miss Mo, leaning in closer, stroked Yiwu's cheek, explaining that desire could drive everything, and she could provide anything people wanted. Yiwu realized that the woman before him was more dangerous than he thought. After the incident with the Black Tiger group, the principal personally thanked Yiwu for saving Miss Mo and the entire academy. Yiwu humbly stated that he couldn't allow evil in the academy, keeping the principal's teachings in his heart. The principal praised Yiwu, calling him a genius and a shining child in the academy, despite his seemingly unchanged level in the past 3 years. The principal excitedly promised great academic achievements and special awards for Yiwu. The principal immediately ordered Secretary Wang to gather the school's teachers and students to explain the accidental attack and give special credit to Yiwu for his bravery. However, Yiwu requested the principal to postpone it, considering everyone was still in shock and needed comfort and rest. With a smile, Yiwu expressed that he didn't need any special rewards. As long as the exchange of transcript bonus points and first prize bonuses were given on time, he would be satisfied. The principal, however, emphasized that with more than 990,000 copies of Yiwu's points plus an additional 500,000 in rewards, the nominal value was only more than 1.1 million. According to him, this amount was too small compared to Yiwu's achievements, and there were special awards not worthy of repaying Yiwu. In the end, Yiwu had to surrender in the face of the principal's determination, feeling there was nothing more to do or discuss. Before bidding goodbye, the principal announced that the academy would be closed for 3 days starting tomorrow, advising Yiwu to use the opportunity to have a good rest. Yiwu leaving the room, the school recognized Yiwu as a true hero. An inconspicuous Yiwu on an ordinary day had done something truly extraordinary. The principal instructed Secretary Wang to prepare 2 million in items within 3 days, and he would personally hand over all the gifts to Yiwu. Yiwu immediately went to the hospital again to check on his family. This time, Yiwu's father could sit and laugh, though his body was still weak. His mother and Yiwu's sister advised his father to rest more and not get too excited. Yiwu overheard that his father's recovery would be slow, and he wondered if there was any medicine to speed up the healing process. Suddenly, Yunfei asked about yesterday's dungeon contest and if Xiao's older brother got a good ranking. Before Yiwu could respond, the doctor entered the room with the hospital dean. The dean had just returned and wanted to see Yiwu's family after hearing about their situation. Dean Zhang apologized to the entire family for Director Fan's attitude, expressing embarrassment over the director's failure to follow medical principles. Yiwu welcomed and thanked the dean, taking the opportunity to apologize for his impulsive actions. He assured us that he would compensate Director Fan for the medical expenses. Yiwu realized that making a direct apology, especially from a high-ranking person like Dean Zhang, was not an easy task. After conveying his words, Dean Zhang turned around and asked everyone to rest well. The dean's visit brought a sense of closure and reconciliation to the family in the aftermath of the challenging events they had faced. Before the old dean left the room, Yiwu asked him to stop because he wanted to inquire about any quick cure medicine for his father. Dean Zhang responded that he was already aware of Yiwu's father's situation. If they wanted his father to recover soon, they needed to use a special medicine. Although the hospital had an antidote, it was expensive due to its effectiveness. The father immediately urged Yiwu to stop thinking about it, insisting that he just needed rest and there was no need to spend money on expensive medicine. However, Yiwu argued that the price was not important, and if the hospital had it, she would immediately use her card for the medicine. Seeing the card in Yiwu's hand, Dean Zhang recognized it as Miss Mo's black card. He inquired how Yiwu got the card, to which Yiwu, with honesty and an innocent face, explained that it was given directly to him by Miss Mo from the Hanmo group. Yiwu asked if the card could be used in that hospital, and Dean Zhang confirmed that the card was free to use at all Hanmo group properties. Dean Zhang then instructed the doctor to quickly retrieve 3 special antidotes from the safe and move the esteemed patient to the most expensive VIP room in their hospital. Dr. Howard obediently followed the dean's orders. Meanwhile, the entire Yiwu's family was confused by Dean Zhang's sudden change in attitude. He explained that their hospital was also part of the Hanmo group, making it akin to seeing Miss Mo herself. The dean apologized for his earlier slowness and promised the top 3 bids as gifts for the family. Yiwu hearing this, Yiwu looked at the card in his hand, realizing its significant power. He approached his older brother, asking how he obtained the black card of the Hanmo group's eldest daughter and what happened between them. Yiwu replied that it was a long story and promised to share more details with his little sister later. Suddenly, Dr. Howard entered the room in a panic, informing Dean Zhang that all the valuable medicine in their possession was lost. Everyone in the room was shocked by this news. Yiwu thought carefully about the situation and concluded that the thief must be an insider who knew the location of the safe and how to open it. Yiwu immediately suspected Director Fan as the person who stole the precious medicines. Dean Zhang asked Dr. Howard if he knew the identity of the perpetrator, and Dr. Howard revealed that he had checked the CCTV footage and found out that Director Fan was indeed the one who had stolen the drugs. Dean Zhang was immediately furious, vowing not to forgive Director Fan. He regretted bringing Director Fan back to the hospital and quickly apologized to all the family members for not handling the situation well. The dean assured them that he would take special care of Yiwu's father, even though an immediate cure was not possible. He mentioned that they could accelerate Yiwu's father's recovery rate. Yiwu expressed understanding and then inquired about obtaining the precious medicine outside the hospital. The dean explained that it was a top-tier display item, practically priceless. While they could try their luck at an auction house, Yiwu could also ask Miss Mo, as the hospital's medicines were supplied by the Hanmo group. Yiwu, however, hesitated since he had already taken 20 million from Miss Mo, and asking for more might harm his impression. Convinced that Director Fan stole the drugs for monetary gain, Yiwu speculated that the black market might be the only option for selling them. He informed the dean that he would be going to the black market again and asked the dean to take care of his father, to which the dean willingly agreed. Apologizing for not being able to help more, the old man even bowed to Yiwu. Dean Zhang immediately sought the doctor's guidance on moving the patient to a VIP room with the best treatment. Yiwu personally thanked Dr. Howard, acknowledging the excellent care his family received. Yiwu believed that Dr. Howard deserved even more respect due to his professionalism and good character. With the hospital director's position vacant, Dean Zhang promptly appointed Dr. Howard as the director, a role Dr. Howard couldn't refuse. Grateful for the appointment, Dr. Howard thanked Dean Zhang for his kindness. As Yiwu left the room, he advised his father to rest well and left the matter of the antidote in his hands. Yiwu's parents were concerned about their son's trip and extravagant spending, but Yiwu eagerly inquired about how his older brother managed to attract a wealthy woman like Miss Mo in just one day. Observing his family's expressions, Yiwu was shocked and faced questions about what kind of man he was. Yunfei, noticing her brother's nervous expression, decided to investigate the relationship between him and Miss Mo. Yunfei eagerly raised her hand, expressing her excitement to join Yiwu in finding the top bid. However, her older brother insisted on handling it himself, advising her sister to rest in the hospital. Despite his refusal, Yunfei wore a sad expression, teary-eyed, mentioning how she had been almost bored in the hospital and still hadn't heard her older brother's story about the dungeon contest. Yiwu, unable to resist his little sister's persuasive move, Yiwu finally agreed. He advised Yunfei to always listen to him and not wander around alone. Yunfei, with a cheerful face, assured him that she knew better and was not a 3-year-old child. However, their father chimed in, stating that as long as Yiwu was unmarried, he was still a 3-year-old child in their eyes. Though upset, Yiwu's expression brought laughter from the other family members. On their way to the black market, Yiwu briefed Yunfei about the events in the dungeon and the attack on the academy. Yunfei now understood why her older brother was close to Miss Mo. In Yunfei's opinion, 20 million seemed too little, considering Miss Mo's life was priceless. The older brother promptly asked Yunfei to be quiet, emphasizing the need to keep their wealth discreetly when away from home. Reprimanded by her older brother, Yunfei covered her mouth but then questioned why they had to go to the dangerous black market, suggesting it might be better to look for the drug at an auction house. Yiwu explained that while the black market was not safe, it had the most complete goods. He reassured Yunfei that with him, her safety was guaranteed. Yiwu firmly believed in this, as Yiwu was confident about going to the black market this time, given the significant increase in strength and the substantial amount of money they now possessed. However, just a few steps before reaching the black market area, 3 men confronted them, demanding money. In such situations, Yunfei always took the initiative to face danger and asked her older brother to go first. One of the thugs taunted Yiwu, suggesting that as a man, he had only reached level 4 and needed protection from a woman. This became a source of ridicule and laughter from the thugs, with Yiwu becoming the object of mockery. Despite the situation, Yiwu immediately asked his little sister to step back, considering her weak body condition at the moment. Yunfei decided to delegate all the tasks of fighting and killing to his older brother, determined to shield his little sister from any more suffering. As the thugs approached, Yiwu, the older brother, asserted that he didn't want to resort to violence in front of his family. Instead of succumbing to fear, Yiwu challenged the thugs, stating that if they wanted to survive, they had to leave immediately. This bold move angered the thug leader, who raised his arm to strike Yiwu. However, a sudden intervention occurred. A sword swiftly pierced the thug leader's head, ending his life instantly. Yiwu, appreciative of the unexpected turn of events, observed as a man, as fast as lightning, ran to his side and efficiently defeated the remaining thugs. Despite the thugs' anger, they were helpless against the mysterious man's swift actions, and soon, all of them were defeated. Curious about his savior, Yiwu inquired about the man's identity. The handsome man, with a smile, claimed to be just a passerby. Yiwu unconvinced, Yiwu pressed the man to reveal more about himself. The mysterious man downplayed the significance of details, emphasizing that the key to a real man lies in actions rather than words. This response annoyed Yiwu, as he felt the mysterious man had taken credit for his experiences. However, the man continued to dismiss the importance of revealing his identity, stating that appearance is secondary to true character. While Yunfei found the mysterious man handsome, he also felt a sense of familiarity in the man's face. To dispel her imagination, Yunfei resorted to pinching his own cheeks, reminding himself of the dangerous journey they were on. The mysterious man, known as Anseong Cheng, acknowledged that the black market was a perilous place. Recognizing Yiwu's bravery for entering such a dangerous territory, Anseong Cheng offered to guide them through the black market safely. Yiwu, cautious about trusting strangers, listened to her sister Yunfei, who warned that Anseong Cheng might be a fraud trying to gain their trust. Despite Anseong Cheng's recent assistance, the siblings couldn't verify his true intentions. Anseong Cheng reassured them, acknowledging the importance of caution but asserting that he had no ulterior motives. He explained that as former academy students, he felt obligated to help students like Yiwu and Yunfei. As Anseong Cheng led the two siblings away from danger, the siblings remained suspicious, uncertain of the true nature of their mysterious companion. However, Anseong Cheng's intentions seemed genuine, driven by a sense of duty to assist fellow academy students in navigating the dangerous path ahead. At that moment, Yunfei had a realization that the handsome man in front of him was none other than the star of the academy in the past, Anseong Cheng. No wonder Yunfei found the face of companion familiar. Anseong Cheng confirmed his identity and shared that it had been several years since he graduated. The news about his status as a high school star had only recently reached. Anseong Cheng, also known as Anseong Cheng Senpai, was acknowledged as the first genius in the history of the academy. He achieved remarkable success, getting invited by a professional team after just 1 year in the academy. By the time Anseong Cheng Senpai graduated, he had reached level 20. His talent was undeniable, and even though he could have relied solely on his strength, he became more famous among women due to his visible face. Women were confident in Anseong Cheng Senpai, expressing gratitude for his senior's help. Despite Anseong Cheng Senpai's impressive background, Yunfei questioned whether they should trust their senior. Yiwu, Yunfei's older brother, responded that for now, it didn't matter. They could follow the senior first, and if any issues arose later, Yiwu would take immediate action. In this era, Yiwu realized that complete trust couldn't be placed in anyone except for family. Anseong Cheng, the popular senior and former academy star, was only at level 30. However, he expressed a willingness to give his experience points to Yiwu, and Yunfei had no reason to refuse. When Yiwu inquired about the professional team Anseong Cheng joined after graduating, Anseong Cheng revealed it was the Emperor team of Huangzheng Group. Yiwu was astonished to learn that the Emperor team was the second-ranked team after the Mo Gong team, making their seniors' achievements extraordinary. Anseong Cheng humbly mentioned that he was currently an Emperor's reserve team, not a member of the core team. Yiwu found it coincidental that his popular senior ended up in Emperor Group. In response, Yiwu decided to ask the system for information about Crazy Moss's account. Weiss, the system promptly appeared and inquired about how it could help. Yiwu asked where he could obtain an attribute that could survey targets. Weiss sought clarification, asking if this was a test of physical conditioning or more like perspective. Yiwu rejected the idea of a physical test and envisioned a tool that could examine a person's body with a penetrating perspective through their clothes. Weiss cheerfully acknowledged that such a tool could be created, but currently, the perspective attribute couldn't be generated at Yiwu's current link level. Yiwu swiftly dodged the idea of creating a certain attribute and instead inquired if there was one that could discern whether someone was lying by monitoring their breathing or heartbeat. Weiss assured Yiwu that such a task was easily manageable. Weiss explained that while heart rate or breathing could be deceptive due to training, scanning the target spectrum and detecting biological magnetic field fluctuations would provide accurate results. Deciding to experiment, Yiwu approached Yunfei and asked her, with a serious face, who was more handsome between him and senior Anseong Ching senpai. Yunfei, with conviction, claimed that her brother was the most handsome man in her heart. However, Weiss quickly identified her words as lies. Moving on, Yiwu approached Anseong Ching and inquired if the seniors were aware of or had heard about the recent events at their academy, as it seemed to be related to the Huangjing group. Anseong Ching, looking puzzled, admitted he hadn't heard anything, prompting Yiwu to share that some classmates mentioned the Emperor team of Huangjing group coming to the academy to select talents. Weiss detected that the senior's words were not lies, even though he appeared suspicious. Yiwu, concluding that there wasn't an immediate threat from Anseong Ching, requested the senior not to pay much attention to the information, suggesting it might be inaccurate. Finally, they reached one of the entrances to the black market. Anseong Ching was warmly greeted by the two door guards who hadn't seen him in a long time. Anseong Ching explained that he had been busy training with the team but took a day off to visit the black market. One of the gatekeepers commented on Anseong Ching's hard work, acknowledging the fierce competition to get into the first team. Anseong Ching expressed gratitude and assured them he would strive to become a core member soon. However, the atmosphere changed when the two door guards noticed Yiwu's presence. Concerned that they might disturb Yiwu, Anseong Ching quickly claimed that these two people were his friends and should be allowed through. Surprisingly, the entrance gate guards spoke highly of Yiwu, causing an unexpected turn of events. They offered the best cigarettes to Yiwu, and Anseong Ching was surprised by the friendly attitude of the two door guards. He wondered how they could be friendlier to Yiwu than to him. Yiwu, being a student, refused the cigarettes, and the guards explained that they didn't need to be too friendly towards him. However, they insisted because Yiwu's power had already spread throughout the market. They were surprised that someone could refuse Miss Mo's invitation to join the Mo Gong team. Apologizing for previously offending Yiwu, the guards praised him as a mature figure. Yiwu, in a hurry, asked his sister to let him in, feeling that the black market area was great for bringing news quickly. The chief door guard welcomed Yiwu and praised him, warning him about slippery roads. Yiwu felt grateful for the assistance and quickly entered the black market. As they walked down the hall to the main area, Yunfei asked how her brother got an invitation to join Hanmo's team. Yiwu briefly mentioned the story, and Anseong Ching, walking behind them, thought they must be joking. It seemed strange that someone with such high-level equipment could invite a level 4 student to join their team, but it made their relationship smoother. With Anseong Ching's help, Yiwu and Yunfei finally entered the black market. Yiwu thanked Anseong Ching for the assistance, and before leaving, Anseong Ching sent a friend invitation. Yiwu considered it, and Anseong Ching said they were destined to be at the same university, suggesting it would be better for them to be friends to help each other when needed. Yiwu thanked Anseong Ching and accepted the friend request, with Anseong Ching reminding Yiwu to leave the black market immediately after finishing their business. Grateful for the help, Yiwu and his sister left without further trouble. However, Yiwu sensed that Anseong Ching was becoming interested in him. Even though Yiwu was honest, Anseong Ching showed signs of suspicion and caution. Yunfei then called her brother, unsure where to buy the antidote in the huge place. Yiwu found himself in unfamiliar territory. Initially taken to the VIP area without the chance to transact directly, he felt the need to seek assistance. However, he sensed being watched, and his eyes landed on a beautiful woman at the bar. She greeted him, and even offered to buy him a drink. Yunfei, Yiwu's sister, quickly intervened, explaining that Yiwu couldn't talk as he was underage. The woman laughed off the situation, jokingly engaging with Yiwu. To Yiwu's surprise, she knew his name and introduced herself as Siyu, the resident agent of the Hanmo group. Confirming her identity to Weiss, the robot, Yiwu noticed a reddish-purple spectrum around Yiwu, suggesting a seductive intent. Despite Yiwoo's attempts, Yiwoo remained focused on his purpose, buying the antidote. Siyu insisted that Yiwoo could purchase anything in the VIP room, leaving other men in the room jealous and curious about Yiwoo's origins. Yunfei, irritated by Yiwoo's advances, sought to protect her brother. Eventually, they arrived at the Hamo Group's VIP room, where Siyu emphasized that Yiwoo could access the best services and equipment. Yunfei continued urging Siyu to distance herself from Yiwoo. Impressed by the VIP room, Yiwoo learned that it served as a trading base on the black market, with various trading bases existing throughout. The Hamo Group held the highest level of trading authority, allowing Yiwoo to acquire rare and top-quality equipment with money. While tempted, Yiwoo's goal remained focused, buying the antidote. Surveying the details of the items being sold, Yiwoo realized the potential for acquiring equipment beyond his reach due to financial constraints. His primary concern, however, was obtaining the antidote. The VIP room presented a tempting array of possibilities, but Yiwoo maintained his determination to achieve his specific objective within the black market's intricate trading landscape. However, for some reason, he was very familiar with the seller's name written there, Director Fan. A suspicious character, he held the position of hospital director, a role typically associated with a high salary. Surprisingly, Director Fan resorted to stealing medicine to make money. Yiwoo, intrigued by this information, wanted to know the full story. Yunfei noticed that the bidder's price was unusually high. Confirming the antidote's rarity, Yiwoo explained that it usually sold for 100,000 per bottle. This time, however, the price had skyrocketed to 600,000 per bottle. To add to the mystery, only Yiwoo's family was selling the antidote across various platforms at this exorbitant price. Expressing his desire to purchase the antidote but with a change in approach, Yiwoo inquired about direct transactions. Yiwoo informed him that direct transactions were possible if he registered with the base, but the seller had to agree. Siyu agreed and sought Yiwoo's help in the registration process. Siyu promptly contacted the Master Control for assistance, expressing Yiwoo's wish to meet the seller in person. After a brief wait, the Master Control conveyed the seller's refusal for a direct transaction. Yiwoo, undeterred, requested Siyu to negotiate again, offering a price increase to 1 million per bottle if the seller agreed to a face-to-face meeting. Master Control moved swiftly to confirm the new offer. Yunfei, perplexed by her brother's decision to raise the price, questioned his motive. Yiwoo reassured her, explaining that he intentionally increased the offer to tempt the seller. If the seller agreed to a direct transaction, Yiwoo could secure all 3 bottles of the antidote without any payment. As predicted, the seller agreed to the increased price and the direct transaction. Yiwoo, waiting patiently, was surprised when there was commotion outside the VIP room. A voice rebelled against the situation, claiming urgent matters elsewhere. Someone countered that once the seller confirmed the direct transaction, changes were no longer possible. The door opened, and a man was pushed into the room. Yiwoo, who had been waiting, became visibly angry. Director Fan, in the Hamo Group room, was equally surprised by Yiwoo's unexpected presence. However, he was confident in his disguise at that time, and Yiwoo would not be recognized. Yunfei immediately realized that the man before them was familiar. Of course, Director Fan dodged it, admitting he had never met them. Director Fan accused them of playing games to lower the price and asked Yiwoo and the others to move quickly if they wanted to buy his merchandise. He admitted he didn't have time to play with small children like them. Yiwoo casually mentioned that Director Fan worked hard enough to sell goods without getting hurt. Director Fan was very surprised because he was known by Yiwoo. He didn't believe it, thinking his disguise was perfect. Now he had no quick escape and feared what game Yiwoo would play. Director Fan became angry with the guards, thinking they didn't check the identities of buyers on the black market. He believed a kid like Yiwoo wouldn't have 3 million to buy things from him. Director Fan felt he had the right to reject the transaction and asked the guards to move aside. However, Yiwoo immediately stopped him, saying he could buy the bidder for 3 million. C, who was by Yiwoo's side, was even more surprised because Yiwoo had Miss Mo's exclusive Extreme Black card with a limit of up to 50 million. Director Fan, hearing this, was very surprised and curious about when Yiwoo knew Miss Mo and whether Yiwoo was really a rich kid. At that moment, Yiwoo pretended not to know Director Fan, claiming he had recognized the wrong person before. Director Fan, a man with a burned right hand, initially planned to make up for the mistake by selling the antidote at 1 million per bottle through a direct transaction. However, before he could finish speaking, Director Fan detained Yiwoo. He said the problems between them had passed, and he wouldn't mention it again. He even admitted that he was touched by Yiwoo's sincerity. Director Fan blew his cover because he was tempted by the amount offered by Yiwu. He then confessed to being the director of Manhwa Hospital and wanted the transaction to be carried out immediately. Yunfei was certainly surprised to see Director Fan. Yiwu immediately restrained his sister, still wanting to continue the transaction. However, before making a purchase, he asked for permission to inspect the goods first. Director Fan happily showed all the items he had, including the best antidote that only needed to be taken to neutralize any kind of poison. He admitted that he obtained the antidote with great difficulty, and even just 1 million was already a cheap price for Yiwu. Yiwu was so happy to see the antidote. He then provoked Director Fan by asking where the man could get such a valuable antidote. While examining the antidote, Yiwu found a piece of paper stuck to the bottle with a pair of numbers written on it, in the name of Manhwa Hospital. Director Fan immediately dodged it, claiming there was nothing written on the antidote bottle, and took the bag containing the antidote from Yiwu's hand. However, he soon realized that he had deleted all the information on the bottle. Director Fan knew he was framed by Yiwu. Yiwu, understanding that he had heard from the previous hospital dean that the 3 best antidotes in their hospital had been stolen, wanted to know if Director Fan had stolen them. Director Fan once again dodged the question, asking Yiwu not to frame such a good person. He also refused to make the transaction, feeling insulted by Yiwu. In his heart, Director Fan was annoyed that Yiwu could find out the origin of the antidote. The 2 guards standing at the door immediately stopped Director Fan, deeming him to have violated trade rules regarding the source of merchandise. On the other hand, Director Fan kept pushing to leave. At that moment, Yiwu spoke up, stating that the Manhwa Group had the right to investigate allegations of loss of assets belonging to the company, as there were no rules with the black market. Yiwu would decide whether Director Fan was guilty or not after completing the investigation. Director Fan continued to struggle, not agreeing with Yiwu's decision. He also demanded damages of 5 million if he suffered torture and mental damage during the investigation. Yiwu considered Director Fan's words, questioning whether the 5 million would be commensurate with the results they might get later. Eventually, Yiwu agreed. Yiwu, who noticed the incident, stated that he would bear the costs if Director Fan was indeed tortured during the investigation process, as all of this happened because of him. Director Fan became even happier, making sure everyone heard Yiwu's statement, leaving no room for regret. He also felt relieved, thinking that the Manhwa Group would not frame others for such a small thing. Director Fan was confident in his innocence and believed that Yiwu would give him the money in the end. He was certain because he had replaced the antidote bottle a long time ago, thinking they wouldn't find any evidence. Yiwu tried to pay attention to the antidote bottle but hadn't found Director Fan's connection to the Manhwa Group. Yiwu attempted to confirm with his right eye. Yiwu was quite impressed because, if he didn't guess wrong, those eyes were modified AR official eyes. Not long after, Yiwu ordered the guards to take down Director Fan. Of course, Director Fan was confused at that time, insisting they didn't find any evidence but continued to blame him. Yiwu was very angry, stamping her feet on the man's face while talking about the evidence that Director Fan questioned. Yiwu knew that Director Fan had already replaced the original bottle of antidote, underestimating the Manhwa Group. Yiwu finally began to explain some secrets beyond Director Fan's authority. Whatever is produced by the company will be given some harmless information agent used for anti-counterfeiting. The information agent can be identified in certain ways, such as using his eyes. At that moment, Director Fan, increasingly frightened, immediately admitted his actions and promised to return the company's assets. Director Fan begged to be let go, and Siyu, who heard this, became even angrier. Director Fan's confession was considered too late, and he should blame himself for having bad luck encountering Yiwu. Those who dare to embezzle company assets will only be faced with one path. Yiwu thought Siyu would kill Director Fan because such things could be done without the permission of the security department in the safe zone. Yunfei thought the woman would kill him straight away. However, Siyu didn't want to do it, not wanting to get her hands dirty. Director Fan immediately confirmed that Siyu must not get her hands dirty, stating that killing him would even pollute the air. Of course, that was an excuse for Siyu to let him go. He asked Siyu to lift her feet and release him. Siyu raised her foot, and Director Fan immediately thanked her. However, Siyu immediately called the guards and told them to throw Director Fan out of the safe zone to become food for the monsters. Director Fan quickly freaked out and apologized, begging not to be thrown out, let alone become food for the monsters. However, as soon as he was dragged away by the bodyguards, Director Fan started talking carelessly. He laughed at everyone in the safe zone, being sure that monsters would enter before long, and eventually, no one would be able to escape. Director Fan claimed that only the old gods could save all of humanity. He revealed he was part of the Old World King Landing Club. Yiwu, who heard everything, immediately thought about the Old World King Landing Club. He was curious about the information he accidentally heard, as he knew many clubs were founded after entering Earth, but he had never heard of that one. Moreover, his hearing of 2 conspiracies regarding the safe zone falling in one day was not a coincidence. Yiwu felt like he had to investigate immediately, just in case. On the other hand, Yunfei then asked Yiwu a question. Director Fan was part of the Hanmo group, but committing the theft meant he didn't think about the consequences the company might have on him. Was it all because the safe zone would be attacked by monsters like he said? So, he dared to take risks to steal assets and get money to escape. He was quite impressed because the possibility Yunfei gave was very logical. Siyu then said that such conspiracy theories had existed even since the safe zone was built, so she didn't believe it because Yunfei also believed it. Siyu then explained again that in the 50 years since it was first established, the 9th safe zone they were in had not experienced any invasion from monsters or dark waves. Although this does not mean that there are no dangerous threats and that the zone does not have a high level of security, they still can protect themselves. Apart from that, from the start, the location of the safe zone will choose an area with a lower density and level of monsters, so they shouldn't worry about such useless things. At that time, Yiwu also handed over the antidote that they previously got from Director F. Of course, Yiwu was surprised, but Siyu explained again that the rules in the Hanmo group said that lost company assets belonged to whoever found them. Siyu then drew closer to Yiwu. However, she felt that the man should thank her because she had saved 3 million in the end. Siyu wants a gift from Yiwu. Yiwu, who was pressed, said he would give Siyu a gift as long as it was reasonable. Siyu, who was by his side, could feel Yiwu's increasing heartbeat. She guessed that Yiwu was nervous at that time. Siyu continued to tease. She asked Yiwu if he had any experience and if he needed any lessons from her. That's when Yunfei immediately stepped in to pull his older brother's body and quickly thanked Siyu for saving their money. However, she immediately said that her older brother was still a minor and would not stand such temptation. Siyu immediately defended herself and said that Yunfei had misunderstood, even though she only asked to be treated to a drink. However, Yunfei certainly did not immediately believe it. Siyu finally asked the guard to bring them flame and burning love drinks for 21-year-olds. Yiwu then told Siyu that the girl had saved his 3 million, and as a thank, he would treat her to wine, no matter how expensive it was. But Yiwu also wanted to hear about the Kuroshio monsters in detail while they drank. This is an open secret in books and public information. Of course, Siyu was confused as to why, at such a beautiful and rare moment, Yiwu wanted to talk about something like that. However, if Yiwu was interested, she would give him the home address so that Yiwu could come and chat privately all night. Again, Yunfei immediately stopped him. She even immediately pulled Yiwu's body from there and asked him to come back. Moreover, they have managed to get the antidote, and their father must be very worried about them. Yiwu immediately stopped his little sister because she hadn't bought anything on the black market previously. He planned to spend 500,000 to buy equipment in addition to the antidote. Now that he could get the bitter for free, that meant he still had a budget of 3 million. Yunfei, who heard it, certainly didn't believe it. Yiwu immediately asked her sister to calm down. Yiwu assured that he could earn more money later, but now his main priority was to improve Yunfei's equipment and level. He wanted to be able to entrust the safety of his parents to Yunfei so that he could go to the front lines without worry. Yunfei was so excited about choosing the equipment that she had to choose, even though they had 3 million. They can't just buy it carelessly. Yiwu was happy to see Yunfei so excited. Suddenly, a guard told Yiwu that it was time. Yiwu certainly understands. She immediately declared to Yiwu that they would be holding a secret auction. She wanted to know if the man would be interested in participating. Yiwu was quite surprised because he had never heard of such a thing before. Siyu explained that the agenda was only held once a month, only for those who had a high level and also had at least 20 million. Meanwhile, the transaction level on the black market is at least a VIP diamond or higher. The items sold through auction are all the treasures the team obtained in the dungeon. It could be said that the auction was the top in the safe zone. Yiwu was quite interested to hear that, but what if he didn't have money or didn't meet the qualifications? Siyu asks him not to worry as he will be the one bringing Yiwu in. Moreover, one group can only send 2 representatives to participate. Yiwu agreed, and he immediately told Yunfei to stay quiet in the VIP room and not make a fuss. The girl who was still busy choosing equipment certainly immediately understood. She was still too busy looking at the weapons that she was going to buy. Yiwu just accepted it because, for him, that was the nature of a woman who liked shopping. Siyu asked Yiwu not to worry because the VIP room would be safe for Yunfei. Meanwhile, she immediately issued a portal. Yiwu immediately guessed that the auction was in a different space. Yiwu immediately confirmed it because such an important auction would not happen in a black market with such a low-level safe zone. The auction venue is actually in a very safe room. There are entrances to all the black markets in the main safe zone. Yiwu once again just heard the fact that there are black markets in all safe zones. Siyu continued that the Qian family, who ran the black market, were not as strong as the Hanmo group, but they were still among the 10 largest groups. Not only safe zones but other urban areas also have black markets. Siyu, who felt she had explained enough, finally chose to ask Wu to leave. Wu thought about the money he had originally planned to save, but now he doesn't care about it anymore. He just needs to be prepared to protect the safe zone from attack. Yiwu still had 17 million lefts, and he could only spend 15 million at most on the auction. The budget was still too small for him. Even though he didn't know what his chances would be, the auction couldn't be missed. Yiwu ends up in the Victoria's Secret auction dungeon with Siyu, along with everyone wearing strange robes. Yiwu explains that once everyone enters the auction room, they will automatically wear robes to keep their identities intact. Yiwu finally understood because then one could just raise the bid as high as possible without thinking about each other's faces. He also paid attention to the location and size of the auction, which required a lot of money to make. Siyu asked Yiwu to sit down because the auction was about to start. At that time, an MC began to welcome the attendees who had arrived. He greeted those who were in the Victoria's Secret auction dungeon. The MC introduced himself as Victoria. At that time, Yiwu asked Weiss once again for help in the auction. He could provide an accurate appraisal based on the auction item's characteristics combined with the owner's attributes so that Yiwu would not spend money in vain and could buy the things that were most suitable for him. Yiwu was happy because the skill was very useful. Yiwu then asked if there were any other skills that Weiss had, but he didn't have them. Weiss said that Yiwu had to upgrade his account link as quickly as possible if he wanted to unlock more of his skills. Yiwu was a little disappointed and said he would talk about it later, but suddenly Weiss immediately realized that based on the biomagnetic field and spectrum of the person below them, it was Anseong Chung whom he had previously met. Of course, Yiwu was surprised that Anseong Chung was also there. Yiwu tried to think of Anseong Chung, who had the status and money of being a reserve member of a top-ranked team, but it still wouldn't be enough for him to participate in the auction and even sit with the chairman. He immediately understood that Anseong Chung also had secrets that were not much different from his. After that, the MC started saying that this time there would be 10 auctions of valuable items. He couldn't wait to see who would get the items. The MC started with the first item, which was a level 70 ancient magic crystal. Everyone was certainly surprised to see this rare item. The MC explained again that the crystal was obtained by a certain group of mercenaries after paying a very high price in a dungeon. These crystals will increase in level as long as they are used. The initial price is 1 million, and each price increases a multiple of 500,000. Many people quickly placed their bids. Those who saw the quality of the magic crystal wanted to know if Yiwu was interested in buying it. Yiwu knew that he had been deliberately hiding his level, but his true level was still far below level 70. The crystal would be of great help to Yiwu. The man knew he wouldn't be able to trick Yiwu with his eyes. But for Weiss, the purchase value of the crystal was 2 stars because experience points were meaningless to a great expert. For him, there is no need to buy this item if it is just to get experience points. Finally, someone bid for the crystal at 3 million, and the MC congratulated the man who had gotten the crystal. Yiwu didn't expect that his senior, Anseong Chung, was quite rich. He wondered what Anseong Chung needed it for, whether it was to level up quickly so he could join the core team or for some other purpose was unknown. Next, the MC showed the second item, a cell phone lock potion that can increase the cell phone lock status for 30 seconds. HP locking potions are very rare, and their quality over a long period is even rarer. The initial price offered is 2 million, and once again, each offer is a multiple of 500,000. Weiss immediately gave 1 star to the potion, which he considered ugly. Yiwu, who had the same title of Master of Alchemy, could even make it himself if he wanted to. Yiwu was even more surprised when he found out that the Master of Alchemy could make a similar potion, meaning he can use it to earn more money. Finally, the potion was successfully sold for 4.5 million. After that, the MC introduced the third item, a royal cloak or robe that can make someone fly in the sky at high speed for 5 minutes at a height of no more than 20 meters. MC offers an initial price of 3 million, and each increase is a multiple of 1 million. Weiss immediately said that the item didn't have any effect because it was just an item. Weiss immediately gave the item 1 star. But on the other hand, Yiwu wanted it. Weiss quickly asked Yiwu to calm down, reminding him that he was so poor that he wouldn't be able to afford such flashy toys. Yiwu tried to calm himself down, realizing that Weiss's words had some truth to them. He shouldn't spend money on such items. However, on the other hand, Siyu tried to bargain for 6 million. Yiwu was quite surprised, especially after seeing Siyu manage to get the royal cloak. She said that she can see that Yiwu liked the item. At first, he tried to think rationally, but for him, life was too short, and Yiwu also had to fight for what he liked. Sometimes being too wise is not a good thing. Siyu wanted to give the item to him. Weiss immediately asked Yiwu to be careful because currently, Siyu is in the dark purple spectrum, which meant she wanted to test it. It was then that Yiwu was grateful, but he wouldn't be able to accept it without doing anything. So far, he had been helped a lot by Siyu, and there was no way he would dare to take Siyu's valuables like that. Yiwu then asked Siyu to keep the robe for him, so that he could buy it back from her for 8 million if he had the money. Siyu finally could only say yes. She didn't expect that her good intention to give a gift would make her get an additional $2 million from the price of the robe. In her heart, Siyu had indeed intended to give the robe as a gift, so that Yiwu would owe her a debt of gratitude. With a little more effort, she hopes to be able to get Yiwu to join Hanmo's team. However, who would have thought that Yiwu would be so rational? After that, the auction continued again with items that the MC said were very attractive because they had a good combination of super high usage and excellent item attributes. That item is the drawing skill Heart of Steel. The drawing skill can be used to create a humanoid MCH from a blueprint that can perfectly obey commands to fight and can also be changed and improved. The item was at Grandmaster level 10 at the time, and Yiwu wanted it very much. MC opened a prize of 2 million for the Heart of Steel drawing skill. Some were quite surprised to hear that the price had decreased significantly compared to a month ago when drawing skills were being sold for 8 million. They suspected that the manufacturer deliberately lowered the quality because they were afraid they would not be able to sell it. Another man immediately dodged it, knowing that such drawing skills could only be done by masters. Only large top-tier companies can afford to spend huge amounts of resources and money to create them. Small companies wouldn't even be able to think about it. Over the past 10 years, no more than 10 people have achieved a master's degree in engineering in the world. Yiwu, who was quietly listening to everything, was quite surprised by the fact that there were only less than 10 masters of the technique. This meant it was very precious and rare. Weiss then immediately confirmed that not only money was needed, but also intelligence and extraordinary talent that had to be far above ordinary humans, even of the various strong master's degrees. A master's degree in engineering is the last degree that a person can get. Hearing Weiss's explanation, Yiwu became very convinced. With Weiss's help later, he plans to unlock the most difficult engineering master's degree. Then he plans to carry out in-depth development and testing of these jobs. Yiwu then said that it seemed like no one would want to buy the drawing skill. Yiwu naturally wanted to know the reason because the item was priced cheaply. Yiwu explained that although the drawing skill mechanism could be improved with great potential, it is still a lone soldier type. Moreover, even if one was a master of engineering when creating a master drawing, the intelligence attribute would also be permanently consumed. So, no big company would take that kind of risk with such a low-yield skill drawing. Yiwu in his heart was very happy that everyone would be afraid to take that risk. As for Yiwu, the item was a small step for him to find out the main cause of the leak. When everyone won't bid for the item, the MC intends to close the auction. However, Yiwu suddenly raised his hand to bid. Of course, many people laughed at Yiwu's decision. They regretted the 2 million Yiwu had thrown away just for a piece of waste paper. Another man said that Yiwu was just pretending to be an engineering master. Siyu also asked why Yiwu decided to buy the drawing even though drawing skills could only be used by engineering masters. Even if it is for resale, the item will not make much difference. Yiwu probably wouldn't be able to sell it. But of course, Yiwu was not affected. He admitted that he liked the item and had no other reason not to buy it. But in Yiwu's heart, he was very happy because he got this item. It seemed to him that a fool would never know what the true value of the picture was. For them, the item may be useless, but for them, the purchase value is 5 stars. MC finally congratulated Yiwu for successfully purchasing the Heart of Steel drawing skill for 2 million. Yiwu, who received his purchased items, was very happy. For him, the picture came just in time. Apart from increasing yield, this item can be used to protect his family. The item was perfect for him. Yiwu also used lucky rings to give a special effect of random increase to the drawing skill Heart of Steel. Siyu was even happier to see him. The drawing skill level increased by 10 levels to level 20. This enhancement allowed the character to combat monsters like the ghost, demon, and spider. However, Weiss emphasized that the starting level wasn't crucial. The character could choose their gender. Weiss had envisioned a sexy female humanoid at that point, which angered Yiwu. Despite the distraction, Yiwu refocused on the auction, and his trip proved worthwhile. The initial goal was achieved and even surpassed expectations. The auction became more intriguing for Yiwu when MC introduced the Dragon Skin Battle Shield with robust defensive capabilities. Weiss gave it 1 star. Next, MC presented the Blood Sword, earning Weiss's 2-star approval. The climax of the auction was the 7th item, a super rare epic level Summon Beast Demon Crystal. Its initial price was 10 million, with a bid multiple of 1 million. The crystal required magic power to summon magical creatures for battle until the magic ran out. Yiwu found this item exceptionally interesting and planned to bid at least 11 million, possibly increasing it to 15 million. This crystal was unique, created from magic crystals that rarely dropped after defeating dungeon bosses. It was a top item in the Battle-type Demon Crystal category. Yiwu, at his current level, lacked knowledge of such rare items. He realized the world held many secrets waiting to be discovered. However, given his current level, he couldn't explore these secrets unless he joined Hanmo's team. Miss Emo had invited Yiwu to join Hanmo's team, and although Yiwu considered her words, he viewed her as a frog at the bottom of a well, dependent on others to see the vast blue sky. Despite this, Yiwu believed in her strength and freedom, confident that he could witness the vast blue sky without depending on others. Meanwhile, MC concluded the bidding at 50 million. Weiss refrained from commenting much, citing the increasing prices over time, making Yiwu's funds insufficient for further bids. The self-conscious Yiwu chose to sit quietly and enjoy the rest of the day's auction. The MC then presented the 8th item, a massive tank that forced him to step aside due to its size. The tank featured a 2,000mm caliber magnetic rail cannon for electromagnetic sieges and dungeon annihilation. This tank utilized a magic crystal of electrical energy, launching super electromagnetic weapons with destructive power to attack cities. The rarity of such an item amazed everyone, although it was destined for large groups and specifically used for dungeon siege warfare with team battles of up to 100 people. Yiwu, listening attentively, was surprised by the term Siege War Dungeon, a revelation from that day's auction. The 8th item alone provided crucial information, but Yiwu grew impatient, anticipating information from the 9th and 10th items. The host explained that the tank was a super killer dungeon siege tool below level 40, crucial for destroying everything. Even a level 40 to 60 dungeon siege train is considered the most important and stable firepower output. It became the best weapon choice for small and medium teams to open up wastelands and attack cities. The tank's starting price was 20 million, with increments of no less than 2 million. Many participants expressed interest by raising their hands. However, Yiwu remained uninterested, sharing his opinion that such a tool required significant storage and sewing dungeons in that manner seemed cruel. Miss Siyu added that siege dungeons were just one type in the world, emphasizing the more dangerous and cruel dungeons offered greater rewards. Realizing the potential benefits, Yiwu understood his choices: join a top team or build one himself. However, he decided it was too early to make such a commitment, focusing on the immediate options. The auction continued with the release of the next valuable item, a high-level dungeon key, specifically level 100. The shiny key's price reached 30 million, sparking excitement among participants. The level 100 legendary key was a rarity, with some attendees never having seen one despite years in the Forbidden House. The circulating information indicated that the valuable resources within a level 100 dungeon were worth at least 500 million. Miss Siyu emphasized that the sought-after legendary key had a validity period. Once someone owned the key, a countdown would commence, and if the durability reached 0, the key would be damaged, rendering entry to the instance impossible. Repeated use of the key would also accelerate the durability degradation. Typically, only top teams invested in such dungeon keys. Yiwu was shocked by this revelation and immediately checked the level 40 dungeon key, realizing that a new durability attribute had been added. A hint of rust appeared on the key's surface. Although Yiwu knew the dungeon had to be cleared before the lock broke, he was uncertain about the location of Area C87. The level 100 dungeon key was eventually sold for 150 million, leaving Yiwu astonished at the high value of dungeon keys. According to him, money remained the most powerful force in any era. The host then announced the climax of the day's auction, a legendary item starting from 100 million. the Resurrection Potion of Furious Elves. This legendary potion contained mysterious power, capable of bringing people back to life. The room buzzed with excitement as participants hadn't anticipated such a rare item in the auction. Some even considered mortgaging all their property for the sake of obtaining this elixir. Miss Siyu expressed anger, cursing the Chien family for not informing the Hanmo group beforehand about such a superior product. She believed the transaction price for this item would far exceed her authority in the black market. Yiwu inquired if the master of pharmacy could create a resurrection potion, to which Weiss responded negatively. Weiss explained that the resurrection potion was a taboo inaccessible to humans on any rift plane. The host, witnessing the excitement, became even more animated and passionately explained the potion's benefits. It was known that even in this age, such a skill was a symbol of power. Even the highest-level priests couldn't fully comprehend or control it. The host urged auction visitors to buy the potion immediately, promising a calm return to life after battle. However, the side effect was a month-long state of becoming an angry elf filled with killing desire and bloodlust. 1 month later, everyone could return to normal. Humans now had the chance to have a long life, and someone immediately offered a price of 150 million for it. Yiwu agreed, valuing life over money. However, there was something he couldn't comprehend. What exactly was an angry elf? Despite never encountering an elf before, he was surprised to learn about the 11 Nation. The information about them mysteriously got blocked on the internet, leaving Yiwu perplexed. In the midst of this confusion, Anseong Cheng's group surprised everyone by raising their hands and bidding at 300 million. Yiwu was visibly shocked by this unexpected turn of events. He couldn't fathom why the reserve team members would dare to bid at such a high price. Suspicion crept into his thoughts. Could the Hamo group be willing to give Junior hundreds of millions just for a transaction? Despite finding his senior suspicious, Yiwu decided it didn't concern him as long as their interests didn't clash. After the last VIP secured an amazing item for 300 million, the day's auction came to a close, and the host vanished astonishingly before the audience. Yiwu returning to the VIP room, Yiwu approached his sister, inquiring if she had finished choosing her favorite items. Yunfei hadn't finalized her selection. She asked her brother to wait a little longer. Taking a moment to express gratitude, Yiwu thanked Miss Siyu for her guidance, acknowledging that he gained something valuable from the auction and a better understanding of the real world. Miss Siyu modestly responded that thanks weren't necessary, stating that what Yiwu learned today was just the tip of the iceberg. If you genuinely wanted to explore the entire world, joining Mo Gong Team Yiwu was the way forward. Yiwu, contemplating this, promised to think about it. Yiwu then informed his sister that he would give her another half hour to choose her favorite items. During this time, he decided to purchase some ingredients for himself. After making these arrangements, they could finally return home. Yiwu returning, Yiwu entered the system room and saw the images of the two kings before him. He reflected on his desire to explore the world, recognizing that it was fueled by curiosity but limited by the priority of his family's safety. Yiwu couldn't entrust important matters to others, even if they seemed better than the Hamo group. Thus, he resolved to rely on himself. To further this commitment, Yiwu purchased a drawing technique that perfectly met his expectations. Importantly, the required materials for the drawing technique were easy to find, solidifying his path of self-reliance. Yiwu urged to acquire the necessary material after spending 4 million on the black market. The next step was some fun programming time as the basic setting programming system finally started. Players only needed to follow the instructions to complete the next settings. Firstly, the player had to choose the gender of the mecha. Looking at the system, there were 2 choices, male or female. Yiwu found this part exciting. He really wanted to choose a male mecha, one filled with armor and high HP. However, there was always an inexplicable voice that urged him to choose a woman. Yiwu's body trembled, feeling like the voice came from another dimension, strong and irresistible. Weiss advised against using funny and unscientific reasons to hide the essence of his LSP life setting program. For this, Weiss received a blow from Yiwu. Despite the resistance, Yiwu ultimately chose the female gender for the mecha. After this choice, players could select the basic attributes of the female mecha. Examples included height, face shape, etc. There were also automatic setting options, such as a tall cold goddess, a well-behaved lowly type, or a mature older sister. Due to time constraints, Yiwu opted for a preset, as the critical factor was that the figure must have strong abilities. The system verified the required production level, detected that the host had the qualifications to master the techniques and materials required for production, and automatically generated the mecha. Now, Yiwu just needed to wait. As the humanoid woman's body began to take shape, Yiwu was surprised and questioned whether it was automatically generated by the system. Despite initially thinking he had to do it himself, Weiss clarified that as a master technician, Yiwu didn't need to create it manually. However, the system suddenly gave a danger warning due to unknown energy activity and started undergoing repairs. Shocked by the warning, Yiwu inquired about the unknown energy body interference and whether something external could disrupt the system. Weiss, equally puzzled, mentioned he had never seen anything like this before. The repair didn't take long, and the system returned to normal, automatically proceeding to produce the mecha. Yiwu wondered about the disturbance and recognized the need for a thorough investigation into the incident. While contemplating the earlier disruption, the process of creating the cold goddess mecha was finally completed. Weiss looked very excited to see what kind of cold goddess would appear. Meanwhile, Yiwu looked embarrassed and admitted that he had never seen such a high, cold goddess, not even in the academy. Despite their expectations, the goddess's tall body didn't transform into the small body of the good, leaving them shocked and suspicious that this might be the effect of the earlier disturbance. Slowly, little Nana eyes opened, revealing a sea of innocence in her small and sweet gaze. The girl asked Yiwu if he was her master. Yiwu, captivated by the beauty of the girl, was confused about how to respond. Weiss, equally captivated, commented that this type of well-behaved loli seemed not bad. When Yiwu regained consciousness a bit, he confirmed that he was indeed the girl's master. The girl quickly hugged Yiwu while crying and expressed how much she missed her master. Yiwu gently rubbed the little girl's head, reassuring her that there was no need to cry because this was a happy moment. While Yiwu appreciated the little girl's good character, he still didn't understand her abilities at this point, given that she was in her early 20s. Meanwhile, the little Nana suddenly smiled, giving an unusual look. She declared herself as the strongest mechanical queen Nebula M79 Arena, finally reborn. Her smile appeared unsettling, revealing the ominous power of Arena. However, the little girl managed to cover it up by acting spoiled towards Yiwu. Weiss, with the ability to detect lies, momentarily sensed spectrum fluctuations of 1,000th of a millisecond that showed an abnormal black color. Yiwu, unaware of this, speculated that perhaps the Nana assembly from a goddess made her naturally inclined towards such behavior. Yiwu, hearing that Weiss had almost detected Arena's presence, the little girl robot looked at the robot with cold eyes. Arena realized that she almost got caught by the broken copper and iron scraps in Yiwu. She planned to cover up all the information leaks first, hide temporarily in her new body, and then seize the opportunity to rule the earth. Yiwu affectionately rubbed the little girl's hair and named her Nana. He instructed the little girl robot to follow his orders, while Arena, cursing in her heart, smiled sweetly on the outside, pledging to obey everything her master said. Arena couldn't stand the idea of doing low-level tasks like washing dishes, given her status as the queen of an advanced silicon-based civilization. Despite this, her consciousness remained free, harboring secret plans for the future. It turned out that his body followed Yiwu's orders unconditionally, and this really annoyed Arena. Yiwu commented that Nana looked cute, but they couldn't bear to let the cute and small Nana wash the dishes. Mother also said that she really liked Nana, but letting the little girl do the housework like that when she just arrived at their house wasn't that bit cruel for Nana. Weiss answered, saying that his mother had worked hard most of her life, so it was time for her to rest. Just let Nana do everything. After all, Nana was a level 20 humanoid mecha, or rather bionic, so housework like that is not a problem at all for Nana. When Yiwu didn't question whether his statement was true to Nana, the little robot confirmed it while smiling cheerfully. Finally, Yiwu's mother could believe Yiwu's words. Yiwu was also happy because with Nana around, their house became livelier. After that, Yiwu asked Nana to peel the apple and serve it to the table with a cheerful voice. Nana agreed to the master's orders, but inside the robot's heart, she was very angry because that stupid human kept telling her to. Nana swore that once she gave up control of this body, she would immediately kill the entire family. 3 days later, in the academy hall, all the students had gathered. The principal gave a speech, saying that after 3 days, all the students were relieved from panic. As everyone knows, 3 days ago, the academy experienced a terrorist attack on the eldest lady of the Hanmo group, namely Miss Mo Kier. This was a carefully planned high-level terrorist attack, and the academy's security level was completely beyond defense. The principal was very scared when he thought that Miss Mo was injured because if anything happened to Miss Mo, their academy would be finished immediately. As the principal, he felt very hopeless at that time. But in this crisis, someone appeared who not only saved Miss Mo but also pulled the academy back from the brink of despair. Someone worthy of being called a hero managed to fight a level 15 criminal. Even the leader of the criminals had a level close to 50. Hearing the principal's words, the students immediately became excited and wondered who the student could be who had succeeded in doing such an amazing thing. The principal enthusiastically said that all the students must have heard the rumors that he was a hero for their school. As a student of their own academy, the principal excitedly asked everyone to welcome their academy savior with warm applause and cheers. The very bright lights were directed at Yiwu, who was walking slowly towards the stage. All the teachers and supervisors gave warm applause, but the students had gaping faces and were in complete disbelief that it was Yiwu who had saved their academy. The majority of the students thought that this was a joke being pulled by the principal. The students accused the principal of fooling them by making Yiwu a fake hero while keeping the real hero's identity a secret. A student wearing glasses even suggested that the principal deliberately gave all the credit to Yiwu to hide the real savior. He questioned why the principal didn't choose himself if there was a need for someone to replace, especially someone who could beat trash like Yiwu in all aspects. Hearing these accusations, Luofeng immediately became angry and grabbed the boy by the collar. He pointed out that when Yiwu went up to fight the strongest enemy, the bespectacled man had peed his pants. Faced with Luofeng's aggressive attitude, the bespectacled man was frightened and couldn't respond. Meanwhile, most of the students were only able to wonder if it was really Yiwu who had saved them. Despite the principal's assurances, many students found it difficult to believe this fact. According to them, it didn't matter who saved the academy because it was just a name. The prizes or awards mentioned might just be ordinary, according to their skepticism. Tian was saddened to see Yiwu being underestimated by all the students. In reality, it was Yiwu who had saved everyone, so why didn't anyone believe him? Even though Yiwu was strong and handsome, Ruan Tian's eyes, when Yiwu finally stood on the stage, the principal asked all the students to calm down and believe that Yiwu was the savior of their academy. Yiwu, however, asked the principal not to worry and to stop forcing them to believe. He explained that people would believe more in what they see with their own eyes, and it was a normal reaction to question what they couldn't understand without seeing it for themselves. In Yiwu's opinion, it didn't matter whether they believed it or not. He only hoped that the principal wouldn't delay the award because of this little thing. Suddenly, some students cheered angrily at Yiwu, accusing him of deceiving the teacher and principal. They couldn't stand seeing Yiwu pretending to be a hero on stage any longer. Some students even demanded that the usual awards session be skipped, as they wanted to start studying again. The principal was offended by these comments, asserting that this was not a normal gift. Despite their 9th Zone Academy not having as much money as the other zones, they had made extraordinary contributions to the academy. Excitedly, the principal pulled back the red cloth that had been covering the prizes and revealed a huge mountain of money. The principal firmly stated that the 2 million in cash was only a small part of the prize that would be given to Yiwu. Everyone was stunned to see such a legendary and valuable gift. Yiwu thought that this was a very valuable treasure at the bottom of the school box. He wondered if it was true that the principal wanted to give him that gift. The principal snapped his fingers and activated a hologram screen right behind his back, always explaining. Even though many students were already aware of the map's existence, he would still explain it today. The precious map comes from the legendary Relic Hunter, the greatest alumnus in the history of Zone 9 Academy. On the hologram screen, an image of a burly fighter with fairly long silver hair was displayed. The principal explained that the map symbolizes their academy's spirit to progress and explore the unknown. In the history of the Hunter religion, everyone must have heard that they were a group of people who were strong and had no sense of despair. In particular, they explored dungeons in the wilderness in ancient time, always selling the coordinates to large groups at high prices. Master Mu Wei, one of the greatest adventurers of the Earth's age, aimed to selflessly restore the truth of the world relying on his efforts. Master Mu Wei drew a distribution map of wilderness and dungeon relics with a radius of 2,000 kilometers centered on the safe zone. Yiwu had heard of that person, but in the end, because Master Mu Wei was too reckless and went deep into a zone that had never been explored before, he was unable to prove the authenticity of the map. He was regarded by the public as an extraordinary legend. The principal explained that facing the world's ridicule and scolding, Master Mu Wei just smiled. As a former classmate and follower, the principal always believed in his courage and spirit of exploration. The principal would never forget the day when Master Mu handed the map into his hands and disappeared into the wilderness outside the safe zone. Regardless of whether the contents of the map were true or false, the principal would hand over the map to Yiwu. The principal thought he was giving that legacy to a very talented Yiwu because he could feel the same courage within Yiwu and Master Mu's bodies. That's why he passed the treasure map to Yiwu. The principal hoped that the Yiwu could live up to expectations and become a better person than Mu Wei. Yiwu accepted the map and said that he would never disappoint the principal's expectations. Just as this Yiwu finished speaking, suddenly, a very strong earthquake occurred at their school and buildings began to fall, causing people to panic. At first, everyone thought it was an earthquake, but suddenly, a very bright light appeared on the roof. The principal took swift action by shouting for all students to be evacuated to an underground shelter. Meanwhile, teachers who were level 15 had to stay behind to form an attack formation and prepare to face the monsters that would emerge from the cracks. Yiwu covered his face to avoid the dust flying towards him. Yiwu was pondering whether what those two people said was true. But why now, in a crowded place like the academy? The teachers and principal stood in front of the crack and asked all the teachers to prepare because the monster would come out soon. The principal instructed the teachers to stabilize the formation and give students time to evacuate. Suddenly, a monster jumped out of the crack and declared that with him there, it would be impossible for them to evacuate. The pig-headed monster was level 15, which immediately frightened all the students. They were surprised that a level 15 monster came out and attacked them. The monster claimed that the monster race was fighting and thriving in the wild, and all who could survive would be at the elite level, level 15. According to the monster, creatures like them were no match for a group of filthy humans. A student wearing glasses backed away, screaming in fear, asking the monster not to come near him. The panicked student mentioned that his father was a very strong warrior. If the monster dared to touch him even a hair, his father would not forgive the monster. Hearing this, the monster became even more tempted. It stretched out its long arms and threatened to fill its stomach with the boy's body before being attacked by his father. Just as the student was getting more and more panicked, a light shone and immediately attacked the monster as fast as lightning. The bespectacled student still suspected that the person who came to save him was his father, but Yiwu stood up casually, holding his sword. Yiwu stated that he didn't remember having a child like that timid disciple. Yiwu advised the student that if he wanted to survive, he had to go to the underground shelter. However, the boy hugged Yiwu's leg instead and thanked him while crying. The disciple frantically begged for help to be protected by Yiwu, but the cold-faced Yiwu asked the student to go and secure himself in the school basement. Yiwu stared at the dimensional crack before him and contemplated that if the monster's goal was to seize the 9th safe zone, it must be more than the current scale. Moreover, the initial level of the monster was level 15, like the ghost demon spider last time. This indicated that the initial level the space crack could withstand was level 15. The question remained, what would the high level be at this time? Luo Feng and Tian Tian appeared to help Yiwu, armed with their respective weapons. Yiwu quickly explained to his colleagues that space splits had appeared again, and it seemed like they would continue to come. Yiwu guessed that this monster wave was still around level 15 monsters. Luo Feng immediately said that he understood Yiwu's meaning, so he and Tian Tian would leave directly to not hinder Yiwu. Luo Feng mentioned that all they could do was help the teachers and evacuate the students to the underground shelter. Suddenly, a monster eagle with a human body appeared from inside the crack. Yiwu clarified that he didn't mean to tell his two colleagues to leave. Instead, he invited them to follow him because it was the perfect opportunity for them to level up, and they couldn't waste it. Yiwu explained briefly that he would drain the HP from the monster first, and then his two companions would deal the final blow to gain XP points. Tian Tian would get the first turn. Hearing Yiwu's explanation, Luo Feng became eager to show the monsters that humans were not easy to bully. The eagle monster thought the three humans before him were reckless but was unexpectedly defeated with just one attack from Yiwu and one attack from Tian Tian. Without giving his two colleagues any time to rest, Yiwu asked them to follow him and not stop. They had to continue fighting and rush out of the room to kill all the monsters they encountered. Outside the academy building, cracks appeared everywhere, and many monsters came out, immediately attacking the students. Everyone was running around, trying to save themselves from the monsters. A teacher urged the students not to panic and to continue running after him to the underground shelter. Yiwu grasped the severity of the situation as it became apparent that the entire 9th safe zone had been invaded by monsters. According to him, the conspiracy theory had become a reality. Suddenly, a huge bull monster appeared in front of Yiwu. The monster confidently stated that Yiwu didn't need to bother running for his life because the Yiwu's XP would be his, and he would make Yiwu die painlessly. Yiwu tried hard to resist the monster's attack while asking it to be quiet. He mentioned that even though he had asked Yiwu to accompany his father, mother, and Nana to his home this morning, he was still worried. Yiwu swiftly executed the ultimate attack on the bull monster, and just as he did, Luo Feng delivered the final blow. In urgent moments like this, Yiwu tried to contact Yiwu. Even though he was very worried about his family, he felt he had no reason to abandon his teachers and classmates to face the monster invasion alone. After trying to contact his sister, he realized that Yiwu was currently busy or his signal was interrupted, making it impossible to reach her. Anxious and unable to contact Yiwu, Yiwu feared for his family's safety. However, before he could try again, he heard screams on the other side. Another monster was engaged in a fight with a teacher. The monster looked down on humans as too weak and not at its level. It admitted to killing many humans and monsters at its level until reaching level 15. Injured teacher confronted the monster, asking it not to compare humans with cannibal animals like itself. Despite being injured, teacher tried to get up to protect his students. He asked the monster to step over his corpse before taking the students. The students behind him were worried, but the confident monster believed it could defeat them all and relish in their flesh and blood. As the monster prepared to attack, teacher quickly urged all the students to run away. Surprisingly, the monster's hand was suddenly cut off, leaving it shocked and angry. Yiwu, who had intervened, attacked its mouth, telling the monster to be quiet because no one would help him. Teacher and the remaining students were astonished. Yiwu confidently asked teacher to take the other students away, assuring him that he would handle the situation with Luofeng and Tian Tian. Teacher and the others complied and thanked Yiwu, recognizing him as the savior of the university. They headed to the basement to hide. Meanwhile, in the bedrooms of the university students, another monster appeared. It was relieved because he had long heard that there were many immature, low-level humans at the university assigned to that area. Now, those students could become food for him. However, just as he was about to start his hunt, a voice sounded and asked Luofeng to act. The monster was very surprised when suddenly its body was split into two. It couldn't believe that a human, who was said to have a weak level, would do that to him. Luofeng, on the other hand, questioned the monster's attitude of being too surprised, even though the attack was a gift to him. That's when the monster apologized and chose to run away. It admitted that it would return to the space rift and asked Luofeng not to kill him. Luofeng naturally wouldn't miss the opportunity. For him, the university was not a home for monsters to come and go as they pleased. Luofeng killed the monster, and as a reward, he rose one level to level 15. Luofeng was, of course, very happy because he had only spent one day with Yiwu and was able to kill the monster, increasing his level quickly. Tian Tian was also happy because she was now level 12. She thanked Yiwu for helping them increase their level. Luofeng, upon hearing Tian Tian words, immediately reminded him that at that time, he had said the boss's full name directly. Yiwu asked everyone to be alert and not get distracted just because of such simple things. He also urged everyone not to get too carried away with increasing their respective levels. Yiwu then returned his focus to the monsters in the academy. He quickly counted and realized that they had killed 20 level 15 monsters. This was not normal. At that time, another monster appeared again, and this time it was level 16. Yiwu had already guessed that the increase in the level of the monster would bring about two things. Before he had time to think about it, Yiwu was shocked by the monster's fast movement. The monster confidently said that Yiwu and the others would not be able to keep up with its speed. At that time, the tiger monster tried to attack Tian Tian. Yiwu, who saw it, immediately asked the girl to be careful. Although shocked at first, Tian Tian immediately prepared. She no longer wanted to be underestimated as a beginner. Yiwu saw Tian Tian quick and good response. He then asked the girl to learn to protect herself. Yiwu took over quickly. He would weaken the monster and let Tian Tian deal the final blow. Tian Tian immediately agreed while fighting the monster. Yiwu realized that the level of the monster had now changed from low to high. However, he was confident that his family could still survive because Nana was at least level 20. That also gave him time to help all the teachers and students who were hiding in the underground protection area. The current issue lies in the uncertainty surrounding the impending monster invasion. Despite Yiwu's ability to handle battles with a level difference of up to 20, the defeat of the Black Tiger mercenary group left him unsure of how to deal with monsters that might surpass that level. Yiwu chose to set aside these thoughts for now, focusing on the immediate aftermath of the invasion. It had been half an hour since the monster invasion began, and most teachers and students were expected to have sought refuge in the underground shelter area. However, Yiwu was concerned that some students might still be outside the protection zone. To ensure the safety of everyone, he activated the True system to survey the entire university area. Yiwu, using True Eye, observed that there were indeed several teachers and friends still within the university area. Consequently, he divided the group into two. He would go alone to the university collection room to rescue people, while Tian Tian and Luofeng were tasked with evacuating individuals hiding in the cafeteria. However, Luofeng immediately expressed reluctance, not wanting to be alone with Tian Tian. On the other hand, Tian Tian were annoyed at the prospect of being alone with Luofeng. In response to the disagreement, Yiwu intervened and gave clear instructions. Luofeng and Tian Tian reluctantly agreed to follow Yiwu's orders. Before parting ways, Yiwu reminded Luofeng to be cautious despite the increase in his level. Cooperation was essential to maximize their effectiveness in the face of the unknown threat. Yiwu's experience in giving orders played a crucial role in ensuring everyone understood their roles. As the trio separated, Tian Tian expressed concern for Yiwu's safety, while Luofeng attempted to communicate with Tian Tian. Luofeng, however, was not worried, considering the monster invasion to be no threat to Yiwu. Despite initial hesitation, Luofeng asked Tian Tian to leave, realizing the necessity of working together despite personal feelings. Tian Tian, confident in Yiwu's leadership, wanted Luofeng to trust his abilities. She believed that under Yiwu's guidance, their group could achieve a better future. Yiwu, meanwhile, ran to aid his friends, yet remained unaware of the final level of the attacking monster, emphasizing the need for adequate preparation before engaging in a battle. Yiwu wasted no time and swiftly accessed the system to inquire about his XP points. To his surprise, he found that his XP points had reached an impressive 21 million. This meant that he could open a new King account and increase the link level to unlock new skills. Yiwu was elated, realizing that the outcome exceeded his expectations. The accumulation of points was likely a result of defeating the Black Tiger mercenary commander and the monsters. In the midst of the emergency, Yiwu recognized that there was no time to learn new jobs. Instead, he decided to utilize the system to increase the Qian Emperor link level by using all the SB points he had. The system promptly processed his request, resulting in a substantial increase of 10 levels. Yiwu now stood at level 31, and he could feel the tangible difference in his strength. The power flowed through his body, bringing him immense joy. Alongside the significant increase in levels, Yiwu also reached level 5 on the external panel. Although this level wouldn't be particularly useful in the future, it marked another achievement for Yiwu. Additionally, he possessed a talent point that he could allocate to select talents. Reflecting on his past struggles, Yiwu remembered facing difficulty when attacked by enemies at level 40 while he was at level 20, despite having a defensive talent. Learning from that experience, he opted for an attacking talent this time. Yiwu now possessed a Qian form, allowing him to transform into the first order form of the Qian Emperor. Each attack in this form would be a critical attack lasting for 180 seconds. Yiwu reminisced about attempting this form when he first acquired the King system, only to be blocked due to his low link level. Now, with the increased link level, the skill was truly unlocked. Eager to test his newly acquired talent, Yiwu activated the attacking skill with the hope of swiftly resolving the challenging situation at hand. Meanwhile, a group of students, led by Teacher Jia, sought refuge from the monsters. Despite the higher levels of the monsters posing a significant threat, Teacher Jia assured the students that the room they were in was safe. The students, though fearful, were comforted by the reassurance from both Teacher Jia and their fellow classmates. The boys in the group encouraged everyone to stay calm, emphasizing Teacher Jia's commitment to protecting them. In the face of danger, Jia reiterated the safety of their current location, instilling confidence in the group that they would be shielded from harm. A monster suddenly appeared near the group of students. Initially, they chuckled in annoyance, realizing that their conversation about monsters had suddenly become a reality. However, their amusement turned into surprise when they noticed that someone had beaten the level 18 monster to death. The students were both shocked and curious about the identity of the individual who managed to defeat such a formidable opponent. To their amazement, Yiwu emerged from the scene, displaying a sense of satisfaction. Changing his attack talent had evidently yielded different and more effective results, even in close combat. A female teacher, who was present, expressed her astonishment at seeing Yiwu. She found it hard to believe that her students had just been saved by one of their own. Nevertheless, she was grateful for the unexpected turn of events. Yiwu, being aware of the situation, informed everyone that all the monsters outside the room had been subdued. This meant that Teacher Jia and the others could proceed to the underground protection area, ensuring their safety. The news brought relief to all the students, knowing that they were now out of immediate danger. However, Yiwu added that they should make a stop at the office building to rescue other students who were still trapped there. Teacher Jia, on the other hand, voiced his disagreement with this plan. He believed that Yiwu should have taken on the responsibility alone instead of sending a mere teacher like him. This sparked anger in the female teacher, who argued that it was their duty as teachers to protect the students. She emphasized the need to follow instructions, especially considering Yi Wu's demonstrated abilities. Despite teacher Jia's silent annoyance, he felt that he was supposed to be the hero saving the day, not having his role taken over by Yi Wu. He promised to make Yi Wu regret his decision and expressed unwillingness to let a boy like Yi Wu decide the fate of the female teacher. In a fit of anger, teacher Jia declared his intention to go to the underground refuge by himself. However, things took an unexpected turn when teacher Jia pushed Yi Wu, and his hand inexplicably felt broken. The female teacher intervened, urging Yi Wu to calm down. She convinced him to hand over the responsibility of rescuing the students in the office building to her. She assured him that she would never abandon the students. Yi Wu felt relieved by the kindness shown by the female teacher. With her taking charge, he could focus on saving other friends without worrying about the rescue process. Although the task would not be easy, the students became excited at the prospect of their friends being rescued. The female students immediately praised Yi Wu, who was indeed as handsome and strong as Tian Tian said. It was then that Yi Wu finally arrived at the Yi Wu University's treasure room, rumored to hold all the secret treasures collected by the school's generation. Weak students would never get into it, and a special seal on the door made it impossible to open it by force. The door could only be opened with the principal and secretary's keys. Yi Wu became curious about who was in that critical condition, as he had seen with his true eye skill previously. However, as soon as Yi Wu tried to open it, he found that the door was actually unlocked. Yi Wu was surprised, not believing the principal would make such a mistake. Yi Wu entering the room, he saw many amazing weapons. Of course, he had to be careful not to touch them. Finally, Yi Wu noticed a gap where a girl was inside. Yi Wu spoke casually about how everyone was trying to escape to survive, but the girl chose to hunt for treasure instead. The girl threatened Yi Wu to leave quickly if he wanted to survive, claiming that her treasure hunt had nothing to do with him. Yi Wu recognized her as the famous cold goddess Snow Crane. Rumors had it that she wasn't interested in anything, but from what Yi Wu saw, everything was wrong. The treasure room was not a place for an ordinary woman like her. She wanted to know if Yi Wu was following her, but Yi Wu quickly dodged the question, mentioning that she only noticed other students in the room and thought about saving them. Snow Crane wanted to know how Yi Wu discovered her whereabouts, and Yi Wu simply stated that he had his own way. Why Yi Wu continued, saying there was no need to find out further. He didn't want to interfere too deeply and asked her to continue with her activities. Meanwhile, he reminded her to be careful as the monsters appearing would have increasingly higher levels. Snow Crane asked Yi Wu not to move, but suddenly, a level 30 monster attacked them. Yi Wu was surprised to realize that the monster's level increase was faster than expected. The monster could smell human women, and it found the beautiful Snow Crane there. The monster was very happy and felt lucky because he hadn't tried women for a long time. Snow Crane, who was annoyed, immediately attacked the monster. The monster casually shrugged off the attack, which didn't cause the slightest pain. Snow Crane's overly hasty attack just felt like a message to the monster. The monster couldn't play around anymore because it only had a little time. The monsters were trying to catch Snow Crane, who was protecting herself inside the shield. But the monster said that it would not make it difficult for him to eat Snow Crane's flesh. The monster moved to devour Snow Crane and his shield in one go. At that moment, Yi Wu moved to cut off the monster's protruding tongue. For Yi Wu, the monster was completely unsuitable to be a gorilla at that level because its predecessor used to love and respect women. However, now it actually wanted to kill Snow Crane. Yi Wu quickly caught Snow Crane's falling body. The girl didn't expect that Yi Wu would still be there. She also didn't expect that the person who attacked the monster was also Yi Wu. Yi Wu asked Snow Crane not to panic. Now, he said, besides, I will definitely save Yi Wu because running away is not my style. After all, his goal from the start of being there was to save people. The problem was that Snow Crane knew that the level was at level 30, and Yi Wu was far below. Yi Wu asked the girl to be quiet and not worry about her. Yi Wu asked Snow Crane not to be afraid and leave immediately. Meanwhile, on the other hand, the monster that had lost its tongue and hands was in pain. It couldn't believe that Yi Wu was so strong, even though he was only at level 5. Tian was curious whether Yi Wu was hiding his true level. Yi Wu once again said that it was not important. After all, I already said about keeping secrets from each other, he added. He asked Snow Crane to leave immediately and leave everything to him. The monster became very annoyed because he was in pain, while Yi Wu seemed to be teasing Snow Crane. The angry monster attacked Yi Wu again. Yi Wu retaliated and was quite impressed to see the monster's vocabulary, which resembled the human race. Yi Wu wanted to know if it was because of the high IQ or if someone taught the monster. He asked if Master Yutong taught this. The monster couldn't believe that Yiwu actually knew about the Master Yutong. The monster was naturally curious about who Yiwu really was. Yiwu said that he was just a human who was almost killed by but the beast knew that Master should not let go of Yiwu. However, in the end, Yiwu succeeded in killing the gorilla monster. As a reward, Yiwu got 3,000 XP points as a kill reward and a level 30 magic crystal item. However, Yiwu was not very happy because he thought he would get 5,000 XP points. He suspected this happened because the link level had been increased, resulting in reduced XP gain. On the other hand, Snow Cane was more impressed with Yiwu's ability to kill a level 30 monster with 2 attacks. She wanted to know what level Yiwu actually was after defeating the monsters. Yiwu again asked her to go to the underground shelter as quickly as possible. The level of the monsters that came would continue to increase, and he also didn't know how many monsters would come out this time. It was too dangerous for her to be outside. She assured that she has her own way of saving herself, but regrets not paying attention to Yiwu for 3 years ago because maybe now everything would be different. She said goodbye and then just disappeared. On the other hand, Yiwu was certainly confused about the meaning of Tion words, but he chose not to think too much about it because, at that time, there were more important things to deal with. Yiwu was confused about handling all the items in the treasure room. All of these items fell as a result of the previous battle. Yiwu certainly couldn't bear to see all those valuable items being thrown away. In the end, he decided to take everything, reasoning that he would keep it so it wouldn't be lost and return it to the principal later. Therefore, he took all the valuable treasures. After doing everything, Yiwu made sure that all the teachers and students had hidden in the underground shelter. Yiwu felt relieved, but then he received a warning about a high-level elite monster approaching the underground protection area. Yiwu saw that the elite monster was level 45. He guessed that it was a boss monster that had finally appeared in the underground protection area. Everyone had gathered, and the principal assured everyone to stay calm as they were in a level 40 room sturdy enough to withstand the attack. They just needed to hold on until reinforcements arrived. However, the students were worried when they heard the level of the room because it was possible that the attacking monster had a level higher than 40. The principal explained that in the past, the monsters that attacked the 9th zone were only level 30. After combining with the Yiwu University's economic strength, the protection construction level was finally set at level 40. Even with that level, the protection zone had already used up all of the Yiwu University's money and 40 magic crystals to build it successfully. All the students were a little relieved to hear that because they thought the situation was quite safe. On the other hand, Tian began to worry about Yiwu who had not yet arrived. However, Luo Feng actually asked them to be quiet because Yiwu couldn't possibly have any trouble out there. She suggested they should be more worried about the monsters that were defeated by Yiwu. Tian knew that Yiwu was very strong, but there was still a lingering worry. Suddenly, a voice echoed at the door, triggering panic among the students. They feared that a monstrous entity had arrived, urging others to stay calm, and suggesting that it might not be a formidable level 40 monster. Luo Feng speculated that it could be a boss monster and encouraged everyone to open the door. The students promptly restrained Luo Feng. However, before Luo Feng could reach the door, it was unexpectedly damaged by a massive horn, shocking Luo Feng and prompting everyone to rush to the underground shelter. The shelter, surprisingly, had been easily damaged. In that moment, the sounds of approaching monsters became audible. The monsters realized that humans, like them, enjoyed making holes. One monster, named at level 45, was delighted because humans were now confined in one location, sparing it the trouble of wandering to catch students. Luo Feng, witnessing the arrival of the level 45 elite monster, was astonished. Despite assurances from the principal that no monsters above level 30 had attacked the university before, they found themselves trapped in the basement with no means of escape. Luo Feng contemplated what they could do. Monsters, seeing Luo Feng not fleeing, assumed he was challenging them. However, the students, out of fear for their lives, chose to run away, resigned to the belief that no one would help them. Luo Feng, however, realized that he had gained influence from Yiwu, giving him the courage to face powerful elite monsters. Even if it meant fatal consequences, Luo Feng was determined to confront the monster. The monster easily attacked Luo Feng, showing no interest in him as food. It chose to crush Luo Feng down to his internal organs and would suck the life force from him. Not just Luo Feng, but all the students began to feel the same internal pain as the monster attacked. Tian attempted to protect the students with a magic shield, but her abilities were limited. She was still too weak to shield everyone. On the other hand, the monsters grew excited at the prospect of consuming a large number of people. Despite lacking much experience, the monster anticipated that devouring a large group could aid in increasing its level. The monster prepared to devour a student when the principal finally intervened. The principal insisted that the monster release the students, determined to protect them even at the cost of his own life. A man attempted to stop the principal, concerned that his body couldn't endure the effects of using magic any longer. However, the principal, unfazed, believed that as long as he could protect the students, his physical condition didn't matter. The principal's lightning attacks proved ineffective against the monster, given its weaknesses to lightning armor and flame. The monster easily retaliated, injuring the principal and immediately grabbing him. Questioning the principal's lack of thorough knowledge about their kind, the monster acknowledged that humans made mistakes in important matters. Despite finding the study of humans troublesome, the monster chose not to continue the conversation, promising a decent way to kill the principal by destroying his body and leaving his entrails behind. Prepared to devour the principal, the monster anticipated leveling up after the act. In his heart, the principal had already given up, feeling one step ahead of Senior Muwei, the previous principal. Although regretting his failure to protect the university, the principal believed he had succeeded in passing on his desires and beliefs to the generation. He hoped that someday, someone would reveal the truth in the world. Bidding farewell, the principal's announcement left everyone in hysteria. Suddenly, a surprise attack saved the principal, courtesy of Yiwu. The monsters grew furious at this turn of events, and everyone was relieved to see Yiwu's arrival. Despite apologizing for being late, Yiwu was determined to make the monster pay for its actions. Yiwu utilized his first Chin form attack talent special skill and resolved to kill the monster. The monster, upon seeing Yiwu, warned him against attempting to fight, claiming it would only make life difficult for him. Yiwu, unfazed, wasn't afraid at all and immediately launched an attack. The monsters realized that Yiwu was using fire attributes under crit armor, making him troublesome. Despite being at level 5, Yiwu was unfazed by the comments about his low level, as many of his adversaries ended up dead. Yiwu swiftly engaged the monstrous threat without mercy. The overwhelmed monster, bewildered by the unexpected display of human intelligence, speed, and attack power, found itself in a situation it hadn't anticipated. The monster, initially driven by the simple instinct to feed, was now faced with a formidable adversary. Fueled by anger, the monster decided to surrender. It realized that survival was a priority, and it had no desire to be obliterated or engage in a futile battle with Yiwu. In a strategic move, the monster deployed its magical abilities to influence other students in the vicinity. Aware that Yiwu wouldn't harm his friends, the monster sought to manipulate the situation. Recognizing the precarious situation of his friends, Yiwu couldn't afford to be careless. The system notified Yiwu that the true eye had passed the cooldown period, and the lower form of the skill would be strengthened. With this enhancement, Yiwu could now observe all target statuses. Yiwu utilizing the true eye's amplified version, Yiwu scrutinized his friends, obtaining more comprehensive information. Despite the enhanced abilities, Yiwu faced a dilemma. The monster's influence had turned some students into a kind of zombie, complicating the situation. First, to make a difficult choice, Yiwu decided to eliminate his colleagues, hoping they would find peace, and he could avenge them. The monsters witnessing Yiwu's actions perceived him as a merciless individual capable of killing his friends without hesitation. In response, the monster resurrected more students, transforming them into zombies, creating chaos. Yiwu found himself torn between the dead and the living, navigating a complex web of emotions. As the monsters waited to see Yiwu's next move, Luo Feng and Tian advised Yiwu to focus solely on the monster. Luo Feng suggested handing over the responsibility of dealing with the resurrected students to him. Yiwu, considering the situation, created a Mirror of Truth special effect to separate the space, functioning as a shield. Yiwu explained that some of the mutant disciples were still alive, urging Luo Feng and Tian to be cautious and avoid harming them. He instructed them to follow his signals to prevent accidental injuries. Yiwu contemplated the limitations of the Mirror of Truth and the Shield Grenade's combination, acknowledging its passive defense and limited usage time. Intent on defeating the monster before time ran out, Yiwu devised a plan to approach stealthily. He didn't fear the monster, he simply aimed to avoid causing unintentional harm. Meanwhile, the monster was taken aback to discover a cannon turret aimed at it, ready to unleash fierce firepower. With Yiwu closing in and ensuring the monster couldn't escape, he strategically attacked the troublesome pair of wings. As the wings crumbled, the monster experienced pain, pleading with Yiwu to cease the assault and spare its life. The battlefield hung in suspense, with Yiwu navigating a complex situation, balancing the need for defense, strategic moves, and avenging his fallen friends. Yiwu discreetly activated his true eye, scrutinizing every detail of the monstrous entity. Yiwu, unaware of Yiwu's observation, the panicked monster misinterpreted Yiwu's actions, suspecting it was an attempt to thwart its mutation. However, Yiwu's confidence in defeating the monster remained unwavering. The successful thwarting of the monster's mutation skill heightened its panic, realizing it wasn't a mere coincidence. Desperate to save itself, the monster attempted to attack Yiwu, hoping to bring him down in a final act of defiance. Yet, Yiwu remained assured of his ability to emerge victorious. The monster, driven by a mutation skill intended for large-scale slaughter, sought an escape to his safe haven, planning to regroup and wait for an opportune moment. In a last-ditch effort, the monster chose to flee. With only 10 seconds left to use the first skill and form, Yiwu seized the opportunity. Assuring the monster not to worry, Yiwu revealed his final skill, one that would swiftly end the monster's existence. Determined not to waste any more time, Yiwu brandished the Crimson Star. Planting his sword into the ground, Yiwu created a mesmerizing dimensional distortion. Even the seasoned monster initially dismissed it as an illusion. However, as reality set in, the monster recognized it as a true dimensional distortion, a phenomenon attributed to the power of a king. Astonished, the monster questioned Yiwu's identity. Responding with a nonchalant fireball on his fingertip, Yiwu hinted that the monster should worry about itself. He remarked on the creature's lack of stargazing, offering it a chance to appreciate the beauty of the sky. The small fireball transformed into a colossal, dense fireball, the Crimson Star, a force resembling a black hole from the sun. Disregarding the monster's plea for mercy and its offer to surrender all its possessions, Yiwu's compassion for the creature had waned. Without hesitation, Yiwu hurled the giant fireball at the monster, sealing its fate. In its final moments, the monster attempted to instill fear, claiming that even its demise wouldn't halt the impending monster invasion led by Master. Despite the monster's ominous warning, Yiwu remained resolute. The impending threat of Master would not deter him from eliminating the present menace. The battlefield hung in suspense, with Yiwu unleashing his formidable skills and the monster facing its inevitable demise. The monstrous laughter echoed through the air as Yiwu's immense power finally crushed the beast. The explosion subsided, and the system notified that monster had been defeated. Yiwu, in turn, earned 200,000 experience points and 3,000 currencies while reverting to his original form. Contemplating the identity of Yahello, the potential leader of the city's monster invasion and a formidable boss monster, Yiwu realized the urgency of increasing his strength to face such formidable foes. For now, Yiwu decided to set aside thoughts of future challenges and focus on examining the drop items left by the elite monsters. Monster's loot included several items, such as a level 50 magic crystal with strong acid gastric juice capable of causing acid damage and weakening armor defense. Another item was the fatty kitten legs, the tender and juicy fleshy legs hidden under the Zerg's hard shell. Despite some damage to the Zerg's wings, they remained an excellent material for processing. Additionally, a skill book called the Level 50 Control Skill Book, capable of paralyzing enemies with words or sounds, caught Yiwu's attention. However, aside from the skill book, Yiwu felt that the overall drop wasn't particularly impressive, and he pondered his luck. Suddenly, the system alerted Yiwu about the egg he possessed, dropped by the Devil Tyrannosaurus. While the egg had previously shown no interest, it now seemed attracted to the city bug's legs. The egg extended its tongue and promptly devoured the insect leg dropped by monster. The system then notified that the egg was very satisfied, increasing its love points by 1. Encouraged by this development, the system expressed the hope that Yiwu would continue to feed it like this. As Yiwu contemplated his newfound pet, Luofeng and Tian approached him. They inquired about Yiwu's well-being, with Tian even hugging him out of concern. Yiwu casually assured them that he was fine and praised them for their excellent job in handling the situation. Luofeng, feeling embarrassed by the praise from someone he admired, credited Yiwu for helping him rise to level 15. Tian, on the other hand, expressed her concerns about the injured students, feeling inadequate to protect her friends. Yiwu gently reassured her, acknowledging the unavoidable incident and emphasizing that reducing the number of victims was already a significant accomplishment. He encouraged Tian to be more enthusiastic, appreciating her efforts in the challenging situation. The aftermath of the battle left the characters reflecting on their achievements and contemplating the challenges that lay ahead. The remaining students gathered around Tian. Some expressed gratitude towards them because the girls' actions had potentially saved many students from the elite monster's attack. More importantly, they recognized Tian's abilities and apologized for previously saying negative things about him. From that day on, they regarded Yiwu as the school's hero and savior. Some even showed willingness to become Yiwu's subordinates. Teacher instructed the children to contact their parents about the situation at the academy. However, the children couldn't reach their parents and suspected that their parents might also be under monster attacks. Teacher encouraged them not to be discouraged, mentioning that although the security level in the 9th zone was not high, there were security forces from large companies on duty to prevent monsters from attacking civilians. They were advised to hold on and wait for rescue without giving up. Yiwu approached Teacher and assured everyone that the monsters in the academy had been dealt with. He suggested that it was safe for everyone to stay at school. Additionally, there was enough food in the canteen for everyone to ration for a week, ensuring survival until a way out was found. The disciples agreed to follow Yiwu's orders. Yiwu sat near the principal's body and inquired about the principal's condition. Teacher replied that the principal was fine, but he had been injured by an elite monster and was still weak and unconscious. Yiwu promised to find a way out and outlined his plan in 4 steps. In the first step, Yiwu intended to use the Moss account's abilities to repair and upgrade the protection gate. The second step involved sending Luofeng and others to the academy to clean up the battlefield and collect spoils. The crucial task was to visit the canteen and bring back food for everyone. The third step was to go home, meet his parents and sister, and then look for medicine for the principal in the black market. Meanwhile, the fourth step required notifying the rescue team about the security situation outside and requesting evacuation to ensure the academy's safety in the city. After considering all these steps, Yiwu shared them with Luofeng and Tian. Following that, Yiwu left the academy on his own, heading towards his house. As he approached the school gate, he noticed Teacher Jia's charred body lying stiff in front of the main gate. Yiwu blamed Teacher Jia for not defending himself and refusing to wait in the school security bunker with everyone else. In this era, lacking strength meant becoming vulnerable to others, risking being slaughtered. Yiwu recognized that his current strength as a blade wielder was insufficient. Continuing his journey out of school, Yiwu suddenly heard his little sister's unclear voice. Panicking, he opened the communication service on his hologram screen, asking about their current situation and whether they were in danger. Despite Yiwu's attempt to respond and share their location, the voice was lost due to signal interference, leading to a complete communication cutoff. Frustrated and angry, Yiwu ran as fast as possible, hoping that his family members would survive the crisis. Yiwu reaching the front of his apartment building, Yiwu was stunned with a pale face. The apartment where his family lived was destroyed and almost collapsed, resembling the scene from his nightmare. Worried that his family might be dead, Yiwu tried to think logically, considering that they wouldn't just sit still when attacked. Yiwu believed they must be running away. Suddenly, he heard a woman screaming for help nearby. Yiwu saw the woman being attacked by a large rat monster of a high level. With a single attack, he destroyed the monster's body. Frustrated, Yiwu questioned whether the woman was a member of the security team responsible for the area. Instead of answering, the woman asked Yiwu to remove the stone that had fallen on her foot. Annoyed, Yiwu kicked the rock until it shattered. Impatiently, he inquired about the fate of the apartment building and its residents. Cautioning Yiwu not to be too fierce and hasty, explained that the area had been attacked by level 20 monsters. Fortunately, her entire team fought hard, saving many people. As a result, most of the residents were successfully rescued and evacuated. Yiwu felt relieved upon learning that the monster in the area was only at level 20. This meant that his little sister and her family were likely safe and could handle the monster. Yiwu apologized to Qin Rue for being impolite earlier, explaining that he was in a hurry. He shared that his family was probably among the crowd being evacuated and inquired about the destination for the surviving citizens. Qin Rue, now able to stand, informed Yiwu that the citizens were sent to the nearest underground shelter, number 5, where 2 teams were guarding them. However, she expressed doubt in the effectiveness of the security team there, as their leader's level was only 30 and they couldn't handle high-level monsters. Qin Rue explained that her team belonged to Tianchuan Group, which coincidentally built some residential apartments in the safe zone, including the 9th zone. Yiwu, Tianchuan Group only sent low-level members like Qin Rue's group for security rotation, leading to their current predicament. Qin Rue approached Yiwu and urged him to come with her to the 8th safe zone, as living in the 9th zone was no longer safe. She revealed that she already had plans to leave the 9th zone using a secret passage provided by her group. Qin Rue mentioned that her house was in the 8th zone, assuring Yiwu that they would be safe there. In return, she promised not to abandon Yiwu and help him. However, Yiwu refused, stating that he still had family in the dangerous 9th zone. Suddenly, a giant leopard monster with a human body and sharp claws appeared. The monster seemed happy to see two potential preys in front of him. Qin Rui was frightened by the level 30 monster beast, while Yiwu was shocked, having not sensed the monster's presence earlier. In that critical moment, Qin Rui pushed Yiwu towards the monster, intending for him to become the monster's prey, and she ran away, desperate to survive and meet her mother. Qin Rui knew using someone as bait was cruel, but she felt she had no other choice. Despite her escape, Qin Rui shed tears of despair, knowing the sacrifice she had made. However, even though Qin Rui had pushed Yiwu as bait, the monster continued to chase after her, thinking that women with thinner skin must be more delicious. According to the monster, humans who use each other as bait are not good people. Therefore, the monster decides to target Qin Rui first. Between despair and tears, Qin Rui calls Yiwu for help from the monster attack. However, Yiwu doesn't show any sympathy and remains silent where he is. When Qin Rui is already seriously injured, Yiwu raises his weapon and finishes off the monster with just one attack. The monstrous creature immediately perishes, and Yiwu gains 5,000 times points. In this critical moment, with her body covered in wounds, Qin Rui apologizes to Yiwu for her behavior. She intentionally fed Yiwu to the monsters. Yiwu responds, stating that he doesn't blame Qin Rui. According to him, in this era, there is nothing wrong with living for oneself, but someone still has to face the consequences of their choices. Yiwu asserts that Qin Rui shouldn't blame him for not wanting to save her, as her health has dropped drastically, and she has to pay for her choices. Qin Rui's voice trembles as she grows weaker, but she uses her remaining strength to apologize and hands Yiwu a scroll. Qin Rui hopes that the plan on the scroll will be useful for Yiwu. With all his might, Qin Rui apologizes once again before finally succumbing to her injuries. Yiwu takes the scroll from Qin Rui's hand, thinking that the girl doesn't need forgiveness from him. According to him, she is not guilty of selfishness but of her weakness. In these last days, weakness is considered a sin for both humans and monsters. Only the strong can be at the top of the food chain. Yiwu is determined to become stronger and stronger to protect his family and precious friends. Holding the scroll in his hand, Yiwu asks his family to hold on and wait for him to pick them up. At this moment, the system appears and announces that the host has taken a planning picture of the 9th security zone, which is full of blood. Meanwhile, along with the entire crowd of civilians, a security team continues to report to headquarters that they have escorted the civilians to shelter number 5, and everything is going normally. The leader of the security team, Mr. Wong, stands on the battle vehicle, expressing his misfortune for encountering the monsters attacking the city. After this, he plans to go to work, drink, and play cards until he's satisfied. Shinbing Min, a squad member, comments that although Master Wong is a little rough, he is the most active when receiving assignments. Shinbing Min also mentions that several teams have returned to the 8th zone, but their teams are still completing the mission seriously. That's called dedication, right? Hearing his members' words makes Mr. Wong excited. He held Shinbing Min's neck and asked with a smile, "Is there anything good today?" The members chatted a lot today. Suddenly, other members reported over the radio that they had lost contact with Qin Rui. Even though before this, the girl took the initiative to stay in Zone 9, now she cannot be contacted. Mr. Wong and Shinbing Min were very shocked to hear the report, but Shinbing Min was worried that the girl might be caught by the monsters. However, Master Wong calmly said that they had cleared the area beforehand, so there shouldn't be any danger in a short time. Mr. Wong even suspected that the girl had defected. Knowing that girls are usually shy, he was sure that the girl had voluntarily defected to the queen. Mr. Wong slightly regretted not having looked at the girl more carefully earlier. Shinbing Min wanted to pick up the girl. According to him, even if the girl doubted something was wrong, it would still be dangerous to leave her alone in that zone. Mr. Wong was silent for a long time upon hearing Shinbing Min's words before finally saying to just let the girl go. According to him, right and wrong in this era are normal things, and there is nothing wrong with living for yourself. Since Qin Rui had chosen to leave the team, the girl had to take responsibility for her actions, and there was no need for the team to intervene. Shinbing Min stared at the photo of him and Qin Rui. Yiwu looked sad when he finally had to decide to follow the troop commander's orders. Master Wong looked at one of the civilians and thought that among this group of civilians, the strangest one was his family because they had a little girl who was already level 20. The troop commander wondered what happened to their family. Meanwhile, Yiwu was busy staring at the hologram screen in front of her, kept trying to contact her older brother. This girl was very upset because she still couldn't contact her older brother and continued to experience very strong signal interference. Not far away, Nana appeared and asked Yiwu not to worry. Nana was sure that Yiwu would be fine. What's more worrying now is Nana's condition. She has to carry a backpack that is dozens of times bigger than her small body. Yiwu's mother apologized to Nana for blaming the girl for looking too much at their things. Her smile asked the girl to just take off her backpack if she was tired. Nana answered that the bag was nothing, and the lady didn't need to worry. Even though in her heart, Nana was cursing in annoyance because the planet was like a broken place attacked by many monsters. She was annoyed because her plan to rule the Earth had to be postponed after all these low-level carbon-based creatures suddenly disturbed them. Even though after finally being reborn, wanted to immediately conquer the planet and make everyone kneel at her feet, so Nana was determined not to die in that place. Finally, their group arrived at Safe Zone Protection Number 5 in the 9th Safe Zone. Before entering the safe zone, the officer on guard outside the gate asked which unit the group of immigrants came from. Shinbinmin replied that they are from the Swordfish Team, Security Codex 836D. They escorted civilians to come and take shelter. The guard team confirmed the security order was correct, so they opened the door and let everyone in. But before they all entered the gate, suddenly the ground they were standing on shook violently and an insect monster appeared. Everyone panicked upon seeing the giant centipede monster. However, the security team remained quick in shooting the monster. Apart from the insect, other level 18 and 25 vicious monsters appeared. They looked happy when they saw many humans being sent to the door, as it was not in vain that they lay and waited near that place for a long time. Seeing other monsters appearing, the security team panicked and tried to attack them, but the monsters were too strong. The monsters felt happy as if they were harvesting food. Mr. Wong tried to protect civilians as much as he could. He ran over the body of one of the monsters and told it to go to hell. Mr. Wong was a little confused to see the insect joining the other monsters because this is not an insect habit. Master Wong quickly asked Shinbinmin to restrain the level 30 insect monster. Meanwhile, the other monsters were directed at other security members so they would not attack civilians while fighting the insect. Master Wong believed that this incident was not a coincidence, and there must be someone responsible for this tragedy. But what is their aim? Master Wong came forward to attack the monster, and Shinbinmin would do his part. Meanwhile, during the chaos, Yiwu's mother was separated from the rest of her family. The middle-aged woman was pushed by several people until she fell. A wolf monster chased them and looked happy because he saw a lot of food in front of him. Because of a scene like this, the giant's eyes seemed to see many flowers. Because his mother's body was weak, she fell and was pushed by people. The monster, seeing it, thought that she was its first weak victim. So, the monster immediately raised its arm to attack her. But suddenly, an arrow stuck into his arm, and a voice forbade the monster to touch his mother's body. Yiwu and his father had arrived just in time to protect his mother. Yiwu continued to shoot arrows to prevent the monster from attacking them. Yiwu asked his father to take the mother away while she restrained the monster. Yiwu believed the equipment she acquired from the black market would finally prove useful. Yiwu, uncertain about whether her weapon could withstand the power of the level 25 monster, she faced an unexpected challenge. The monster, irritated by the attack from someone at level 7, proved resistant to Yiwu's abilities and arrows. Despite Yiwu's continuous efforts, the wolf monster skillfully avoided her attacks and taunted her for lacking the necessary level to defeat it. Yiwu, desperate to protect her family, continued to shoot arrows at the relentless monster. In the face of imminent danger, Yiwu urged her parents to flee, but her father insisted their lives were meaningless without her. Resigned to their fate, the family braced themselves for the monster's relentless onslaught. Closing her eyes, Yunfei apologized to his older brother, acknowledging his failure to protect their parents. However, just as the monster was about to reach the vulnerable family, Nana stepped forward, extending both arms to block its attack. In a surprising turn of events, Nana swiftly intervened, chopping the giant monster's body and destroying it in an instant. Yunfei, astonished by Nana's unexpected combat skills, realized that Nana, whom they had perceived as a mere housemaid, possessed formidable strength. Nana, conflicted about her actions, received a notification from the system stating that she had gained 50,000 experience points and successfully leveled up. This revelation shocked Nana, as it granted her more control over her body. Yunfei, understanding that the world operated on the principle that killing monsters led to strength and control, Nana found solace in the simplicity of these rules. Filled with happiness, she embraced the newfound ability to control her body freely. Excited about the prospect of leveling up, Nana decided to embark on a massacre, driven by the straightforward and easy-to-understand rules governing her actions. Meanwhile, a peculiar little robot with a menacing appearance targeted a man in red, driven by an intense hatred for the color. Fortunately, Nana intervened just in time, unleashing a single, deadly attack that swiftly eliminated the monster. The small robot, now victorious, reveled in the satisfaction of gaining more points and experienced the realization that leveling up required an increasing amount of experience points. Nana pondered if the mechanism worked in such a way after witnessing her two brothers being defeated swiftly. A pig monster contemplated fleeing, prioritizing its safety over facing destruction like its siblings. According to the monster, Nana didn't seem human due to her peculiar and unreasonable power. However, when the monster attempted to escape, it soon realized it was being followed. Before it could comprehend what was trailing it, Nana's lightning-fast attack had already split the monster's body in two. The successful elimination of the monster resulted in Nana gaining a significant amount of experience points, propelling her to level 30. Despite her achievement, Nana wore a disconcerting expression, indicating that she still didn't feel satisfied, even after consuming a substantial amount. Meanwhile, on the other side, Master Wang and Shin Bin-min remained engaged in a relentless battle against the insect monsters. Master Wang briefly diverted his attention when he witnessed Nana dispatching 3 monsters simultaneously. However, Shin Bin-min promptly reminded him to focus on the formidable monster before them. The insect monsters continued their assault, with the security team leader collaborating with Shin Bin-min to fend them off. Although the worm monster's HP had been halved, the challenge lay in preventing its mutation. Shin Bin-min reminded Mr. Wang that insect monsters could change shape, laughing at their conversation. The monster acknowledged the humans' knowledge but believed their fate would ultimately be a miserable demise in its jaws. Mr. Wang, despite considering the creature's size suitable for him to combat, acknowledged the threat posed by its mutant form. The monster swiftly transformed into small pieces, commanding its body parts with a level exceeding 15 to engulf the humans. In the ensuing chaos, Mr. Wang found himself panicking as the small monsters attacked him, adhering to his body and absorbing his cell phone. Within a brief period, Mr. Wang's cell phone had significantly depleted, reaching a mere 30%. The situation intensified as the insect monsters continued their assault, presenting an escalating challenge for Master Wang and his team. Shin Bin-min attempted to approach his boss in an effort to save him, mindful of his status. However, he realized that his equipment and magic had reached their limits. Resigned to divert the monsters toward himself, Shin Bin-min hoped his sacrifice would provide an opportunity for his boss to escape. Despite the commander's resistance, urging him to leave and survive, Shin Bin-min persisted in his selfless act. As the monsters closed in around him, Commander Wang contemplated the inevitability of his fate. Pressed and surrounded, he considered the possibility of reuniting with his family, who had sought refuge deeper into safety due to the ongoing monster attack. Memories flooded Commander Wang's mind, recalling a promise he had made to his family before joining security team. He had vowed to move them immediately into the safe zone. However, upon returning to his village outside the safe zone, it was too late. His family had succumbed to a monster attack. Despite the sadness and regret, this tragedy fueled Commander Wang's determination to eradicate the monsters that had caused his family's demise. Summoning his inner strength, Commander Wang shouted and rid himself of the insects covering his body. Witnessing this, Nana swiftly moved, destroying the remaining parts of the little monster with a single attack. However, to her surprise, Commander Wang remained alive. Nana, though tempted to finish him off for the experience points, found the insect monster reuniting its remaining body parts and expressing anger at her for destroying half of it in such a short time. Commander Wang realized the monster had evolved and become stronger, making it even more challenging to deal with. Despite Nana's inclination to silence the commander, he persisted in acknowledging the difficult situation. Nana, in a serious tone, demanded that the humans open their eyes because she was about to reveal a form that transcended dimensions. Pulling out a sophisticated and large firearm from her arm and back, Nana unleashed its full power against the insect monster. The giant creature expressed surprise at Nana's abilities, labeling her as non-human. However, Nana's powers proved insurmountable as she obliterated the monster to dust. Her feat earned her a prize of 10,000 experience points, and she also had the right to claim the equipment dropped by the defeated insect. Nana felt a surge of joy as she received all the gifts, but suddenly her entire body froze, and even the little robot couldn't emit a sound. The family rushed to Nana and Commander Wang, their faces filled with concern. Commander Wang promptly examined Nana while placing the little robot's head on her lap. Meanwhile, Yunfei handed expensive medicine to Commander Wang in the hope that he would recover soon. As Commander Wang's condition improved, he expressed his concern that other shelters might not be as secure as Shelter 5. He suggested moving to the 8th safe zone. However, Yunfei hesitated, feeling that it was too far and would take them away from his brother. Yunfei questioned how his brother would find them, especially since they hadn't been able to contact Yiwu. Despite attempting to reach his older brother again, Yiwu could only hear an error sound due to signal interference. Nevertheless, Yiwu unable to convey that they were in Shelter 5, saved by Nana and the security team from a powerful monster attack. They planned to take refuge in the 8th safe zone, but the disappointment set in as the signal interference disrupted the connection once more. In her frustration at being unable to contact her older brother, the girl received a glimmer of hope when Commander Wang mentioned a way to convey a message to Yiwu. Excited, Yunfei learned that the commander had a simple method to expedite their move from the dangerous place. Moments later, with everyone gone, Yiwu arrived at Shelter 5. Seeing the chaotic aftermath of a significant battle, Yiwu worried about the well-being of his family. However, his attention was drawn to rows of letters and a code on the entrance gate, which he recognized as a message left by her. Baffled by the series of codes below the message, Yiwu focused intently, realizing that it resembled an external radio wave code within the security team. He recalled the security team's visit to the school, providing explanations to the science team. Yiwu searched the body pocket of a deceased security team member for a communicator, determined to unravel the mysteries encoded within the messages. He couldn't repair the damaged devices under these circumstances, Yiwu thought. The true eye was still on cooldown, and its range was limited. Going to the 8th safe zone without a plan was not an option. The most crucial thing for him was to quickly contact Yunfei and the others. Moreover, whether the 8th safe zone was willing to accept all the civilians from the 9th zone was still unknown. Yiwu decided to go to the black market, which was not far from where he was. He wanted to go there immediately to find a communicator. Yiwu arrival at the black market in the 9th safe zone, the situation was chaotic. Buildings were damaged and many corpses were scattered around. Yiwu realized that there had been a significant battle in that place. From inside the main building, someone could be heard shouting that anyone entering the black market was asking for death. There was a constant hail of gunfire right at Yiwu. Fortunately, he managed to activate a protective shield in time. Yiwu was relieved to see that the figure inside the building was still energetic. He asked them to stop shooting because it was him. The shooting stopped, and Miss Siyu came out of the building, apologizing to Yiwu for the tension due to a previous battle. Yiwu replied that it didn't matter because he was fine. Miss Siyu asked why Yiwu came to the black market at such a time. Yiwu explained that there were some important things he wanted to ask. Miss Siyu took Yiwu into the main building of the black market. In the hall, Yiwu was surprised to see that the place was still lively. He asked how it was possible that people could still drink in that place when conditions outside were chaotic. Miss Siyu explained that the people still drinking there were mostly treasure hunters. Their goals were money, wine, and women, so they didn't care about the monsters or civilians. Yiwu moved past them, noting their strength and level, but they chose to hide and didn't care about death. Yiwu understood that he couldn't change their choices, but he found it ironic. The two entered the Hamo group's VIP room. At this point, Yiwu asked if Miss Siyu could contact Miss Imo here. Miss Siyu questioned why Yiwu didn't ask someone else. Yiwu explained that he couldn't ignore others because he was scared too. Miss Siyu held Yiwu's arm tightly while expressing fear. Despite that, Yiwu was not tempted at all. Yiwu urgently requested Miss Siyu to stop joking, emphasizing the seriousness of the situation. Despite the urgency, Yiwu sensed that Miss Siyu was not afraid at all. Finally, Miss Siyu settled on the soft sofa and informed Yiwu that Miss Mo had not left the 9th zone. Miss Siyu had attempted to contact Miss Mo using the internal secure line, but the connection was interrupted. Hearing this, Yiwu speculated that the interference with the communication signal was intentional, possibly by certain individuals. It appeared that only specific encrypted internal wave radios could still communicate with each other. Miss Siyu was shocked